basically 820, comes back up, drifts a little bit up, number gets released, and then boom, right back there to the upside, now taking out 137 and going higher and higher and higher. Yeah, rate cuts are coming. They're coming fast and furious this year now. I would say this is the CPI number they wanted, lower. So there it goes. They need to make a decision, and now it's made for them, in my opinion. So boom goes NVIDIA, 137. Boom goes AMD, 185. Right now, this name up $2, right? We talked about, I don't know, I mean, what else do you want to look at? I put Walmart on the sticky note today. I think that that's a good level there at 70, and that continues to go higher. Earnings not till August 15th, so still a while for that. Look at Apple's bump. I don't think you were missing much data there, Brendo. I think a lot of these things just gapped. So 232 gapping all the way to 233. Look at Bitcoin going right now. We can have a quick look at IBIT as Bitcoin continues to make a surge forward. I can actually call up the Bitcoin chart right now and looking if it loads. Come on, Binance.
It's broken. It's Binance. So strong. It
will load. Anyways, up to 59, looking at 60 again right here as confirm. Okay, right here, look at that. There it is. It's a nice move right here, of course, on the 15-minute chart. We just touched 15,965 right now. Zoom it out, taking out that high that was put in yesterday overnight at midnight at 59.4. So there we go, man. Right back to 60,000 goes BTC. So, yeah, man, we say this, high tide raises all ships, and it looks like right now, Bitcoin, NASDAQ. I mean, NASDAQ's only up 0.3. It's... I think we can pump the brakes a little bit, but it is great to be long when you get a number like that, guys.
A couple things. Here's MicroStrategy. I forgot to mention this right out of the gate this morning. 10 for 1 joining the stock split clan here is MSTR, going to go 10 for 1. So up better part of 7% at the highs there. Touched $1,400 at the highs for MicroStrategy. We'll touch on that, obviously, Bitcoin related. We missed a few. I got so excited about the inflation data there. I missed a couple. Initial jobless claims also out there, 222 downside. So that may offset slightly, but 240 expected there on the initial jobless claims. 1.85 million continuing claims, 1.86 was the expected number. Bostic today coming up at 11:15. I guess Powell gets the rest of the week off after a couple of days in Washington.
Yeah, he earned it, Brendo. A couple of,
getting grilled for hours.
And on political questions, too. I mean, ADR was covering it on the How to Trade Midday show, and they just keep asking political questions that he can't answer. But to build on your point, MicroStrategy's 10 for 1. That's going to be executed August 1st, 2024. Then trading will commence on a split-adjusted basis August 8th of this year. Obviously, both classes of shares are going to be subject to the split here, both Class A and Class B, and it's a big 7% here as Bitcoin tries to retrace back into 60,000.
Yeah, I mean, we've touched on it on the show before, but that's one stock that had a tiny float, compared to the market cap and the price of the actual stock. So, that'll be great to trade that thing around $100. I haven't looked at this for a while, but I was just going through, if you zoom out to September now, 69 and change here, 69% and change in favor of a 0.25%. And then if you go all the way out to the end of the year, we're at 4.75 to 5. So that is pricing in 2 at this point, guys, for rate cuts.
Right.
Go get them.
So that makes sense
right?
to me, right?
I mean, the job number may be, I guess the jobless claims you would have wanted to be a little bit the other way, but ultimately it doesn't matter because you want to look to see what the Fed funds rate is doing and what yields are going to be doing in reaction to it. Forget about all the prediction stuff. Just going to point this way, like the MicroStrategy doing the split. I don't know that I'm as excited for that as when Walmart. That was pretty awesome. I think it'll be more interesting when Broadcom splits. So MicroStrategy not going to be on the radar. I think if I'm looking at crypto today, and we'll probably get to it, it might be a little bit of Mara, which is back over that 19, maybe make a press higher. I want to see 60,000 break, though. That would be pretty key for those longs. But I want to remember Palantir, because I actually forgot about Palantir, but not anymore. If the market's going to be breaking, remember all the things that were doing some kind of action at highs? Well, I like what you see here at 28.20. 2 days ago, you had that 28.2 that got sold off right in the afternoon. It broke that high, and then you hold it at the close. That looks like a good jump-off spot. It's like a little mini consolidation off the top. The market wants to continue to go higher. Look for some of these strong stocks that are just, giving you the trend and the trend setup. I think that's what it's all about there. But if we're looking at crypto today, But like I said, wake me up when MicroStrategy actually does the split. Until then, MAR is the one. It's been doing this dance off the $19 level for a while, and you just hold it. It's managed to hold that line. You wait for it to make the bottom. Market's up. Crypto is up. I think long back into this 19 level, it's been a good consolidative level. I don't think it's going to $23 today, but every single time it's bounced from here, it's eventually ended up at that 23. So looking for the long now, and especially if 20,000 breaks, maybe we'll have to do some trend trading in MARA. That's my crypto name of choice.
I just saw this little tweet here, and it says, inflation just came in below zero for the first time since May of 2020. So here it is right here. Here's May of 2020. Since then, we had just been growing. And there we go. So minus, I guess, month over month right there, 0.01. So, the winds have changed, I guess, a little bit. And we joke around Fed pivot all the time. Looks like right now, the Fed doesn't even have to worry about anything. The numbers are giving them the decision. And interesting to put now 25% chance there of 3 cuts in 2024. When honestly, just a couple weeks ago, we were hearing talk of potentially no rate cuts this year. So it's nice to see if you are long, and the market seems to agree by holding. Market faded back in and then gave you an opportunity to possibly get long down there. If we want to look at a stock like NVIDIA, I think this is going to be the long today for me. It didn't dip at all, so that was interesting. We have AMD written on the sticky note today as well. That dipped pretty decently. We'll see. Decently dipped down about $1. We'll see if this one can fall in for us a little bit. But the one name that, again, we have today, we're going to look at Amazon. And Neil mentioned that to me, or mentioned it to everybody, that Amazon broke above that 201. That was interesting to me here because we want to look at Amazon today. It's on the sticky note here, shorting through 201. So hopefully we just got a little bit of a gift by showing us that 201.50 may be the top temporarily on this name. So I'm going short all the way up until we get stopped out. And that would be 201.50. Liquidity in the pre-market is a little dangerous sometimes. So if this does fall in back to 200 or maybe a little bit higher than VWAP, probably $200.20, we'll take a piece out if it comes back into these pre-market highs. But for now, we're Amazon short and market long, I think.
Bezos short.
Bezos. Yeah, well, Bezos
but that's the play.
Getting less long.
He has 75%.
Still the company, though.
Yeah, but he has 75% more that he can sell. So you got to feel like every single up move, you're looking for that spot. Liquidity, like you're 100% right about that. I pulled up Tesla, which does tremendous pre-market volume, but a bit of a thin spread there on even like a Tesla, which is up at those tops. But the market is holding some of these highs. I think overall, I like the market for a long today. And don't sleep on this QuantumScape. If that thing is waking up, it could be the squeeze name du jour. Let's head back to the desk.
All right, a couple things of note. The inversion in the yield curve evening out ever so slightly. I was just noting the 10-year here. This is a 10-year on a daily chart. Lowest level since April. I got to go all the way back to April. Remember, we climbed all the way back to 4.7, 4.75, even at the highs there before we got this most recent move downside. The DXY, same story, dollar getting hit here this morning back to 104.5. We were at 106 a week ago on the dollar. So decent sized move to the downside. Fed fund futures still flying around here, still pricing in 2, I was just hearing before the end of the year. But yeah, I mean, the story more so that a couple people were talking about gold. Raheem's actually going to come and join us here in a few minutes. He's going to talk about gold, but there's gold almost back to all-time highs on the weekly chart as well. That's just the ETF, but Raheem's going to come join us. I was going to mention the story's going to come down to the result, I think, from the next meeting, and then when do we start getting cuts and moving in that direction?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the job number on the way to that meeting as well will help influence the decision. But to build on your point about these rates, the yields with respect to some of these shorter dated treasuries, the 10-year, the 2-year. We've been watching this, imbalance in the market happen for a little while. So the effective, rate of inflation, say around 3%. but the money that you're able to get or the interest that you're able to get on your money has been 5. So there's been this sort of spread of 2% that some people have been taking advantage of. That may not last for much longer if rates continue to come down or yields continue to come down, Brendo. So that effective rate, looking to tighten up a little bit.
This was more or less what Sean was just mentioning there, but this gives you just a different look at the same thing. Flat on May, essentially, but yeah, first negative print there in a long time on the monthly basis. So 85% for September now, I was just hearing. That's up from 70% before the number came out. And there's actually a 25%, just seeing as well, 25% chance of a third now as well before the end of the year.
Yeah, they can't deny the trend. That's sort of the thing. You might not be at that 2% target yet, but like the data is showing you a trend in one direction. At least, well, now also a bit of a break as well. So you're trending back in. They made that lower high, for whatever you want to call it. We're traders. That's how I look at it, essentially. So you got to be a little bit bullish. You got Raheem running through here, but I want to take a quick look at the banks, which, not necessarily the same reaction to all of this. And specifically, you're going to get bank earnings starting tomorrow, and then we get a few more on Monday, starting into the week, getting right back in, ramping into earnings season. But it is worth watching. You got Citi to the downside, JPM also looking a little bit weak. So if we do have a little bit of weakness in the banking sector today, you got this 67 top here on Citigroup. And if we can't chew through that, always look to find relative strength and relative weakness in the market, right? In a day where everything is up, I want to know, hey, what's not going with this rally? What's having no reaction? And I think ahead of the earnings here, just observing Citigroup, observing JP Morgan as well, looking at least a little bit tepid. JP Morgan's more flat than anything. That's why I went over to Citi, which was actually trading into the downside here. So yeah, I'll have eyeballs on this. I mean, if this actually trends after the open to the downside, I think that could be a good place to join. But hey, first things first, going to be in some, like Mara, QuantumScape, we'll get to that one a little bit later. Obviously, Tesla, Amazon, and Palantir, do not want to forget that Palantir. It's breaking out. I'm looking for that dip buy. Doesn't mean you're going to get it when you're hunting dip buys at the open, but I've seen this happen at 8:30 numbers, and usually there's an opportunity to get in at the open if we are going to just trend up.
Yeah, we just take, right there, we'll take 50 cents on Amazon and just get out of a third. So it just filled us at 25s. So there it is, short at 70, out at 25. Nice little trade there as we come back into the 50-period moving average and back into that top. And again, we looked at Amazon short for reasons, right? I mean, we saw Costco yesterday came out with, again, a membership increase and more sales than expected, but that's what we expect. Right there, nice move up for Costco. They're not doing anything right now in the pre-market. So I don't know, for some reason I got my mind on retail today. We want to go Walmart long if we get an opportunity to do that in and around 70. That might be coming in right off the open, so we'll look at that. And then Amazon, of course, we talk about how this business keeps on working, then it's no doubt about that. But we have Bezos in there selling, and it's been under pressure for the last couple of days, as you can see here. We're going to use this as a top, and now we just gave it to us again. So it just, it's given us this 201 a couple times. So let's just keep on shorting until we wind up breaking through. I think it'll be pretty obvious when we have to give this up. So good trade here on Amazon, and it's about to get even better as I believe we're ready to go back to the desk. Are we, Fabian?
They're still lining things up a little bit there.
I never.
You got to make sure.
Oh gosh, here we go.
You got to make sure Raheem's looking right. That's the thing.
Well, Raheem's looking always really right. I see Raheem's got brand new shoes on today.
Oh, I didn't catch the shoes.
Hey, talk about a guy that's always looking sharp. It's my guy, Randy.
In the golf gear.
Is here right now. Is that golf gear?
Is it? I see Wilson, and you're leaving me hanging, brother.
Tennis.
Really?
Yeah,
Right. Oh, it's not tennis. Okay, whatever.
Randy, do you play tennis, Randy?
No,
No.
You don't play tennis. Yeah, golf.
Well, we were talking about getting back on the golf course at some point. You got to go get those clubs again. So that was the big thing. You gave them to one of your friends. Is that what it is? And now you're old. Now you got to get a new one. You know what? The clubs actually, for me, they don't make that much of a difference because I'm not that good. But the difference between a crappy club,
grips.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
The grip.
You want to have at least medium to better clubs because the lower end. You definitely find a little bit of it.
I promise whatever happened to your clubs is not as bad as where mine are. Remember the ones I bought some from Cheese, one of our buddies?
Right, yeah. Where are they?
They ended up at my ex in-laws' garage, and when we broke up, I was just
point
like,
in going
well,
to go
I'm
get
not gonna go back and get those.
Yeah.
So whatever. It was cheap. I bought them for like $100 years ago. But they were not good clubs. Like the grips were all pretty old, so they were kind of.
Hopefully, you don't have any of that almond milk in there. Apparently, it's been recalled.
Yes.
As we were told about in 10 different emails.
Yeah, there was a few of those.
Did you have any of that slop yesterday, or? Oh,
Very,
man.
very little.
Schlop. Wonderful schlop.
Someone around here, when we found out that it was chili, someone responded to the email the word slop, and apparently they pushed reply all.
It happens.
So it went to everybody.
It happens.
Oh, does it? I have to go down to the.
You haven't had it yet.
I haven't had it yet.
No.
Yeah, Neil can just walk straight up there and go get it.
I'll just crush it.
I'll get yours.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right.
let's
I'm
go.
in, but I have to go to the passport office today. That's the problem.
You know what? Did you? Well,
No, it worked out. Apparently, I had to get a. So
I thought you didn't you just do it?
no, it worked out. I just my picture. I need to get another picture, so
Okay.
I had to go get another.
Because I remember you did it like last year. It was last year. Right?
No, it's 10 years. So you can get a 10-year passport. Mine's expired, so I need to.
Oh, it was the kid? It was a kid.
Yeah, the kids.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. But anyways, let's get to the desk. I got brisket on my mind. We've got Raheem at the
Now
desk.
he's got brisket.
Oh, man, there he is. Raheem Alani back with us for a look at some metals today. We had a couple people talking about gold. Market ripping on this inflation print we just got at 8:30. Good to see you, by the way. Gold also flirting here with all-time highs. That's a weekly chart right now, and this is an ETF, but gapping up to, just below all-time highs here. Quietly, mind you, in this environment, nice move.
Because there's so much other stuff to talk about in the world. There's election rhetoric starting. There's inflation data. There's the world is coming back to certain levels of normality in different senses. So you are definitely seeing gold move up. It's hit that 2350 number that we've all talked about, getting to 2400 again, looking like we might get into the 2400s. People are calling for 2500. So we're seeing a very strong move in gold, and it looks like it's sustaining. And again, on the back of this inflation data, and then with things coming with the election. So yeah.
Yeah, as far as individual opportunities are concerned, we've run through this list a million times, but is there anything that's standing out to you right now that's maybe outside of the norm that you're seeing as far as maybe juniors or new additions or any kind of headlines that are grabbing attention?
Yeah, I think one of the things you're definitely seeing is, and this is good news for capital markets, and particularly in Canada and Australia that are mining heavy, is you're seeing a lot of financings getting done, a lot of deals getting done. So in the last couple of months, as the metal prices have started to move up, we've talked about where that goes. That goes into the senior money, that goes into like the barracks of the world. You're starting to now see that money come into the juniors, and a couple of the ones that we'll talk about today have done financings recently. So you're seeing now cash coming onto their balance sheets, which allows them to do more groundwork, get their assets developed, and you're seeing a little bit more M&A work as well.
We'll touch on this story from India coming up here, but on that note, a ton of demand for new listings coming out of India. But let's mention a few individual names here. I don't seem to have a chart for this first one, but tell us about VCGX.
So Victoria Gold. That company was generally around a $7 mark, and about 2 weeks ago, they had a landslide at one of their properties in the Yukon, and they said there was no issues. They cleaned it all up. And there wouldn't be any cyanide residuals. And the government came out and said that there was elements of cyanide in the water. And the stock on that news went from, about $7.50 down to $1, $1.05. It's traded down to about 70 cents. On the back of that, they've stopped production. They had a credit agreement from 2020 that has come into default. So with all of those things going on, I thought that'd be an interesting name for the traders because it's a very volatile name out there. And so if you believe that they will come back, you believe in the fact that they will get back to production, maybe it's a play to look at. If you think that they are going to get stuck here, then it's a play going the other way. So that'll be one of those names that'll just, because there's been such a massive incident that's happened.
Right.
This is literally one of those lottery tickets at that point.
I found the chart. So we got to go back to, what is this? Wow, it's been a while. 14-15 levels here. 2014, 2015 levels. Yeah. It's a weekly chart. So as you were saying,
that incident right there.
Yeah.
And the stock plummeted on the back of that. So depending on which side of the risk profile you want to be on.
All right, AOT Ascot Resources here, the next one.
Ascot, again, interesting because of the fact they got their first gold pour in April of 2024. So, they've been producing now for a few months. And that's one of those companies, again, they've been working to get to this point. And another one of those companies, like I just talked about, did a financing. So they were supposed to go out to raise 25 million. Demand for the book was there. And they upsized it to 29 million. So they got cash on the balance sheet, starting their first productions and going to start to move off of that.
A lot of these charts downside, obviously not reflecting the overall move in the metal that we've seen in the past couple of weeks here. Is this typical for the smaller market cap names?
Again, like we've all talked about, small caps are the ones that catch the tailwinds of all things. They're not the ones that come out first hot and heavy. They're looking for great results, great intersects on the drilling, or they're looking for a catalyst like we found this new massive property over here that we didn't even know about. So they tend to follow a little slower, unfortunately. But again, because when you're seeing these financings coming in, the demand for that financing is there. That's where I think things get really interesting with these smaller companies.
All right. On the other hand, New Gold, NGD, also on the TSX here.
Yep.
Great looking weekly chart.
Yeah, and so that's one that's on the earlier side of that tailwind. And so they just hit their 52-week high at about 324 this past week. And that's when you can see those moves happening, it gets, again, really interesting for these companies. Their market cap's now over $2.5 billion, and they got 2 producing assets. What was interesting again here is they just did a $150 million bought deal. And what they've done with some of that capital is Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, which is a big fund here in Canada. They repaid them $255 million on an asset that they can now control more of the cash flow that's coming out of it. So Ontario Teachers has gone from 46% to 19.9%. So they put that big payment into Ontario Teachers. They've got cash on the balance sheet.
All right, IM Gold, the name we've all heard many times, or this is IAE, I'm sorry,
yeah.
but IM Gold.
We can talk about IM Gold too.
Yeah, let's talk about the one that you prepared for. IAU in Toronto here as well, another one that's been crushed over the past little while here, but at decent levels.
Yeah, no, and this one is one that I thought, again, just could be interesting because of the fact that it's based in Nevada. And so if you like the American play, like what's happening in America, or dislike what's happening in America, depending on which view you took of the debate 2 weeks ago, it's a Nevada-based play. One of the larger resource bases in the state, and quite frankly, in the U.S. It's going to be one of the larger potential gold opportunities there. They put out recent news, so they have a measured and indicated portfolio of 3.2 million ounces at the measured and inferred side.
As you were alluding to kick things off here, there's increasing demand for new listings, for companies that are coming to market. You're seeing a ton of action coming out of India specifically, so much so that they've put a cap on gains on day one IPOs in India. Tell us about it.
It was interesting. So the NSE, the National Stock Exchange, just announced 2 days ago on small and mid cap, so the SME space. That space is picking up new listings, and they have now put a cap in on day one, day one of trading, essentially a 90% circuit breaker. So if the IPO goes up to 90%, they shut trading for the day. So those that are looking at it's a good problem to have. in our world, it is almost laughable that's a thing. But so far in the year, 39% of IPOs on the SME side have gone up at least 100%. The high on one of them was 1,500% on day one. And like I talked about when we talked about India before, the way you get allocated on an IPO, on a small cap IPO, is you oversubscribe for the amount that you actually want. And so the book reflects, you might be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, 20 times oversubscribed. And then the first play you get is to go in the market and buy. And so you're seeing this capital that's otherwise not had access to IPOs, to new transactions. That capital is there. It's got access now, firstly. Secondly, the capital is growing. The base of capital is growing. And so what people want to get into is the IPO because they want to tell their buddy, I was in on IPO XYZ. And if they don't get allocated on day one in the actual book, what they do is they go and participate on day one of trading. And so if you get to 90%, look out.
Come back tomorrow.
Yeah,
Have valuations held?
Over a course of period of time?
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't, it's not like they go up 90% and then they're back down to where they were. No, they generally are holding. I don't have that data in front of me. But they'll definitely be above listing price.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it before, India, a market that continues to grow in demand just through the roof. Great stuff as always. Rahim Alani's Managing Director over at OCI Groups here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Likewise.
There he is, Rahim, looking awfully good. Why is the bear bull so droopy? He's probably droopy because the market's coming back in there for the Amazon. It's interesting. I feel like he was sitting up and then he's like, oh no, we're dipping back in. We're not going to change them just yet. I only wanted to point out this IAU that Rahim was mentioning very, very quickly, because we've talked about trend breaks, and when we look at some of the gold names that have been getting the highs, anything that has a downward slope like this on a daily that can catch a catalyst will come quickly the chart remain. Oh, sorry, it's Fabian in there. Sorry, I didn't see who it was. If this can break this long trend, this is from the beginning of last year. This is 2023, and you're starting to make a little bit of a round of bottom. Stocks like this, when they make that little break, you just need one close above on the weekly, and then it's about $1 till the next resistance level. And that's where you find these little risk 15 to 20% trades where they can make 50% to like 75 on small cap names. So worth watching. I'm sure there's a few that are going to look like this, but when these trends break, you wait for it to happen. Make sure you get that close usually on a weekly chart above, and then you're good to go. I picked up some QS QuantumScape because it's like, how long is it going to hold this consolidation at $7? And I've been in this spot before where I'm looking for a dip into 650. We'll get to this in the watch list, I suppose, because it has news. I'm waiting for this 650. But if it breaks out from 7, we've seen it too many times. It's worth just having a little bit to be able to take part in it. So QS, it's a decent short float, but we'll get to that in a second. The bigger story is the market pulling back in here, although some pulling back more than others. Tesla looking better, Palantir looking okay, Amazon's back under VWAP though.
I really like, you know your market's a little hot fire when you got to curb the gains on day one for IPOs there. So yeah, the thing is, Rahim brought this to us a couple weeks ago when he was talking about, how the oversubscription and everything like that. So again, you guys are in the right spot if you're looking for some trade ideas, investment ideas, and just to understand, different markets and different spots. So, and plus, I mean, gold, we were actually talking about this earlier with Michael this week at the beginning of the week, and it's just like, gold and silver, and we had Alcoa come yesterday as well with some numbers, right? And so, some of these spaces are starting to get a little more interesting, perhaps now than they had been in the past. So, good to see Rahim here again. And I guess we're going
to steal his cane. I just thought of that.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you need it. Well, eventually you'll have a cane.
Oh yeah, I think so.
For a minute. Yeah. The cane is what it's at. All right, let's go back over. By the way, we are trying to bid out for Amazon. Amazon right now is your hopefully first of many dollar winners right now here on the desk today. It's Amazon, and it's trying to get lower as the market, guess what, guys?
Right back.
The market turned red. So we were all like, wow, what a great number. Rate cuts are coming. Market down. All right, Adara, over at the screen. Is it or no?
It's upgrading. No.
It's over at the desk. All right, let's throw it back to the guys.
Yeah, I got away from the chart there for a second, missed this whole retracement. But yeah, back to red here. 0.1 for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. There's the Qs. Well, that was fun while it lasted, I guess. We'll see if this is a sell the news event. But yeah, let's have a look at the overall market here.
Yeah, all right, guys, here is the look. We closed out yesterday aggressively higher at that, 5688. We did breach 5700 in the pre-market today on that CPI number. It was ever so brief, though, 570775. So we'll say that 5700 is still going to be that elusive resistance level to the downside. Really not a whole lot to chart here. This 56.5 is the last consolidation area that we were at on the 9th. So let's use that as support.
All right, listen up. Brand new way to get the watch list. Go to the description of this video. The link on screen there as well, top of the screen right now. The link is in the description of the video, though. You can click on that, Trader TV-Live over at Beehive, and subscribe with your email. Comes right to your inbox every single day, has everything you need to know. Daily in the pre-market, here's MicroStrategy. What a move this thing's had so far this morning, a better part of 6.5%. Now, mind you, this is a very thinly traded stock. There's not a lot of liquidity or volume behind this move, so tread lightly if you're going to $1,400 now, but will be $140. Not bad.
Yeah. And the liquidity's light now, but who knows what it'll be at post-split, especially when retail gets involved. The split really doesn't affect institutional investors. It really is more for retail. So we'll see if Michael Saylor is able to get a lot of the fans or his followers that he has to trade with him there. All right, so here's the deal. The split will be executed August 1st, 2024, but trading will commence on a split adjust basis on August 8th, 2024. It's going to be for Class A and Class B common stockholders, so look out for that.
Yeah, the big point I think here is, as you mentioned, until now, anyone who is following Michael Saylor, yeah, I'm sure they're invested in all kinds of different cryptos, including Bitcoin, but they've never had the ability to invest in him, or limited ability given your situation and funds, obviously. So opening the door here for a lot more retail interest, guys.
Loving life. All right, man. See you.
All right, see you, Raheem. Always got to have fun with Raheem there.
Funny.
Raheem is more interesting than Michael Saylor. He's more interesting than Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor's like down here. Raheem Alani's way up there. So look, we talked about that split. I said more exciting when Broadcom is going to. But if you look at, we've talked about these wedges, and actually we were talking about wedges yesterday on the aftermarket show with Chris Brecher as well. And when you get a stock making a tighter wedge, the tighter it gets, the more explosive the breakout might be. So you're getting a little condensation or whatever. It's not really condensation. You're getting a condensed wedge here in MicroStrategy around this 50-period moving average, but that's not the one in the crypto play that I'm the most excited for. I think a lot of times this is the kind of move if you're maybe you can trade options in something like this because it is a pretty localized breakout. And if it were to pull back like 13.5, 13.6, looks good. You get a 60,000 break today, and it's got a lot of room to the next resistance level. I just feel as a day trader, you always find something you can express the trades in a little bit better. And Mara has that 19 level, as I mentioned earlier. So that 19, if it pulls back kind of into this condense area just underneath 19 quarters or so, like look for a trend long, plenty of room. So I think you're running some real trouble at 20.5. But keep your eyes on BTC today. That 60,000 level is obviously going to be key. We're at 59 now, 58.9 something, and we're getting pretty darn close. But I think that 60,000 gets breached or we trend into it. You want to have something in the crypto space on your radar. Good for you if you happen to like MSTR, but I've never traded it, and I promise you I will not, at least until after the split, possibly, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, just a levered Bitcoin.
You can trade IBIT too,
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do. They raise capital at cheap rates, put it into Bitcoin, and then if Bitcoin rips up, then, they're paying 2 or 3% or whatever they are on those offerings, and, Bitcoin moves that much in an hour. So, but can also go against you. That's why it's very, very highly levered. Look, we have Broadcom tomorrow, I believe, right, is the split date. So tomorrow Broadcom will be, what kind of, I don't even know what they're doing. Are they doing 20 to 1? I'll look it up. But either way, tomorrow is that day. So I think that's going to be a headwind. So someone messaged me on the sticky note about it. And I just remember NVIDIA was 118 when it came down. It traded around there, got to like 116, maybe 116.50, 117. And then started to pop up after that, but still kind of hovered around some of those spots. We saw Walmart break back down below, hovered below that was 60 marker. Then when it took that out, then it was, nothing but, blue skies ahead for Walmart. So I could see Broadcom right here splitting out. If we can get something in and around 1,700, we'll see what that price is tomorrow.
It is 10.
It's 10? Okay, so $170 then tomorrow. I think we like that. So we'll leave Broadcom alone for today, but I could actually see, and it's up 1%, right? But I could see it being relatively weak against the other ones, and I could be completely wrong here. I just think ahead of the split, I could see some people cashing out of this price, and it's had a nice little run from.
I think it might be aftermarket tomorrow, so effective Monday, because they report aftermarket tomorrow, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense to split effective.
They report?
Yeah, they report tomorrow.
No, Broadcom just reported.
AVGO?
Yeah.
I have. Oh, never mind. No, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Broadcom
wrong.
was one of the last.
It was. I'm reading it's the wrong mark, or it's the wrong month. Yeah. But it's June was June 12th they reported, but it's Friday, July 12th. It's June 12th, July 12th. But no, it's it looks like July 12th. At least the article I'm reading says aftermarket close
Right.
Friday, July 12th.
So that would make sense.
Which
Okay.
means I don't miss it, which is, for a second I was like, oh no, I'm going to miss the
I don't
first
think it'll be
day.
that big of it. Well,
I don't think it's that big of an event, but if they do sell the news, that's the day that you want to trade it. That's all.
yeah. So I really want to get into Broadcom. I think that with Apple and with all these stories here, mobile game going hard. I mean, we saw ARM and things like that. I mean, Broadcom's going to be a winner, and it has been a winner. And it's been just one of those other names that you could have played instead of NVIDIA. You know, I mean, people are like, oh my God, why am I not in NVIDIA? There's so many other plays. I mean, this name back in January was, well, I mean, I guess it was a little bit volatile here, but either 1,100, 1,000, something like that. And you got up to 1,800, right? So you're up 80% here so far in 7 months. So great trade for Broadcom, and I don't think it stops here, but I'm going to wait for it to split.
We're talking about the weather. It's been very rainy this week.
Yes.
AMD back to the upside this morning. A couple of notes here. Wells Fargo with one of them, mostly to the upside. We go once again for AMD. If you remember yesterday, if you missed it, they announced this acquisition of Silo AI. Caused a huge move up through 185 as well. We test that this morning, but like the market coming back in here.
Yeah, maintaining the overweight rating, bumping up the price target from 190 to 250 is Wells Fargo. Roth MKM also chiming in on AMD today with another upgrade. Here's to build on what Brendo was talking about. Silo AI, it's a Finnish AI startup. They bought them out for about $665 million, all cash deal, no stock. It's supposed to strengthen AMD's AI services and compete with NVIDIA. We know NVIDIA has the lead in software for AI with CUDA, Brendo. It's supposed to accelerate the customer engagement and development. We'll have to see how they do. And they also make LLMs in different languages for Europe, Swedish, Icelandic, Danish. So it gives them a bit of a foothold there.
Yeah, good to see for AMD. The market overall trying to bounce here as well, holding 503 here for the Qs, guys.
Yeah, look, so I have AMD written down here as, I mean, it's on the sticky note. You can go find After TV Sean, but it's going to be my number one idea. And it's just like, I really like NVIDIA, and I actually was thinking about it. NVIDIA's only $130, AMD's $180. So I could see sort of now it's kind of like how you flip it up, because now AMD, if you have a little bit less capital, it might be better to trade actually NVIDIA because it's $50 less. But there are different ETFs and different derivative products that you can trade for these names. I don't know if there's one for AMD anyway, actually, but look at this level here. AMDL, there you go. Thank you, Son. Yeah. Oh, wow, these things, man. Whenever there's money to be made, someone's going to make a product. Like there's going to be AMDL 3 or 3 times the levered or X.
You got
3X, I don't know. But anyways, I was thinking about, so I wrote down 180 because we wrote down everything before CPI and I had no idea where we were going, and it was at 183 at that time. I thought if we got a bad number, no matter what, I wanted to buy this 180. So I wrote that down. But now that we're here and we see the number and the market's trying to hold zeros, I guess, right now. So what about this 180, 150? I don't think the story's gone here in Chipland. They're down today, which is why I wanted to look at it, why I thought there would be weakness. So relatively weak against the peers. Normally that's a short. So let's think about this. If we get going again, for some reason this kind of thing happens, then we are going to look at 187 to try to short that against that wick. So that's going to be a trade for me for sure. A short up here if we really get going. But you saw yesterday, huge move there at 9 o'clock on that news where they bought an AI company, and then all the way back down. So you went up to 180, 150. And look, this is my number one stock that I lost on yesterday. So I'm not even like thinking about yesterday in the fact of what happened. It was a different story. Today's a new day. Let's trade it. But there's the move down, 180, 150, all the way down to 178. Now that coincides with sort of where we were in the pre-market, some of these levels. So if we look to see what's happening here today, nice move up, coming back down. So you're looking at these pre-market levels right now of 183. That could be something that holds. But I just don't like what the market's doing. The market went up, and since then, it couldn't get going. It tried. It got to the highs and failed. Came all the way down, basically just as dramatic of a move down. Went back up, couldn't get going, made a new low, comes back, hits VWAP, cannot go again, downside. So you tell me what this looks like. I think this looks like a short. And if that's true, then AMD probably gets into this 180, 150 area where I think it might be time to pull the trigger for the long. So, hey, we wrote down 180. If 180, 150 fails, let's get the heck out at 181 break and then we'll trade it off 180 flat. So we're not going to take multiple dollars here today on the hit. We're going to take it on the win. So that's what we're doing here for AMD.
As we were just getting filmed by Raheem there, he's like filming, having some fun. But look, AMD
that's
trend,
$20, Raheem.
Trend up, I think. Since it broke that channel, I just want to look for continuation. The channel break got you to the resistance at 187.5. You're $4 away from that. Bless you, Brankos. I just think look for the dip. And there's really not much else,
Brankos, you good, bro?
to look at except for...
Okay, now he's just playing around. Now he's playing around.
First of all, those were the loudest sneezes that outside of myself, because I see way too often. But that dude just let go. So I'm just looking dip buy in AMD. Got to be very patient, because if this falls at the open, we've seen it really fall. So we'll let it make that rounded bottom. But I just want to keep my eye on the overall trend. And that overall trend has been a good one. So wait for the spot. You got the 180. You do have the 181.5. And then the only other name, you can look at NVIDIA if you want. I still have this 3540 on target here for Intel. It gets up to that price 2 days ago, it wasn't yesterday, and it kind of dumped off the open. It's resistance on the daily from earnings. If there is a dip buy into 34 in here, I think we cross that bridge when we get there. But that 3540 on Intel is a pure over-under for me. Gets up there the first time, I think it's worth a shot for the sale. But if we're holding a bid above 3540, maybe 35.5 looks like a breakout for me on INTC. Those are the chip names on my watch. Oddly enough, not NVIDIA either.
Crypto back to the upside once again this morning. It was pretty volatile there at 8:30 with that number, but we are coming back in with the overall equity market as well. 60,000 still doesn't get touched, but only by a little bit. We are off the highs here for crypto, but I mean, there's the MSTR story and angle as well.
Yeah, and we saw earlier in the week that there were net inflows into the spot ETFs for Bitcoin, so that was good. IBIT as well as some others, so keep your eye on that. Multiple analyst comments today about Coinbase. One from Goldman maintaining their neutral rating, but bumping up the price, or reducing actually, the price target from 255 down to 215. Barclays also maintaining their underweight rating on Coinbase. Benjamin Budish, the analyst there, reducing it, Brendo, to 196 from 204. So a bit of a tougher look for Coinbase.
Yeah, if you zoom in a little bit, fading that 59,500 level from yesterday morning that we touched early on as well.
That's what we want to break out. But the thing about breakouts is if you don't actually take out that top, you guys know, like resistance is resistance. It is what it is. But the trend has been to the upside. So as long as we can hold higher lows, and I say we, I'm just talking about Bitcoin here, as long as it can hold higher lows into that break, I want to be looking for longs. We already mentioned Mars. I'm not gonna go over Mara 19 again because we already talked about that. Coinbase would be a similar kind of notion. You got the higher low, which has been set already, so that's like a 218 and a possible trend up. I just like where Mara's base is at that 19 level a little bit more than Coinbase, but it doesn't necessarily matter. You're getting essentially the same kind of consolidation in here on Coinbase that you could trade off of. I just like the support on Mara at that 19 level a little bit more than that.
Just real quickly, we'll take another piece out here for 80 cents because I just don't know. We talked about this with Brian Shannon the other day. Like sometimes if you get a nice little win here in the pre-market, you might as well take advantage of it. So there it is right there, and there's another out for us on at 85 there on Amazon. So that was a good one. I didn't actually even notice Coinbase the last couple days, and I'm glad that they sort of mentioned it there on the desk because with crypto starting to go now, Coinbase does have. It isn't. They're one of the companies that we're looking to get added as well. They were added to the NASDAQ, right, or the S&P, or one or the other. I'm gonna have to double check. Maybe they're in both already. But this is a good name. We talked about having one coin to rule them all, and I think that's why Uber gets a lot of a bump instead of a lift. There's many examples of Tesla and sort of being kind of first to market. I think there's a lot of traders out there that do have Coinbase accounts, and as Bitcoin starts to go back to the upside. Maybe there's more confidence. They could get some more revenue from transactions. But at the end of the day, Coinbase has a lot of things working for them. There's some buy now options with Coinbase on different websites for paying with Bitcoin and things like that. So, I mean, we can talk some more macro things there. But if crypto is going to go and it's 58 and 31, so does Coinbase. So, again, a nice move. And then, it is having a hard time up here. And I don't know why. So I think this break of 227 right into here, maybe, yeah, that's wise because it's way too choppy. There really isn't too many levels here. Ooh, you know what? This is probably, now that I look at this, probably going to be a pass, honestly, for Coinbase. I'm not really seeing anything in here that's super enticing to me for that. Let me go over to HUD 8 quickly. I know we talk about Mara sometimes. That could be looked at as well. But yeah, there's a nice dip down into HUD 8, $15. See, this looks a little bit better on a daily chart, trying to hold 1480s, 1450s. So maybe a dip back into 15 for something for HUD 8. I could get behind that. So yeah, crypto definitely on watch today as it comes bouncing back. But for me, it's the same thing, man. ETHE, if this starts to go and we hear anything about the ETFs or anything like that, then we'll look for this. We talked about this little level here for Ethereum, 2890. Futures now on the ES and NASDAQ both just went green again. So let's wait to see what happens there. We were red back here, now trying to bounce off a view up one more time. So a good out so far there on Amazon. A couple times, only a third left of this trade. Let's go talk about Apple.
Remotely. All right, Apple downside here a little bit this morning, 0.4 now negative after a nice move higher to 233 on the CPI print this morning. Again, if you're joining a little bit late, CPI better than expected, downside to the tune of 0.1%, more than we've seen in better part of a couple of years. Apple, though, holding on to a key level here from yesterday afternoon. Yeah, they're going to open their tap and go payment system to rivals. They also settled that antitrust deal that they had over in the EU.
Yep.
For this 6 months anyways, until the next one comes.
Exactly, because you never know when the regulator is going to come knocking again, especially with the financial situation that we find ourselves in. All right, so it was a 4-year investigation that got concluded. It was into Apple potentially limiting competition in mobile wallets for iPhones vis-a-vis Apple Pay. So they will open up the NFC spectrum to other possible tap sort of payees. We'll have to wait and see how long this lasts, but they have until July 25th of this year to execute the deal, and then the deal will be in place for 10 years, after which it can be reviewed again.
I was just noting oil. I mentioned on the 830 number, we had a nice move higher, but has completely reversed that and actually selling off pretty hard now, back to negative once again for oil after the initial move higher.
Yeah, oil. Yeah, I mean, everything was bouncing, and then now everything's coming back in a little bit. It is nice to see, as we talked about, crypto still holding high. So that's something interesting to look at for sure. But hey, I was actually thinking about this on the drive in this morning, and we're up 40% on our Apple position that we took in April off these levels. That's probably worth taking. It's trading at 32 times. That is historically high for Apple. The market is real juicy right now. You're getting how many up days? I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on what? A super cycle on AI? They haven't monetized any of this stuff yet. Look, I believe it's going to happen, that's for sure. But Apple often has 20% pullbacks. I mean, Apple, even just this year, we were already at $200 and we fell back to $165. That's take off $35 on 200, right? So you're down 17, 18% right there. You're down 17, 18% or more right here. So that's twice. That's a 20%. Let's call it 18% there, 18% there. And you know, we could see something again. We went from 220 real quietly back down into 205 as well. So that's also another kind of a pullback opportunity there for Apple. So look, do I want to get some out? It sounds like it. So I'm thinking about doing that right now on some Apple today. I don't know what this day is going to mean here if we have like a big red candle. You never want to get out on lows. Like, I don't want this thing to be down 3% today and I sell at the bottom, because that's kind of useless. So we'll see what happens here throughout the day. But hey, look, this is tap to pay. Come on, whatever. All these lawsuits and all these sort of investigations and lawsuits, I guess, penalties and fines and all that. They just pay them as if it didn't even matter. I got Apple on my eye right there. But the thing is that honestly, I like the name, but when I look at the levels, I don't see much. So maybe a 231 long-ish area. I'm kind of thinking short the way this market reacted here. So let's hold out that this Amazon can work, and let's try to see an Apple in and around 233.50-ish, that all-time high. If we can get a short in and around there. Obviously, that's a take, so we'll see. I'm going to hands off the keyboard on Apple early.
Yeah, I'm kind of hands off the keyboard on Apple as well today. I don't know that that's the catalyst that I want, but like I wanted to get to like maybe the Chinese ADRs. I know we only have 7 minutes to go, so very quickly, Alibaba, 2% to the upside. You do have the regulators adding some more curbs on short selling, and that does help prop things up. It's more important that it broke that 76 level yesterday, and now today we're breaking the 200-period moving average at like 76, 75. So that's the one that we like. Definitely trend upside. We've seen this on light volume do like the dip at the open. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, but that would be the play. Dip in a previous high, that's yesterday's top, 76, 65. That'd be around that 50 period on the daily. Even if that breaks, the 76 level looks pretty good. It's exactly where it closed. So Alibaba, like Palantir, looking for that buy the dip scenario. And the good news with them is that the market gives it back. Sometimes the Chinese ADRs can just do their own thing. So if we do get another pullback, at least this can buck that trend when it has its own news. So up a couple of points here today, looking for the dip buy here on Alibaba.
Let's go on to QuantumScape. There is a short percent to note on this, still significantly high, 33%. Meanwhile, to the upside this morning through $7. Licensing deal here between Volkswagen's battery group, which is PowerCore, and QuantumScape. So long story short, PowerCore going to be able to use some of QS's technology on the solid state battery side of things to get manufacturing going.
Yeah, and this replaces the joint venture agreement that they had together before. Volkswagen and QuantumScape were working together. Now they're going to license, as Brendo mentioned, the battery or the manufacturing battery cells technology. They're looking to basically scale this. It hasn't been able, it's more of a science experiment so far, unable to do that scale. This is the first opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's a matter of time. Toyota have been talking very highly about solid state technology as well, but as you said, they've still yet to get it in a compact version.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's been talking about this for quite some time. So a couple of things are happening. Like you have, look, QuantumScape has done this before where you get a big rally to the upside. This is just like a day one, but you get that big candle and it reverses it. But if you look at that overall trend, it's been breaking the trend for a couple of days. So on that news, I think we'll try to keep it pretty simple. It already pulled back off of $8, so clearly any breakout above $8.10 is going to be a wild one with that short float. But then the 650 level. We nibbled in here, but 650 was the previous resistance. If it dips down there at the open, I think that warrants its own trade. I'm just in the consolidation here above $7. If it loses 7, I think I'm going to be looking for a 650 bounce play. If we lose 7 at the open, I'm going to dip out. We're waiting for like in 775, 8. And if 8 breaks, I'd rather be long going into 8 than try to take long at that $8 break, because if it fails, I think you're right back into VWAP pretty quickly on QS. I feel like there's a few things that we didn't cover today. Obviously it's going to happen, but I don't think we went over Tesla with 4 minutes to go here at the open. I guess Tesla might right itself if you're watching it. Is clearly you have a double top at that 267.5, but Tesla yesterday was a rocket ship off of these lows. If we somehow see that bottom again underneath 260, it doesn't seem likely with that number, but that's got to be a go zone when it did that wick on yesterday's trade. I think the first dip would obviously be trying to hold red to green. My original plan when I sat down was looking for the dip back into yesterday's lows. The 830 number happened and we ramped to the upside, so just have to look a little bit different and maybe go for a bit of a higher low in here. So previous close was 263 area. I think you look at that number at 830 and say give it back into that bottom. So Tesla is on the radar as I feel it should be. The volume has been tremendous pretty much every single day here on this name since it started squeezing. Don't really have any short ideas for it here on Tesla. First look will be a buy the dip.
I wrote down QuantumScape. I'm not in this name, but $8 I would think, and that's just what I put on the sticky note. I was like, fade it up to $8. Like, if it gets there and breaks it, then you just punch out. Like, so again, we've seen so many names have huge news. We talked about Longeveron yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? And we were long that one, and that did not work out for us. I think it was yesterday, as that came back in all day. And I can see the same thing happening here. A lot of excitement there. And look, they need customers. They need these batteries to work. And if they do, then it's a home run. So we'll wait to see about this. It's been so crushed. I remember trading this actually live on the show in the pre-market. And we were long this name like in the 30s. I remember getting out. This thing can load back forever. This was like a $50, $60, $70, $80 name. QuantumScape, and just fell all the way down to $4 or $5. It might have even been higher than that if you look at a weekly chart. So this name has a lot of room back up to the upside if you believe in it, but you have to believe in it. And I don't know if I do on a move like this today, up 30%. Risky to step in there and buy it. Lucid with a sell imbalance. Just want to look at this before. Are we going back to the desk at all? Probably not, right? Okay, good. So, all right, perfect. Lucid right there with 1 million share to sell. There's gold. There's QS, by the way, with a bid of a million. So that's interesting. Gold, we talked about that today, up another 2.36%. Now remember, this is Barrick gold. This is not gold, but GLD, if you want to look at something that's gold. Hims and Hers right here with a little bit of a buy imbalance as well, $21. We can watch out for that. There's Palantir, as Neil's mentioned again. We love some Palantir around here. I actually got the hat. I saw it was in my car. Someone asked me where it was the other day. Might have even been.
How did you get in the car?
I don't.
I
was
asked
wearing
like
it.
twice.
I don't know. I wore it. I was wearing it around, and I just wore it out of here.
Oh, okay,
and it was in my car. Yeah. I left it in there to bring back in here, so I did find it in there. But anyways, all right. So with a little bit of time to go, only 1 minute. We'll look for Amazon to add to this short if it does want to pop back up even more. We like that trade for sure. One name that we didn't get over today was Uber. I think we could short Uber in and around 70. Nice move downside yesterday, but we already touched that 70 marker. So maybe a little bit higher than that. Uber's on my mind. AMD will watch out for this name as it's now up. Market trying to figure out what it wants to do. If not, go lower right now. Let's have our eyes on some chip names. I know you're also looking at Intel and was there news about Tesla or?
No, it just dipped another $2 in here. So with 30 seconds to go, hey, maybe it is. Look, maybe it does want to retest yesterday's bottoms, but that's still $5 from here. So first look would have to be down around this close support that it had. So 20 seconds in here, looking at Intel, obviously we talked Tesla, Apple making some moves. You are getting a bit of a pullback again in this market. So do watch out after that number, that CPI, which, hey, bit of a break of trend, but it doesn't matter. Price action is always going to rule the day, regardless of what we think. ADR, ring it on this Thursday in 2 and 1. Let's go.
I was watching the time. That was like almost a perfect ring right there.
There's a delay on that button.
Opening up as well. So yeah, I know. I've been doing it when you're not here. I'm always like 5 seconds off. All right, so Amazon trying to make lows again. We just touched in around that low of 75. So let's see if it does continue to hold it. The name that I was just a little bit, AMD's not doing anything, was Apple was the name I wanted to look at because that just dripped right into 231. I think that's a buy down there, at least early just to see if it wants to hold. So let's try a little hold early here in and around 231 for Apple. So we're going to put a bid now down just close to 231. See if we can get a hold here on Apple. Let's go 231 teens. Get out if it breaks. I mean, that was just a wick down there to 231. Should have been buying that dip for Apple, but we didn't. So let's see if we get an opportunity to do it again.
Wow, look at the move to the downside on some of these names. So here's a bit of a bounce here on Tesla, but that's not the one I wanted to get to. Because Tesla, I was on the level 2 of. Sorry, guys. But Palantir goes right into that 2820 level and comes out the other side. What a huge pullback there for Palantir. It actually gets that 20 level, wicks it, and then made a bottom at 14s. Like, grab some 18s. We're going to have to get some out on the way up to VWAP. That was a pretty precipitous fall on some names, including PLTR. And Tesla, as mentioned, might have to sit this one. Yeah, we're not getting anywhere near that 262, 261 area just yet. So Tesla, have to play some patience. AMD as well. I do feel like we have to be patient with that one. Nothing really happening except for a break to the upside. We want to dip buy. There's no dip buy at all on this stock.
So Meta's weak here against the market. Meta's already down 1/4 point. I'm going to start the short now. I was looking at this name. I was thinking this 35 area as an out if we're wrong. So let's look out for Meta here. We are not, again, yesterday we had that really strong break in AMD that we had thought, and then it just dropped out $2-3 on us. But again, okay, here we go. A little bit of a different story there, hopefully today. Let's see if we can take a quick dollar on Meta right now. I don't know. It's moving a lot. There it goes. In the money, $1, out of the money, 50 cents. Goes Meta. So let's wait to see what happens now. We're short at 533.50. Again, a weaker name, but to sit in here and wait for something to pop against you is not right. So 535 and change. Just going to put that out right now as my stop. And if we do break higher, then we're going to get out on Meta. Spread right now is like 50 cents on this name. Remember, it's a $500 name. So definitely watching out here with Meta.
Yeah, QS, we got some out there just before the open, but it lost the $7 level, so we got to wait for this 650 in here. So if we get down to 650, I'll look for a bit of a bounce, but not yet. Just want to be too early. Do not want to be too early on it. Palantir still holding right at that 28.30. They're still looking like they want to sell. I want to see this put in a higher low, and then maybe we can add to this somewhere here. So PLTR still kind of in the pocket. Amazon is just at 200 and chilling out. So we like that level above. Like I think money fills over, but I'm trying to be patient because I want to get another test higher to try to short into it, and don't want to jump in too early there. Intel was the other one, 35.80.
Right, well,
nope, no short for 35.40. Intel already heading into the downside. So we might have, if you just took the 35 short, I was waiting for 35.40 to be short in front of, so another 20 cents, and we would have been good to go. Unfortunately, nothing doing. It's AMD, which is absolutely ripping faces off. This could just be, well, you can want to dip buy all you want. It's just, now it's going to break out yesterday's high. I wanted to dip buy. I'm going to take a shot at this break at 187.5, but half reluctantly because I wanted to go dip buy hunting here, Adara.
Keep an eye on VLCN here. Vulcan, this one has run before. As you can see on the daily chart, it did undergo a reverse split in early June. No news on this, but it is worth noting we're seeing a short float of about 68%. Total market cap here under $1 million, around 916,000, and total share float of around 250,000. So lots of noting that small float and large short float here for VLCN, guys.
So we got, in talking about our trades there, we got stopped out when it broke through 535, but then it completely stopped and went back down. So we took the short again and then just made, it doesn't really matter. We made $1 on that last piece there, but we're still going to be red here on Meta, looking for more of a push down. We could have just taken 80 cents, $1 there a couple times, but let's just see. We did get spiked up there. We're going to use that high now as our out 50s again. Just want to sit on this. We did make some of that money back, but we did take the L there on Meta. Let's just see what happens. We are coming back in for Apple as well. I mean, this is, again, another one of those names where it's not worth sitting here and getting completely torn up over. Let's see if it can hold. I thought I was bidding down here on Apple. I guess, my order got taken away. Okay, there we go. We want to buy this level here. We're only going to be in it for a minute. If it breaks too much lower than right here, 230, 231, then we will get out of this name. But let's take advantage of it. If it does pop back up, we do want to, darn it, didn't go there. We do want to buy Apple over this 231. If it doesn't go, then we will exit stage left. But right now, Apple trying to go a little bit now. We're going to try to get some out as we enter rapid mode here to get some of these names out here on Apple. Just, again, couple shares. Let's see if we can make it sing. Apple, high side right now. Nice trade, my guy, for Apple as we get going there down below 231. So good little look there. Apple upside. Meta, looks like that might stop me out, but we just made a doozy there on Apple. So good little level coming into play at 231. Oh, sorry, guys, I'm still on Meta. There it is right there, Apple, boom. So nice move back up. We just got some out in the 20s and the 30s. Let's see if Apple can go up.
Apple of your eye this morning.
Yes.
That's like the, okay.
That was weird.
I'm going to say some puns in lieu of the ban that's going to happen in the middle of the day today, so it is what it is. We wanted 180. I chuckle because most of the talk on AMD was like 180 and 181.50 and all that good stuff. But AMD, the first long of the day, is like $185, which is like $3, $4 higher than what we anticipated. But it was the first available dip. But it's looking a little bit peckish. So we get 185 into VWAP looking for the dip buy. It just resisted underneath 186. So we scalp some out. If this loses 185, maybe we go back to square one. And square one was much lower than this on AMD. It was like all the way down into yesterday afternoon's bottoms. Palantir, I almost said Palantir, whatever. Palantir, yeah, whatever.
Right, yeah.
It can't get to VWAP here, so we got the dip into that 28.20, holding the 28 level, but it can't seem to get into VWAP. So I think some patience is going to be required for Palantir. And Amazon doesn't want to give any fills over 200. Like the selling is right at $200. Might just have to take pot shots at this. Sell it here and give it to the 35s and maybe just take multiple shots at it. If it breaks that, wait for 201. I wanted to wait till the open for this 200 Bezos sell. So we're going to get in a little bit here, maybe try to get something in the 15s and 20s, give it to the local top at 235. And if it breaks that, wait for another opportunity to go short Adara.
Great look here for Enphase right off the open. ENPH, this one popping up on volume, announcing that they have some residential and commercial products which are eligible for the domestic content bonus credit. Also talking about some U.S. manufactured microinverters and solar racking equipment for some IRA incentives. So basically some bonus incentive opportunities being announced here by ENPH. Worth noting, they do have a short float of about 10%, guys.
Yeah,
It's not bad, not huge.
We did get stopped out of our Apple as it did break a little bit lower there. We are $1 in the money on Meta, and Amazon's $1 as well, trying to figure that name out. As that's not really moving, we're trying to look to see, we wrote down Uber $70 on the sticky note. I don't know, its high was $70.15, now down to 69 flat. So that would have been something to have a look at for sure. As we're just going to wait to see if anything pulls back into some key levels. Micron, again, if you're going to dip by some of these names, we talked about AMD a little bit there. Micron with a huge move down to 134 and change.
That's not good.
Trying to bounce now for Micron. The market goes up. This name probably follows. I mean, a nice little move down again, trying to base out. So if you're going to look at chip names, we obviously have to look at NVIDIA as well. And a very, very similar move for NVIDIA coming into these levels. I thought today that I wanted to wait a little bit in order to take positions. You saw we got into Meta early and lost on that one, and now we're winning early on it. Again, Apple, we got stopped out, but this, darn it, was great off 231. We'll try it maybe again right now. But the market's low, so I'm actually trying to look for some shorts, which is why I'm trying to sit here with some Meta.
Well, speaking of shorts.
Yeah, what else? What do you have that, Mike?
They had another sell action here on AMD.
Oh,
it just can't.
Not good,
No, it was good a second ago because we got a reload at 185 and we got 185.80s out. So we got a reload in it and it was a good reload, but come on. They're now starting to give you a bit of a head and shoulders look on a very low time frame, this 3 minute. If we can't hold on to support here at the 75.80 mark, just underneath 185, I think we got to wait for something else there. So we took the money and ran there on AMD, and Palantir starting to pull back. So I think it was the right decision to get some out. But I think the story for me is, can we hold on to this 85 level here on advanced micro devices? And the answer might be no. So we got a good scalp trade in there, but now we have to get out of it. Just want to see where that next level is going to be. And there's no way I want to hold an 85. If we get the buck, we get the buck. But I'm not holding 85 back into pre-market lows. Doesn't make any sense. Amazon, I decided to get in at the 200 level and not wait for 201 and 200 half. But now that we're breaking down, just kind of go with the flow here. Now, I'm looking for something else short myself. But I didn't have anything that was... we didn't have too many plans for the short trades. Got to be honest with you. The market gave you that number that looked good, right? So it is what it is.
Yeah, look, I don't have Meta written down on here either, but right now we're $1.50 in the money on Meta. We're $1.20 in the money on Amazon. So we're going to go big time right here, right now. There goes Meta. Come on now. We're bidding 533.11s. It just went to 15s. A little bit of a push down here. We should be able to get this one back in. We trusted Meta. We did get back into it. We got stopped out there. We talked about it. We got stopped out at the highs. But since then, more shorts in and trying to take some profit. Look, it'd still be a losing trade. I mean, you got to manage these trades and see if you can do some damage in the right spots. Micron, we did not go long this name because, look, it's still going lower. Remember, we want to short weak names and long strong names. And you wait now, Micron is weak as the market is trying to pull into these areas as well. So I'm looking for more shorts. That's really all that we're trying to do right now. It's a shame that we did not get that Meta down there. Meta might be strong. We might be on the completely wrong name here. Meta, being a $500 name, should have already dropped like $5, and it did not do that. So little worried here about Meta. Amazon, again, bouncing off these levels. We saw these levels yesterday, didn't we? 190, yeah. So we made money, good money at the end of the day yesterday buying these 40s. I'm feeling like that's a really good area here. 199.50 to cover this Amazon trade. At that area, it'd be about $1.20 in the money. We just had it, and it gave up. So why don't we get back into or get out of this one right here, 199.50, and hope that Meta falls finally. I mean, that needs to get picked up there. I think it does. And then
this market's coming down.
I know. That's what's really making me mad, because we should have more of a move down here for Meta. Man, we're making some cash on some of these shorts. Will it last? We don't know. But at the desk is Adara.
Casio Therapeutics here. KZIA looking to run for the second day in a row. Currently halted, up more than 100%. Initially started trading higher yesterday, announcing some positive data from a comparative study of its glioblastoma treatment. So KZIA moving up here, guys.
I hit my halt scanner. I heard the call for there. I'm like, yeah, we're going to talk about this KZIA. And I'm like, I'm curious to know what the name of that company is going to be. But forget about that for a second. Palantir, first dip. We like that 28.20 level. That was all you could get.
Yes.
But it can't seem to hold the 28. So we got to be a little bit more patient. The big level would be 27.20 or then reclaim this 28 level. Where is the next bid on Zon? Down here in the quarters. I'm going to move that into Magic Johnson territory.
Look at this.
Down at the 32. Only thing working into this downside is Amazon. And I looked over, Tesla's catching another bid. We're just not getting down here at that 262 area. You're getting higher lows at 263. So the Tesla dip buy area looks like it is going to be 263 and not the afternoon bottoms per se. It is that previous close price that looks like the go spot.
Yeah, good talk there. Almost 2 now for Meta, as we just covered some at 533.30. Good fill, but we're waiting for lower, man. 532.50 is where I'm sitting at right here into this sort of pre-market level. Let's see if we get that. We almost did, right? One little crack lower, and we should have it. Obviously, it's $1 in the money on Amazon, as Neil was talking about that. So we like that stock, that's for sure here today. To the short side, it was one of the top ideas that we had listed down here. So good little level. Doesn't mean it's going to be great, but I'm still looking for a little bit lower. That touch rate there at 40 is enough for me. So I'm going to put a bid at 50, see if we can't cover that Amazon trade, as I think it's the right thing to do. So let's do that. We've already saw a level from yesterday. This is where we put on the biggest trade in Amazon for me anyways, that I've ever had on was yesterday right here. And there it is right there. Spin it right there. That is your $1.30 winner there on Amazon. And by the way, if you're joining me early, I posted this trade right when we had it in. So I put this trade up on a sticky note on my Twitter there at 8:40 that we were short Amazon. So there it is right there, $200.80 out, $199.50. For that one. We'll wait to see if we can make some money on this Meta. As look, man, it just bounced again. Look at this market retracing back upside. Man, did we ever, you know what, on Apple? That was an absolutely awesome trade down there that we gave up. Like, unbelievable when it breaks that. But good trade, needless to say, for Apple, but bad out. So there it goes. 232.50 now for Apple. Wow. I like that. That might be a short there for Apple.
Wow, Apple.
Yeah.
That is one heck of a reversal. I see some people talking about Tesla. I'm going to get there in a quick little second, but we got back into QuantumScape. Why? Because it touched off 650. So we waited for 650. It just bounced 57s. I got 64s and 65s in there, and it just bounced to 68. I got VWAP at 7 is the next target, and then we try to hold for a VWAP break on QuantumScape. It does have a bit of a short float, as everybody knows, so do want to respect that. If it wants to go, you want to hold on to some for the dream. So there's Tesla. By the time I decided I wanted to get the higher low off 263, you can see what's already happening here. It wants to break the high. So with patience, VWAP is going to be 265. And we're just going to have to wait for a little VWAP action. Tesla is strong like a bull. It's a completely insane stock at this moment. So QS, it was a new trade action that we have in here. About to get VWAP, which is at 7. I just looked at it. I'm like, VWAP's at 7. You should just be selling 96s. So I just took some out at 96. We'll ring the register there, but it needs to break 740. If we break 740, the next play is into 8, which is big on the daily. That is the next big level on the daily chart, is going to be that $8 level on QuantumScape. So if it gets to that price, I'm always trying to get out at levels like that and then make a secondary play if it can break out on the daily. Here comes Amazon retesting the Bezos sell zone, which is what I'm calling it, that $200 level. So every time it breaks 200, I'm looking for a failure over the $200 level and then play back in to said downside. AMD still calming itself down, but Tesla has no chill. None whatsoever. Just took out 268. Be patient. Next available dip buy in Tesla. Next available dip. It'll tell you what to do if we're trending up.
I mean, bang on Amazon there. I mean, we have the top pretty much and the bottom there, like that 199.50. Let's have a quick look at that if that comes into play again. And in a move that, where's Randy? I need another coffee ASAP. This is a short. I thought I was putting a bid on Amazon. Instead, I put a bid on Apple. We just shorted this thing at 232.05 on Apple. That's 80 cents in the money right now. and I got out for flat because I made a mistake. And that's going to happen all the time. Not enough. It doesn't happen that much to me, but it does happen. And it happens all the time to traders. And this is just another example. We nailed that call, but unfortunately we don't have it. I just want to show that to everybody because that is something that just did happen right there to me. But we're now $2 though. We don't have to worry. What's up, Ozan? Right there. There comes the cow coming through on Meta. And it is now officially your $2 winner right here. The first one of the day. We'll see if we can get it back in a little bit more here and make a little bit of cash. It needs to fall down. We need to get filled first. But if you take that bid, you get it. And there it is right there. So that's your trade so far. Good little move there anyways on Meta back down into the downside. So yeah, man, things are going well over here. That Apple trade really burns me up because we did have that there. So yeah, let's cancel everything here on Apple and then just wait. That's crazy. We just had $1.50 or $1.30 there, and we pushed the wrong key. All right, let's go. But by the way, it's now $3, Neil, in the money for Meta. $1, $2, $3 now for you guys on Meta. So that was a good one.
Yeah, good one over there on Meta. Sometimes you got to be patient. I've had that happen. Sometimes you go to switch to level 2, you don't hit that. There's a million ways it can happen to you, but all you can do is move on to the next trade, which is what you have to do. Short memory like a closer in baseball. The reload, first available dip on Tesla, and it does not even get anywhere near VWAP. It tags at 267. It's making another push to the high of the day. So we'll take another shot at the next available dip. I did get a reload in Amazon here, right at VWAP and that $200 level, as it continues to show that same trend. So right underneath that 200, we're taking the Bezos short. I'm back in a Palantir after it made this huge wick bottom. We had the long off 28, it broke 28, but then it reestablished 28.20 with a vengeance. So you had a big time reversal here on Palantir. If we get above VWAP, I think this one has a chance to go. But remember, the market is weak here today. Tesla's strong, market overall weak. I still want something in the chip space to the short side. You showed me Micron. Intel rejected 35 with abundance. So this at VWAP, I was looking Intel 35.40 short. It rejected 35. A lower high in here, right at VWAP, would make some sense. So I'll look for a pop, fail at VWAP for a potential short here in Intel. Looks like it's setting up as well.
All right. Yeah. So we just have Meta short. That's $3. We sort of talked about that. I don't want to beat that one up too much. Microsoft, I mean, we're still in it. If this market falls, let's hold Meta because we've already crushed it. Like Amazon was already pretty much picture perfect. Let's see if we could do something similar here. I think we already have done that. I am bidding 531 on Meta, so hopefully that one will come in, and then we'll be able to see what happens from there. But yeah, Microsoft. Look, stocks just don't go down, do they? Microsoft bounces off 461, 462, bounces up almost $1 right now. So if you are looking for potentially something, okay, come on. Where are we bidding? We're bidding right here, right now, baby. That's actually us at 11. Can we get the fill on Meta? I don't know as we sit there and hold it up. But did we get it? No, we did not. Oh, we just missed that. No. We were holding that bid. We were at 531.11 right there on Meta. That is tough, man. We were just there. That's okay. It held us. And there you go. You did just see it live. What can happen, of course. If you put live bids in there and they see you and run away. I was bidding 531.11 and it just stopped. So we're only getting out some pieces of this name. Hopefully it'll come back in and give us that other shot. We may or may not be bidding that price anymore. Let's see. There it is. We're out right now. We bid in the 20s. Haha. Joke's on me because now it's going to break 531. But we get out, we change up our prices. And there it is, Neil. That's a $4 one right there. It's another one. We're putting them up on the board here today, man. QS, Neil's got Palantir, Amazon, Intel. We're into Meta right now. It's a big day over here and a big day on the desk with A.
Part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving in the markets and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your field trial today.
And I think I just heard something in my ear as well. Oh yeah, the market's going to the downside. It's tanking, we're tanking. 199 just broke on Amazon, so it is flood city.
Yes,
we just got VWAP on Intel. Maybe Micron's better. I didn't take a second look at Micron, but we like the shorter high on Intel. We just grabbed it here at 68s. We're already back into the low of the day. If we break the low, we're going to hold for this level. Well, if this breaks, we're going to hold for 34 and a quarter to the downside. So we got the buck in Amazon. The good news is, hey, we got a couple of longs here. Palantir is now above VWAP. So it's holding some relative strength. It needs to hold on to VWAP, and then maybe we'll get a retest of the high of the day. But some relative strength over there in Palantir as the shorts are definitely coming in here. To this point, it has worked out pretty well, and I cannot argue with the out on AMD. I think we got out of the way of that one at exactly the right time. 85 was holding, we got 86s, but AMD is now about to test that 181.50 that we were talking about earlier. So this and 180. And the market's screaming to the downside. I'm not going to just stand in front of the level. I want to see some kind of a reversal here. Show me a bounce, show me support, and then we can work off of it. But the shorts starting to pay off, or continuing to pay off. Want to look for the next little level to get out. Low of the day right now on Intel. We'll get one more piece, and then we're holding for 34 and a quarter on INTC. Amazon, I'd like to see flush even more. Tesla, by the way, still super strong.
Wow, what is happening? We're $6 now on Meta, $6. And by the way, hey man, we're back right now again. We just took 50 cents on AMD to the long side. There goes AMD. We're long at 181.50. Neil talked about that one. We talked about that in the pre-market, baby. This was our number one name on the sticky note, man. We talked about 181.50. So there it is. Huge out, huge trade. Now 70 cents in the money. DJ, give it to him. It's another one right now. There's $1 in the money again on the other side, Neil. What exactly is happening? Neil, Obi, whoever's to the right, it's great. But we've got the trades right here. That's $1 in the money on AMD long, $6 in the money on the Meta short. Oh, man, oh, man. Randy, do not bring me that other coffee, man. We are seeing everything properly right here. And this is a big one. It's props up for the desk today. I hope you guys are having a good one. Oh, Neil, did I say $1 on AMD? What about $1.50 on AMD? Right now, as that comes right back there up to the upside as we go. So yeah, man, nothing but fun, nothing but love here right now for the market. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you for coming back every single day. This is what trading's all about. We're having a great time over here. How about yourself?
Everybody's having a fantastic time. I hear the boys in the back. They're not loud and rambunctious as always, but I know it's going to be a good one here today. We don't really have anything that's failing on the desk, I don't think, but the market is. So if you find that relative strength, I think you got to stick with the names that are looking pretty strong. We did have a couple of halts. We'll go to Adara. I was going to mention MLGO. There was a halt. It just resumed right now. Maybe that's what Adara wants to mention.
Keep an eye on Pacific Bioscience here. PACB, this one, no news, up about 15%. Decent volume, seeing a bit of a volume spike here, so keep an eye on PACB. Worth noting as well, this one does have a short float of around 20.7%. Pacific Bio, guys.
Oh, man.
Okay, I thought maybe you were going to mention MLGO. MLGO, after halting to the upside, you just had a bounce off $4. It just opened up, breaking $5 in here. This is absolutely flying. After 2 days of absolute bloodshed, well, 3 days of absolute bloodshed, it's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here in MLGO. So anyone looking at that, good look there. And good luck with it. I'm not chasing anything post 2 halts. Still looking for this bottom on Amazon. You know what? I'm just going to trail it. We're going to trails on here to this local high 199.10. So I need to cancel my stop. We don't need a stop above 200 anymore. If we get back there, I think you just got to make another decision. If you get back to the 200, is it an automatic short again? I don't know. That would be a heck of a recovery on Amazon. And then Intel, this just broke the low of the day. We didn't have the first short on Intel because I was waiting for a little bit higher, but now breaking afternoon support and looking for this 34 and a quarter into the downside. That'd be a couple of percentage points for Intel to the downside if it gets there. It's down 1% now, which is 1% more than what the NASDAQ is down. So clearly this is a weak name. QuantumScape, we're still in that long. We did scalp some out of this, but it cannot seem to break this trend. And breaking trend would be getting above $7 in VWAP. So we got that 650 level waiting for, and now the $7 is going to be in tow. If it breaks 7, I think it has all kinds of a chance. But it's Tesla that is the strong one here today. No questions asked. Tesla about to take 270.
Boom.
This is a monster. It's like you think, whatever. I actually, like we talk about this, you sell things at lows or at highs of the day, or all-time highs or recent highs and local highs that have been running, and you're never going to be happy in a couple of days. I know I sold a portion of my Tesla shares at 64.80 just a couple of days ago, and now we're breaking 70s. Still want to take the stairs to the upside and got to look for a dip buy that we can catch.
Oh man, yeah. Just so everybody, we're all on the same page here. This has been a fun day, but it definitely hasn't been an easy market, right? I mean, you had to pick your poisons a couple times there. Oh man, we just need to catch our breath here a little bit because we are still $1.50 in the money on this trade, and I just tweeted it out on the sticky note. I mean, there's more to come on this sticky note, but honestly, guys, we talked about it being our #1 trade was AMD, and then we reviewed it and we gave you guys this 181.50 level. So when Neil's like, "Here comes 181.50," I was like, I couldn't get over to my keyboard fast enough. And we actually got 181.54. I punched into this. Like, I didn't even care the price. The price was irrelevant to me. As soon as it was down into this area, we've already done the work, so we knew that this was an area to buy. And I think if you're going to put in, we talk about this all the time, and actually Tom Brady in his speech said this, the one thing that separates, everybody from each other is just work, being consistent. I mean, we did the work. It came in, we took the trade. And now, you really do reap the benefits of putting in that work to the point where it's a $2 winner. And, you have to be patient and you have to be willing to do stuff that sometimes is standing in sort of the face of moves like this. So there it is, man. It was a good trade. We only have 25%, 20% left on this, but we did real good holding out for some of these levels. Instantly taking it out in minutes, or one or 2 minutes, taking out $1, and then it just blowing from that level higher and higher and higher. So what's been a really good day here so far. It's really too bad that we got blown out of that meta early right there before hitting this short. But we're going to get something out at 529. I feel like if it comes back in, that's a level that we talked about yesterday, right there coming in. So 528 might be the bottom anyways. Let's see what happens here with Meta pulling rate. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. We don't want $6. Nah, let's get a little more than 6 on this. Let's get 7. What's up, Adara?
Lots moving around today, and what's been a very eventful morning, both for stocks and for economic data. We did get a whole bunch of data this morning, most of it coming in below expectations. CPI year over year, 3% versus the estimate of 3.1%. Core CPI CPI month over month actually coming in negative 0.1 versus the estimate of 0.1. So nice move down here for the CPI across the board. We also got job claims a little bit lower than expected here as well. Bit of Fed speak coming later in the afternoon, but no other economic data prints coming later in the day. Quite a few stocks to talk about here. AMD on watch, slightly down to the day, but this one is of note. We had their acquisition of Silo AI announced yesterday, getting some price target increases after the fact from Roth, MKM, and Wells Fargo. We also have JD and all these Chinese ADRs really strong here. We have China cracking down on short selling, so good look here for JD, Alibaba, a lot of these other Chinese ADR names. Last but not least, we have the real start of the new earnings season tomorrow morning with bank earnings, but we have Delta Airlines here reporting their Q2 2024 earnings. EPS miss, sales beat, and then projecting lower than expected earnings per share here for the next quarter, so they're down about 8%, guys.
Yeah, not a good look for Delta, but the Chinese ADR is absolutely running. You can go, look, I've seen the story on the gap up in Alibaba enough times to want that dip buy, but it just didn't. It was just straight shot to the upside for Alibaba and a lot of those Chinese ADRs. Amazon just broke back up through the 199 level, so we'll wait for VWAP. Maybe it'll be 200 again. There's always a chance that you could get a press back into this 200 level or VWAP to short some lower highs. So we'll try to keep it clean as it's been so far this morning. QuantumScape is going to the upside. We do not want to look a gift horse in the mouth with this, but it just broke that VWAP. So we got the 650 dip buy. If it fails 740, then I'm getting out back through it. So $8 is a big level. I think if it's going to make that press, a consolidation here where it just could not seem to do much of anything at that 740 level the first time, if it cannot break it a second time, we'll jump out on any kind of a failure. It's exactly the kind of stock that can fall $1 in a matter of seconds and go into some kind of a halt. But it is still Tesla that's going to be a runner. As much as I can say, it's been a pretty consistent morning, the only thing that's also consistent is not getting any of the dip buys in Tesla. Every time I've gone for it, I've kind of missed it by that much, to quote Maxwell Smart. And it's 270 levels coming in here. If we can pull back, next available dip seems like it's going to be now. The previous high was in here, 268 to 269. I think this is the area that I would look for the trend continuation on TSLA. Super strong name. It's the strongest name in the market right now that it is in the Chinese ADR.
Randy coming through right here, right now for us. Again, there it is right now.
Tangerine randomness.
Yeah, Tangerine Randy is his new name now. Good level there to respect on AMD. And ho-hum, guys, we'll just take $1.80 on that trade. No, sorry, $1.80. So right there, let's just do it just because it's fun. Right there, we will hit a couple winners there for you again on AMD, and what a big day it's been. Obviously here as we continue to go. So, all right. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, so that's worthy of a sip. All right, so there it is. All right, good trade there. Meta, we've been screwing this one up pretty good. It just keeps on bouncing off 529 here. So why don't we just take it out, then we'll have $6 and we'll see what happens on that one. I mean, I still think Meta could break lower maybe, but... Ooh, man, what if we do break lower? What exactly are we dealing with here? I'm going to cancel this Meta, man. I want to get greedy on this. So let's do that. Let's get exactly that. Let's get greedy now on Meta. If we break below this 528 level, what exactly, I guess it's really 526, 527, then what happens? So great short there for Meta. And again, we just tried to find something that was relatively weak. We keep talking about Amazon. We had a great trade up there at $200.70. We did get it out when we thought that was the bottom. Maybe now that's potentially the top. But what a good bottom that was at 198.50. So let's have a quick look at that. Still $5 in the money on the other side on Meta. We'll look. We'll look. We got out of the way on Apple today. It's too bad, man, because we had this Apple short at 232, and it went all the way down to 230 change. Wow, it bounces off 230. Wow, there's been so many missed opportunities, but I just wanted to say, we talked about this. It's about 50-50 green traders to red traders on the floor, and that's amazing. So I want to say a big congratulations to anybody that is green behind us, because that's awesome. And generally here on a prop floor, you don't get 50-50. We talk about how hard it is. It's generally about 10 to 20% of the traders that walk through the doors will eventually graduate, and that just means getting $2,000 basically over their lifetime of trading. And that's, now we're $7 in the money right now on Meta. So if you want to talk about graduation, this could be a graduation trade right here for those that wanted to do that. But there it is right now. Look at this move, Neil, man. This is now $7. This might take a while. 5, 6, $7 in the money. Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Adam DeLuz, everybody that's here right now. Thank you for the continued support. We just said what may or may not happen here if this breaks, and it looks like we don't have to worry about May. It is breaking to the low side right now, 528, really getting cracked out here on Meta. We like the stock up here, so let's see if it can continue to make a move down. I said up here, but of course it's down here for Meta right now.
Yeah, it's a great look, great trade in there. I think it's been one of those mornings. I'm kind of in chill mode now. QuantumScape does not hold on to that break. Normally, there are a lot of situations where you'd say, yes, look for a VWAP long. But I think I want to respect, I said if it failed that previous high where we had consolidation in the morning, that we'd wait for another opportunity. You can always break out that top at 740. We got that 650 level. We'll take it out at 710 and look for the next opportunity when it comes to that name. Palantir is continuing to cruise to the upside. This was one where we had to take an early hit on Palantir. We had it dipped into 2820, then we had it in front of 28. That didn't work. But we bought it higher. It was a huge wick. We're able to grab it at that 2820. Now it's holding on to VWAP. So I still want to find a place. If it can break this downtrend to add to this back into the high of the day. Not yet. I would like to see it hold VWAP first, and then maybe you can get that push into 2870. But for now, we just reloaded it in front of 18s. I got 18s and then a little bit there in the 20s as well. So a little bit of a press here on Palantir. It's 20 cents in the money. If we get up to that 50-60 zone, that's a good place to get out. And still hunting for that Tesla dip buy. I think patience is going to be the name of the game today. A little bit more patient this morning is going to end up working out. But here comes 270 downside. The market is weak. At some point, if the market continues down, Tesla's pulling back into VWAP. I know it's a strong stock, but the market is trend down. And usually it's going to drag a few things in here with it. And if you're going to try to reload, Intel, VWAP, try to keep it simple. First short was VWAP. Second look will be short back into VWAP one more time in here. It already broke the low of the day. Now we'll look for that second opportunity. Well, technically third, but we only had it once.
We only took $2 on AMD, but now it's $3 in the money. And by the way, $9 almost here on our friend Meta. So, yeah, man, who's joining me at the beach? What's up, Adara?
A lot of these names with more significant short floats running around today. We had PACB earlier, Unity with about an 8% short float moving around. We also have Wayfair W. This one's on the NYSE up about 5.5%. Not seeing any news on this, but a 16.9% short float. So keep an eye on anything with a decent short float here. They all seem to be moving around this morning, guys.
All right, decent short float, you say, huh?
Not Carvana.
We talked about, yeah, what is Carvana doing, by the way?
It's pulling back.
Oh, pulling.
Carvana's got a monster double top on the daily that if it squeezes through here, 137.5, it's up 0.7%. I shouldn't have said anything bad about Carvana, but it has a 137.5 level, and if it can take that out, it looks nasty, but it's already rejected underneath. That's the only reason I'm throwing any shade on Carvana at this point. But, breakouts have to break levels to go. Amazon, I wasn't really thinking dip buy, but when you pull it up, there can be the Bezos short, but there's also been support down here at the 198 and 197.5 zone on Amazon. That does look pretty good. Alibaba, hey, we like the long today, but we don't have it. So, is what it is. Alibaba now $79 up at the top here is the high of the day. I'm not chasing it. To me, the dip was into here. There was no dip buy. We couldn't really play off 76 because it didn't get anywhere near. Just didn't get anywhere near the level that we wanted here on AMD. And Tesla still doesn't want VWAP. So this is going to be the next one. I keep saying I want Tesla, and Tesla's going to get to VWAP. Tesla's going to get to VWAP. Tesla just dipped in to 269 and it held 270. Might have to take a quick little pot shot at this if it can hold that 70 level in a consolidation phase here. It's only 10:20. Still plenty of time in this morning. Forget about today. Plenty of time in this morning. Would like to see Palantir hold up a little better over VWAP, but that's still holding about 15 pennies in the money. It was 20 a second ago. But Tesla in this 270, if it gives it up, I think we see VWAP. If it holds one more time, might play it into this 271. Has to hold, though, and it's not.
All right, if you guys have anything else to talk about, let me know, because this is now $9. Meta is at 526. We are short at 535 right now. So we actually did the work, and we talked about this. Look what we could do. This is at a spot right now. This is decent area to potentially get this out. This has been a big, huge move for Meta, man. We've gotten $10 before. We've gotten $20 before. That's why we're here, man. We're here to make trades. We're here to make money. And that's what it is. And try to explain to you guys, what we're doing, what we're looking at. And, to be honest with you, this Meta, we identified this as being weak early. And the fact that it's now it's $9 in the money as it goes lower here through 526. So, good trading here. And it just continues to get even better as this day. What kind of a trade is this anyways right now? As it just continues to go, just bouncing there off 525, 526. I'm debating getting this out. But the thing is, the market could still fall in quite a bit as well. I don't know if you guys took this trade with me or not, but here comes the market back into 20,800 right now, trying to bounce. There it goes. Wow. We're almost 10 now as Meta continues to go lower here. Little bit of a bounce spot potentially. We could get out if it breaks back above 526, but this has been the trade of the month, I would say, so far probably, and it's going to just hopefully continue for us. But you got to get out at some point. So the 1 minute chart, I don't really see anything on here. If we use 527 maybe as an out, 527.60 potentially, but there it is, man. Now we're more than $9, approaching that $10 spot now. So wow, good day today. I like the stock. I don't really know what else to say. We'll look for some more opportunities, man. Nike, maybe. Yeah, some of you guys want to look at that. So we can have a look at Nike, but what's up with ADR first?
Keep an eye on DAL here. Delta Airlines, they did report earnings this morning. They're currently undergoing their conference call, so if you're involved in the name, be aware here. We do have some comments coming from the CEO saying that the domestic industry growth has accelerated through the summer months, and so there's been some impact on the yield performance in the main cabin, and that Delta is the most insulated from this dynamic. So interesting notes here. Just be aware of this DAL conference if you're looking at this name, guys.
Not particularly, but Delta, in the aftermarket show, we mentioned $42, and it was like the 50 period or the 200 period moving average. It actually looks like it held that, so congratulations to them. But if you're trading during an earnings call, all I will say to you is good luck. So we talk about being patient, waiting for that next opportunity. Tesla is now pulling back into VWAP, so we didn't chase it. We said it has to hold 270. Like, you can be like, just take the shot at 270. I want to see any buyers there. There were none whatsoever, so now you're getting the dip. Need to have this one calm down a little bit here. The other thing starting to come back in. We're still in Palantir. This was the level we like. That 2820 needs to put in the higher low for PLTR. Why 2820? Afternoon support. If it can do that same hold here in the teens that it did before, then we can add to it. And Intel close to, it's making that push down in. Target was down here at 34.25, right off of yesterday's lows. We're going to park the bid in there and just get out on INTC. We didn't quite get to VWAP for a reload there, but you got to be able to ring the register on these. Just play your strategy. Patience is definitely going to pay out here because Tesla is now screaming down into this VWAP. So I'll be out of Intel at yesterday's bottom. Palantir looking for this curl and dip buy as well as Tesla. So that's where the eyeballs are going to be. Keep in mind, remember, we've seen this before. We have the 830 reversal. The 830 number goes to the upside, and you have that big reversal play. And even the strong stock sometimes can participate to that downside move. But I want to give Tesla, the strongest of the bunch, at least a couple of chances here.
We're $11 now in the money on this one as the plane crash continues here for Meta. Like I said, we're going to, what about 526? I was thinking about getting this out if it breaks back above 526. My stop for this is $1. If this went $1 against me. So right now, yeah, we'll put this in. Let's go 526.01. If that breaks, we'll get out. We'll put $10 in our pocket and run away from it. So, so far so good here on this trade. All right, you guys, let's look at Nike. We've already done, it's only 10:15 here. And we talked about sort of the kind of month and stuff that we're having. We read yesterday, but a great month. We came back really refreshed. Good little look there yesterday. Some of you were talking about that possible bottom there for Nike yesterday. Good look if you did that. As this comes in again, look at what we're doing on AMD, by the way, today. We had that bottom for $2. And now it's all the way back into these levels again as the market's really getting kicked in the face here. And we talked about that with Apple earlier. Remember, I was like, hey, man, Apple up here seems like it's getting a little bit overheated. I don't want to sell if this thing's down 3%, but that might be what it gets to right now. Now we're oh my God, we can't do it. We'll just hit the slap. I'm not going to put $11 clubs on there right now, but there it goes to the downside is Meta, and there goes Apple as well. I cannot believe we had that short. It just came back up. What am I sleeping here? But there it is right now, $11 for Meta and still going. Good job there on Nike. If anybody has that, you guys want to find some trades on.
Is that higher?
Yeah, Nike's ripping right now really nicely. You guys want to try to find some trades on Tesla, we could definitely have a look there as well. But AMD's bouncing back into that area one more time. So I don't think we could probably reload somewhere down here at 180, 150. That's kind of the next look right here for me would be 180, 150 there on AMD. And then Apple, maybe a dip buy in at 230 now. Oh man, I'm still shook on that keystroke error, but that's okay. 230, we just got a wick down below into that. So you can go long off that little wick. That just happened, a couple of them right there, 229.90 if you think this is exhausted. But I don't know, man, the market's only down 0.8. We could get a heck of a lot lower than this.
Yeah, the ES is only down 0.17.
Oh, man.
The NASDAQ is far outpacing the ES. Tesla, We said wait for that VWAP in there. There was a buyer in the curl. You saw me just take that at 267.90. It rejected 269 aggressively. That's the best way to put it. So on the way back through, got 268 halves out to take a $0.50 and then wanted to wait for VWAP to maybe give us something down to 267 support. I got out flat, looking for a press down at 267. The market's pretty heavy right now, and there isn't really a consolidation down here yet. But if we can get a little something on this, it's the one I am looking long. As I said, probably the last thing, here comes Intel. It didn't really tag this bid. Okay, never mind, it just did. Okay, no, it would just hit the low. I was about to say, like, there was a wick. You could see the candle was down where it was at 22, but it was only printing 23s. We just got that 22 fill, so we'll be out at this point on Intel. The trend is good on this, but it's nowhere near what NVIDIA is doing to the downside. NVIDIA is definitely flushing, so if you're in that chip space, NVIDIA is weak, Micron is weak, Intel is weak, AMD is relatively strong. NVIDIA 128.5 didn't seem likely at 8:30 when we got that number, but that would be the next level to watch out for here. So even Tesla into this market, it just lost VWAP. So sometimes I get out like this, and it's like, oh, why would you get out so tight on Tesla? And it continues to go to the upside. Just got to stay in your lane, right? Everyone trades it a little bit differently. Now you're breaking that 267. The market is definitely heavy. So it's been a good one this morning. Can't really complain about it because we don't have a red name. But Tesla early was a bit of a swing and a miss, trying to pick up some of those longs. Next stop would be 263 or reestablish VWAP. We just have to wait for that next opportunity. The Chinese ADRs, this is BABA at VWAP. Like, as fast as it comes up, look how quickly it came back down. So patience is a virtue. If you chased Alibaba, you got absolutely burned up at that high, but it just gave you VWAP. So if this is going to be a losing trade on a long and BABA, we wanted 76s. The market's saying dip into 78, which is VWAP. If it breaks, I'm giving this a little bit more room down into 77.80. So Alibaba, we waited for the dip, but much like Tesla, it needs to hold this level.
Yeah, you got that right about not everybody trades the same. We talk about that all the time, man. And I mean, right now, just even on these two trades, right? We'll be flat on Apple, we'll be huge on AMD, huge on Amazon, and huge on Meta. So today's another one of those days for us here. I'm going to take this out on Meta right here at 522 if we can. I mean, I was just looking at this and just thinking that that's 522 right now. We're $13 in the money. I mean, so today is going to be one of those trophy days, and there it is right there. Let's just ring it out right now. Face slap it out. Put that on the board. That's 13. What is it? $13? I don't even at this point. $12.60 winner right there on for your friend Meta. So there it goes to the downside right now. So we don't need to tell you the kind of day we're having because it's right there. So hopefully you guys are also contributing to a green part of your month, and I'm trying to make something happen here today. Because like I was saying, I just messaged these guys. Like, I can't believe last week I had to take that time off, because if last week was anything similar to this week, then wow, what a bunch of moves we've had here today. And really happy to be trading, of course, as we love doing what we do here. Thanks to Rahim Alani for coming on early. Thanks to Fabian, Ramin, Adara, Neil, everybody Tesla over here that continues to support this. And I mean, that was the whole point of Trader TV Live, was to show that, hey, making money, because we keep talking about the percentages and the odds, it's tough. So we're trying to show you that, you can make money, you can make calls like this, and put these kind of things on the board. So there it is, man. It is a trophy day, and it's a good one here. And it's going to be even better when we go over to Adara.
Certainly a fantastic day for these small caps. The IWM here up almost 3% for the Russell 2000. Great move here, that 207 bounce for the Russell. So good luck for these small caps. Lots of news moving today. We had MLGO, BNED, Barnes & Noble trying to get a move again this year. So a lot of repeat runners, including SoundHound, SOUN. This one falling down a little bit here, still about 15% yesterday, announcing this launch this in-vehicle voice assistant with ChatGPT across the Stellantis brands. So good luck for SOUN with this short float of just under 21%. We also have Kasia Therapeutics, another day two play here. KZIA up about 90% right now. Yesterday announcing that they have their positive results from their comparative glioblastoma treatment study. And last but not least, this one just started moving here. LCFI, this is Locify, Australian company, up about 190%. Not seeing any news on this one, but it is worth noting we have a market cap of just under $3 million and a float of around 989,000 shares. So really small float here for LCFI, guys.
I think I don't think I've ever heard, we've had Chinese low float names on that small cap, Israeli names every now and then. Singapore, I don't think I remember an Aussie company, ADR. So that's a first, but I can't say that one's on the radar. I'll get back to QuantumScape in a quick little second. But Bob is the only thing I'm in. Intel's at this 34-ish level. It's not at 34 yet. But I just want to remind, I did say there would be a potential dip buy. I think I said this yesterday, but it's not really exactly 34 even. I know round numbers are fun, but support is underneath 34 for Intel. 3380, 3375. That's the spot for me. It's like, well, are we going to get back into the short at the low of the day? Probably not. You got to look for some kind of a pop there. So I'm trying to be patient. It's down a couple of points. Thank goodness we didn't chase and didn't hold Tesla. Look at it. It's not even looking any good for necessarily longs until it starts to calm down a little bit here. Does not hold on to VWAP. You guys can all see that. Like, there is no VWAP hold. There is nothing here for strength in Tesla yet. So let this one calm down. It's just BABA and VWAP that we happen to have currently. And then I wanted to get back over to QuantumScape as well. It does this little dip into 6650, so I can slap the fail for missing it. Was on BABA, was going over what we wanted to do next there in Intel and maybe Tesla. And then that little dip happened right back into the low here at the 66.65, pretty much where we got it the last time. So good look there on QuantumScape. It is trending down, however. Like, you're getting lower highs, so it's holding support, but into lower highs. I'd like to see it break VWAP, or you got to do some kind of a scalp trade. This market is absolutely flushing into the downside and taking crypto with it. Mara close to that 19 level, pretty darn close to that 19 level, as it's trying to get back down there. But the support's been under 19 on Mara, not over.
Like, I thought $13 was good, and you could see right here that it just continues to go more. But like we keep saying, man, you can't. You got to take profits at some of these spots. That is for sure.
What was that?
Palantir. I think I want to get into that right now. So Palantir, nice little dip opportunity. You guys know how much we like some Palantir over here. So wow, Amazon's at 196. Are you kidding me right now? This should have been a $4 winner as well. There goes Amazon. That should have been. I mean, we took it out where we thought we needed to. But wow, Amazon. You can go back, man. When I'll send you a note from me and Obi 2 days ago where I said Amazon's a short. We just got to find it. We did in the pre-market. It is written on here. But again, to predict a move like this is pretty hard to do. Meta, I'm pretty happy to be able to get out where we did. Apple could be a buy. There was another name that I just mentioned, Palantir, that I wanted to look at as well down here. 2770, I feel like might be something to look for Palantir as a potential out area. Let's just buy some. I'll just punch some in right now, get some half prints because I want to get the longs. So we'll take some longs now at 91 in a bit. If Palantir does fall in, I mean, I'm looking at that 70, obviously, as an out. So we'll see if that can hold out for us. 27.68 or so. If we break below that, then we can officially get out of Palantir. But yeah, I really like this name, especially if it can come in to the downside and we'll get a little bit longer. Hey, man, we just punched into it right there, and it was a nice little win for us here. So far, just 7 cents, 8 cents. All right, we can take some pieces out here. Let's take some out and just go like this. All we're doing right now is stacking it. We've already told you the kind of day that we're having, and we're about to get even more right now as we just take some more outs right there. We got some 99s and 97s on a 91 half trade there for Palantir. So, you know, again, like we say, trade what you guys want to do. But so far today, Apple, AMD, Amazon, Meta, and now Palantir. And it's been a fantastic day here. But again, kind of middles. The market, if you haven't been thinking short, then you've sort of missed that trade there. It's too bad because we don't have any longs today except for right now. So let's see if that one wants to start to work. We did have Apple early, and then we flipped short. Apple all the way down. Now it can come back up. Maybe it can get back to 232, and we will reshort this beast. But hey, for now, look what's up with this. Look at this, Neil, man. We just put on Palantir. Look, sometimes you have to wait like all morning to get 20 cents. But there it goes right here, Palantir. Let's see if we can get 20 cents in 3 minutes. We'll see. What's up, Adara?
Yet another heavily shorted name to the upside here, though this one has a catalyst. It's going to be big lots. BIG, about 21%, getting a $1 price target here from Loop Capital. They upgraded it to a hold. So BIG here with the catalyst near high of day, guys.
EOPPA. You're Biggie. I'm just going to go Biggie every single time for big lots. BIG, not necessarily the name on my radar. We're only in Alibaba, that 78, that VWAP, all that good stuff. But I'm looking for places to short pops in the names that have been working. So if it's Intel, 3450 is VWAP, but you also have an opening range bottom here at 3540 that can come into play. We like Tesla a little bit. And for anybody that was like, yeah, that Amazon bottom where there was support, nope, not at all. That 197 level, and this is sort of the thing, like everyone, like for myself, when I see the market this week, if it comes into a level like that, there's no hiccup. Like it just, you stand in front of a moving knife. But now all of a sudden you have a bit of a reversal candle. You got this 196 it's holding, and it's holding a consolidation higher. So this would give you a spot where if it can hold this 96, it starts to look a little bit decent here. Tesla's making a bit of a move as well. Mara, just quickly, because Mara, I always said I was waiting for that 19. Mara's already at VWAP. So yeah, 1950. It was 2 seconds ago, this thing was at $19.10. We're not going to get that pressed down in Mara all the way at 1950. And Bitcoin didn't even do anything. That's what's weird about it to me. So Alibaba, it's about 10 cents in the money. I'll take something out at the quarters here, but just going to have to adjust the plan on Mara. The market was screaming down. I thought we were going to get the push. Next thing you know, you're at VWAP. Going to have to wait for a higher low, a hold of VWAP, something different. Shocked because Bitcoin literally didn't even move just now, and this thing just went 2 points.
Yeah, 20 cents or 10 cents there for Bob, but we got 20, sorry, for Palantir. My bad, just got the names mixed up right there. So we'll see if Palantir wants to continue to go up. I mean, we just punched this long, like I said, a couple minutes ago before he went up to Dara or Neil, but good little move right there as we are now out of half of our Palantir trade as it continues to get a little higher. I mean, if we can get to VWAP, that'd be pretty good. So let's put an order there right now, PLTR on New York. Let's put an order in and around 19s and see if we're able to capture some of that love right there. And it looks like it is coming back up to the upside for PLTR. Let's double check our meta trade. Yes, sir. Looks pretty good there. We got out at 522, now 523. What's up, Adara, with crypto?
The story we did talk about earlier today, but one of the main stories in crypto right now is going to be that 10-for-1 stock split for MicroStrategy. This is the largest corporate holder of Bitcoin. It's also interesting. They apparently have pulled back about 34% from their all-time high, just under $2,000, which of course came in March when we had that new high for BTC. So we'll have to see how this manifests for MicroStrategies, but be aware, much like Broadcom, Nvidia, Chipotle, a lot of these names we've had with these splits, MicroStrategy could be a bit more accessible for day trading when that split hits. In August, in terms of Bitcoin itself here, we are continuing to have this range between 54,000 and 58,000, putting in our second topping tail candle in a row here, failing to get above the 60,000 level on the daily chart. Other crypto names to watch out for here. We've got Ethereum hanging on to that 3,100 level, a little bit stronger here than BTC on the day. BNB also holding up quite nicely, up about 1.5%. Some mixed performance here for some of these other names. Solana and Avalanche both to the downside. We have Ripple here up about 3%. Cardano up about 4.5%. Tron up about 3%. So mixed performance here, but a little bit of weakness here in BTC. It's that pivotal 58,000 level, guys.
Right.
I hear Tron, it's Kron.
Yeah.
Every time I hear
I thought I
Kron.
heard Tron. I really thought I did there.
The world's richest man.
Look at this trade.
And that's who he is.
Alex Karp?
Tron. No, Tron.
Oh, okay, they don't.
Remember Hot Hand of the Dice
Yeah,
game?
of course. I was playing around.
I know you already.
Yeah. So I don't. I mean, you know, Tron may buy, you know, some KFC shares. You can get some Yum brands going on right there if you get some
Ubo.
chicken dinner winners. Yeah, right there. Yeah, the reparations. But there it is, a nice move up for Palantir, man. We just took that out at VWAP. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? Bottom to VWAP? Let's go, man. That is that trade for us again here today. So that goes right into. I can't take the smile off my face, but so far so good. I mean, Meta, I was worried that we didn't have the right out, but I guess we did when all is said and done here. If you're going to look to see what's Meta's doing right now, it looks like a good spot for us to get that out. So good job so far there on Meta, as it has retraced back a little bit on that name. So watch out here. Meta getting a little spicy, but yeah, you know, you'd had to be there for that out. So if you were there, that's great. But a little bit of a tough area there for Meta down at 520. I definitely was not favoring the long. So I'm okay with what we did there. Would have liked to have maybe gone long at 520. But again, the reason why we got out of that Meta $13 winner was we came right into this top again. And, you know, it looks like 520 we could have used as an area, but it's tough when you have the winners and all of a sudden, you know, they blast right back up. Like, I'd be mad here. I'd be more upset if I didn't get out at 522 and lose this $2 back than I was giving it up and losing $2 down, right? So we didn't lose anything, but giving that extra $2 up on the downside. If it turned out to be $13 on Meta. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, just paltry. 13 right there. So that was a good one there as the Sharif comes back here. Getting ready for, I'm guessing it's more of the same.
Elliot.
There's some waves happening today, and there's waves in the market, that is for sure, and we're putting them on blast here today with Amazon. I mean, by the way, Sharif, Amazon in the pre-market, we were short there at $200.70. It went to $196. So that was a huge move there. Possible good bottom as Mr. Bezos. I don't really see too many huge candles in here, so I think we have to wait for $200 again to look for sell side when he comes back to the party, looking to get rid of some more shares. And just
That's the problem with Amazon.
9% of ownership there of this $1 trillion company.
Like, it's a lot of weak stocks. Like, I'd think, oh, pull back into VWAP. But the problem with Amazon short is, no, like, it's the, well, I'll get to Alibaba in a second. It's not necessarily a problem. It's just that the level has been, everybody, it's just, you can see where the resistance is on the stock, and selling it anywhere else hasn't just been any good. Like, look at yesterday. Like, you sold at VWAP, you had to sell it before VWAP there, but if you tried this VWAP trade, that was a blowout. And I know because I started shorting it early. And then the short was at $200. So no mistake made. It has to either hold yesterday's low and show extreme weakness, or I think you just wait for the 200 level. So BABA did get up to the 30s. I think if it retags the high of the day, I think it's a place to jam out. The market is trying valiantly to catch a bid here, but it's looking weak again. So the rollover is continuing as we bounce maybe like 20 points there, 30 points on the NASDAQ, something in that range, and you're right back in retesting the lows. I can go ahead and cancel VWAP in there for Intel. This might be a case where you start looking at previous support levels for resistance at bottoms. We're not nearly at that 3380 level for Intel. I would like to get one more shot in it. There are some small cap names worth watching, but the eyeballs for me are going to be still on QuantumScape. If it can hold on to VWAP here, maybe give me another crack at that $6.50 level. It's only 10:30, still so much to go here. I know that KZIA turning up their good look, Trader Ben, but QuantumScape and its short flow with that Volkswagen news.
Oh yeah.
The fact that it's holding on to 650. If you weren't watching the morning, like, why do we like 650? Kind of a double top resistance level here on the daily chart. So if it pulls back into it, you got to look somewhere. You get your wick bottom. It shows you the low at 650, and then you can go long after into the 710 level. So higher lows on QS. I don't think this one is done. Robert Arnold, Rigetti's going again?
Oh no.
I thought this thing was done.
I thought
It's not over. No, it's not. Oh, you lied to me, Robert Arnold. You lied to me. Rigetti is, it's literally at $1.10 and not moving.
People have no.
I was excited for this.
No,
it is what it is. Like, it was a runner yesterday in the afternoon show, but it's right back to the bottom. It's just not doing anything. Unfortunately, I wish it was, but it's not, guys. Sorry.
Rigetti.
Made me look.
Good one there. Okay, so we'll keep looking. Now we are almost out. We have out about 75% of our Palantir as it came up to the upside right there. I was still thinking about this AMD. I mean, we came down to 180, 150, and we didn't reload it there, and that was a mistake. That's when, you know, the sky was falling apparently. So we have to watch out for that trade again here on AMD if it does come in, because the sky may fall again here as we just failed off of 20,700. I can't believe we're saying 20,700. I mean, we were just saying 16 and 18,000 there on the NASDAQ, and now it's right
Used
all
to be
the
a
way
better
up.
short form way of saying it.
guys, you might want to cash out some of these longs here. I mean, some of these trades have been quite amazing if you are swinging anything such the like. News on something, Dara?
A little bit more of just a general market update here. Keep an eye on the S&P 500 and the market in general. You have JP Morgan moving their rate cut call from November 2024 to September 2024. So JP Morgan thinking these rate cuts could come sooner than expected. So be aware of the overall market here with this kind of dovish, I guess, outlook from JP Morgan, guys.
No, I was going to say, if I had actually gotten the dip buy in ARM in my personal account, I promise you I'd be selling this level. 100% I'd be selling this level, because if ARM loses this 180, like this consolidation breakdown on the daily in ARM, if it loses this 180 area, it's like 178 or something. If you zoom in closer, I think you could be back at 150 right quick. And that's, I mean, ARM has been ridiculous, so that's actually not even that big of a move, but last time I checked, 20% can be significant. But it has a hammer bottom in here that I think you almost want to respect. And the reason I say respect it, something looks oddly similar. 178 bottom here, and then a huge reversal. Same wick, higher low. That's why I'm a little reluctant for the short here. But yeah, if I had it on the daily, I'd be thinking pretty cautious with this one. Still want to see if I almost put in SQ. It's not Square that I'm interested in. It is QuantumScape. So sometimes you make that mistake, but it's pretty easy to know which one. You're getting a test of VWAP. It's still lower highs. Want to see it hold, or we're waiting for 650. Got to wait for that next trade. And that next trade looks like it could be this. BABA chilling out at 78.35 or so. So now it's about 30 cents in the money. Still think it's going to run into trouble at that high today. Chinese ADRs, you start to get close to lunchtime, I'm thinking the move might be done. So if it sees that high of the day, I'm just going to take it out. And that is 78.84. So QuantumScape's trying to do its thing. Amazon doesn't look very strong at all, so I'm not even thinking about that. Tesla might be trying to hold into VWAP. I was waiting for the low of the day, but nothing. So we got to look for something off of VWAP here, if it can even hold that. So it's either VWAP or try to hunt for the lows on Tesla. We got out of Dodge once. I don't want to be fighting this too much here on TSLA. And Intel doesn't even want to give me the short.
Hey, our guy over here is giving people the
What's he doing now?
He's trying to put a hit on Trend over there, as far as that is what I heard over there. He's like a godfather over there. He's like, I give you permission, he said to Adara, to basically like a little bit Italian
authorization.
Was Trend going to be swimming with concrete shoes or soon, or what? Or what's going on over there? All right, I don't know, but a lot of fun happening here at Trader TV Live, and I don't know.
Just put a vest on that thing, man. What's going on over there?
I don't know, man. He got a little dark. He got a little dark and twisted. You know what I'm saying? Excited for new Eminem album tomorrow. That should be hot fire. Just I think his Toby song is awesome. All right, so we'll just continue to watch out to see what happens right here. I can't get the smile off my face. I mean, the day that we've had here has been very, very good. So I'm pretty happy with what we're doing here today, and I can't wipe it off. So that's great. But all right, the rain has passed here in the GTA. No more gloom and doom unless it comes from Mr. Hitman over here, Sharif. So let's go back over to the screen.
Poor Trenda.
With Adara.
When you look at this sector board, it's pretty clear how we have a lot of this big tech bringing down the market today, because a lot of these other sectors are actually very strong. We have a lot of strength in finance. Keep an eye on these names ahead of the start of big bank earnings tomorrow. We also have health technology pretty strong here. Producer manufacturing, some weakness, but generally strong. Energy minerals, consumer durables, utilities, process industries, transportation, commercial services, and non-energy minerals. So really the main weakness here is going to be with some of these big tech names. Electronic technology right across the board with these chips leading the group to the downside despite a great day yesterday and some positive analyst notes on AMD. We also have tech services to the downside here. Keep an eye on Netflix, NFLX, trading lower. This one actually has its earnings next week, so that's definitely a name to watch. Another sector worth talking about here is retail trade. Some strength in these home-related names. Home Depot we have to the upside, Lowe's we have to the upside, but Costco notably red here. Yesterday they rallied in the aftermarket, announcing their June sales growth on a year-over-year basis. They also did announce an increase for their membership prices. So COST downside, pretty interesting, guys.
USD down.
Oh, Costco's down?
All right.
So when we looked at it pre-market, it was really holding those gains decently, but it was on low volume, right? So the market opens up and Costco heads to the downside. Where is this thing headed to?
It's headed higher, but I don't know where it's headed in the next couple of minutes.
840 on the daily. I'm just sort of thinking, I don't own the stock, and this is one I've been trying to get into on dips. 840, 820 is VWAP. It's not VWAP. The 250 period moving average. The 200 period moving average is irrelevant to this stock. At least in the long term, it hasn't been anything. So yeah, I'm thinking I might be involved in this if we get a pullback. But what I'm now looking at here, I just pulled up SMCI because I was talking about ARM in my head. SMCI channel, look at the higher lows and lower highs in SMCI. It has gotten bottom to top every single time. This last press has stalled out halfway. If we reclaim this low, SMCI 800 is the bottom of the channel. We've been having breakouts to the top side on these chip names, Intel and ARM. AMD did it, not ARM. But if SMCI loses this could be trend into the 200 period. That's like 20-something% if it loses 800. So anyways, we'll see what happens with Broadcom. Maybe you can prop things up for a hot minute. But for now, the market looking relatively weak. Here comes Tesla holding VWAP, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Now something, okay, I don't want to speak too early, but you've now had consecutive closes over VWAP here on the 3-minute here for Tesla. So this 267's trying to catch a bit of a bid.
Okay, we'll have a look at it as well. I was thinking about Amazon bidding down here at 97s, but we're going to wait for 96s. That was the confirmed bottom. So again, it's 10:42. Let's see what's for lunch. We don't have it yet, but I'll get it to you when we do. Just real quick here, though. We just got stopped out. Stopped out. Right there. We haven't got stopped out yet today because we did on our first Apple long, which was good, and then we stopped ourselves out with a keystroke error on this Apple short. Like we have the Apple short there. I'm more mad now at this one because it came right back up. So we know Apple has a chance to be strong here today because it kind of came back up here at 10:06. While meanwhile at 10:06 the market was like kind of just falling down here. So a little bit of a move back up. If we can get something like that, then I think we'll be able to short Apple. Most likely now in and around VWAP is the spot for me to look at now for AAPL if we're able to do that. Good out there for Palantir. We talked about it. We could have a look at the banks as they come through tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah, Citigroup.
Yeah, exactly. So Citigroup tomorrow, JP Morgan, all of them. I believe Wells Fargo tomorrow morning as well. I'll double check on that one. But it's normally those three.
You're right.
Yeah, it's normally those three. Plus
it's always the same.
And then
three.
it's and then Goldman and Morgan come the week after, the days after. So
see, Morgan's problem is next time they always report
Bank of
after
America.
Goldman Sachs, which is a mistake. Morgan, move it to before Goldman Sachs
Yeah.
so that you don't look for disappointment there. But Wells Fargo tomorrow morning pre-market. I'll have to miss the banks, but you know what?
we don't really normally.
No, I don't mind because one of the dumbest trades I ever made live on this show was actually Wells Fargo in the morning during the earnings call. I remember just kidding. It wasn't the fact that the trade lost. It was the fact that it was like my stop didn't actually fill. It triggered and then didn't fill because during the earnings call, the spread just opened up. It fired an order. I didn't use a market order, I used a limit order, and then had to punch out for it was like a 3% move that I should have been out in the first percent because I didn't use a market order. I don't like market orders. Just leave it at that. Tesla, talk about patience. Buyers at 267. They did not hold up. When it tested 267, suffice to say they lost, and they lost really, really quickly. So Tesla's still trending into the downside. It just might be a short the pop situation. Until you're holding VWAP, I'm just not that interested. Alibaba is the only thing that we're in right now. And it doesn't, it's not doing much because it's later on in the session, like we said, you start slowly moving on these Chinese ADRs. Intel is just flushing in here. There just hasn't been another pop. You kind of have to take what it gives you with Intel. VWAP is nice, and it's a nice line on the chart, but if you don't actually get a pushback into that level, you can't rejoin the trend at all. So you guys let me know what else you guys are looking at here. If there's any names that are moving, I have my eyeballs on QS still, and it just can't hold on to VWAP in here, so no entry for me yet. We got to try to get particular about it. Smell my finger just said Affirm is pretty strong, relatively speaking. Yeah, with a tag like that, a name like that in the chat, we'll pull it up. It's up 5% and it's holding VWAP. So you're not lying. 5.5% and holding VWAP when the market is not looking good and the daily chart looks pretty good for a bounce on Affirm. I haven't looked at the stock in a week. Look at it hold $28. The only problem is look at it also hold this downward trend on the daily chart. That's fine. That's for another moment. Right now it's holding VWAP, looking pretty strong. I don't know the specific reason why this is up 6%, but Doesn't really matter. Strong is strong.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what you're. Yo, I did that to my. I did that to my wife. Well, first of all, my neighbor,
Yep.
who has, their son is on my daughter's baseball team. They live around the corner, so obviously Aaron's good friends with them. They had their birthday party. It was wrestling themed.
Nice.
I didn't want to bury the lead, so my daughter got
Might have
introduced to a bunch of wrestling characters.
Boom.
But she didn't know The Rock. And I was like, you have to know The Rock because she's a big fan of Moana and Maui, played by The Rock. So I introduced her to the It Doesn't Matter.
Number 2 coming.
And then I pulled out on my wife in front of her. She died laughing. Rebecca wasn't very, she didn't think it was very funny.
I think it's pretty funny. I mean, that Moana 2 is coming out too. I mean, there's a couple reasons why I like the Disney stock. I think that they're starting to hit finally, maybe. It hasn't been a great stock. There is no doubt about that. But they're trying to hit now on the box office with Inside Out 2, which you got to see, by the way, as you know that. When your daughter comes back with your wife.
Tomorrow.
Okay, good. Perfect. Take her this weekend or something if you get a chance.
I can't do much else.
I know. You have that surgery.
It's like an hour, man. It takes...
No. But you're not going to be feeling comfortable. Trust me, like when I had my knee operated on, although I was in the hospital.
The knee is way worse than...
Well, dude, I mean,
Achilles is a 60-minute... They said it could be 30 to 60 minutes.
Yeah, mine
I'm
was.
expecting to be home by the market close. Maybe that's overly optimistic.
Yeah. No, I think you will be, man.
I think so.
All right, well, good luck with all of that, obviously,
Nice.
and I don't think you need too much luck because, we've got good doctors here and, but we never know, so.
Disney's at a good level.
Good luck with that. Yeah, I need Disney to get above 100 again before it gets super interesting to me, but Disney right now, not a bad level at all. So, all right, were we supposed to call for Adara a couple times there, I think? No, super chat. Okay, good. All right, so let's have a quick look at the super chat. Thank you so much to everybody who's been with us here today. Alt Styles, Stills Styles. Someone have a great show. Have one on me. Great show. Thanks for all the levels on the hot stocks here. You guys are helpful for us home traders. Respect to you too. Alt, is it ALT? I don't want to have that name wrong. Yeah, ALT. So what's up, Alt? Thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully you're not holding too many altcoins lately, but that's been a good trade.
Depends on where you got them.
Exactly.
Depends on
It's been
where
a
you
good
got
trade.
them.
Yeah, I pretend everything. I guess that's true of everything in this market.
Yeah.
It's like Apple's been a great trade, but not if you're long at 230. So, all right, let's keep going here. And that's 10:48. We are getting close to money talks. I haven't looked at the DXY in a while. So interested to hear how that's been doing. I know Canadian dollar has been going to the downside. We did have oil bumping a little bit here today, so we could check that out. It has been a little disappointing, though, to see Bitcoin drop below 58 again. So 57.7 and 31.50 coming through for Ethereum. So again, pretty good days around here. I haven't had too many trades since gleaming over that Meta trade and Amazon and Palantir and all of that. But as you can see, since we've gotten out of this, there's been a couple opportunities, but now we're trying to just flatten out a bit. AMD has been, that was huge. I mean, I wish we would have held for there, but we just held into the pre-market, which we're fine with. That one. And then honestly, I didn't miss this trade at all. It was a starter position, so we didn't have a whole bunch of shares on it. We're still up really nice on Amazon, but we're up more on AMD than on Amazon because of the shares. It was during the day, and we talked about how we trade intraday versus pre-market. So, okay, now we're ready. Apparently for money. So let's go over to the big desk with Adara and find out what exactly is happening in some of those Forex markets.
Doesn't always happen, but today we actually have the DXY and the market moving in tandem, both to the downside. DXY pretty decisively so here, falling from around that 105 area to bouncing off 104. This 104 area, if we break below, could be pivotal. Definitely came as support in late May, and we've seen a couple bounces off that, couple points of resistance against this as well. So this 104, certainly an area I'm watching out for on this daily chart for the DXY. And of course, we had this fall after we got weaker than expected CPI numbers here. CPI month over month actually coming in negative 0.1% versus positive 0.1% expected, and the prior number of 0%. So this is a notable number here for the CPI on the month over month basis. June CPI on a year over year basis also lower than expected. 3% versus 3.1%. Then we had jobless claims. These came in lower than the 236,000 estimate, and the prior number of 239,000 coming in at 222,000 for this week. So DXY certainly on watch here. We have some Fed speak later. 11:15, we're going to get Fed's Bostic, so in less than half an hour. Then at 1 p.m., we get Fed's Musalam. And of course, tomorrow we do have some PPI print, so more inflation data as we head into the rest of the week. Worth noting as well here, GM on watch, not doing too much, but we did find out earlier today they're receiving $500 million from the Energy Department for investing in these retooling this Lansing auto plant to build some EVs. Now this came out a couple of minutes ago. The GM is going to be investing $900 million total dollars to retool this Lansing auto plant for the building of EVs. So some EV-related news for GM. Not reacting too much on it, guys.
Oh, that's Flint, Michigan.
Flint is Michigan
I
State.
was thinking about
East Lansing is the Wolverines.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about that water. What's
I like water.
the guy that came to Canada? He does the documentaries.
What the Bowling for Columbine guy, Michael Moore. Yeah,
You know
he
what
did the.
I couldn't get Michael Myers out of my head. I was like Michael Myers, but no, Michael Moore. Yeah, so I was just gonna say that Halloween. We're chopping up this market though today. Michael Myers ain't got nothing on us for that. But
Watch Sleepaway Camp yet?
no, well, come on, man. You just told me about that yesterday. I gotta get over there and watch that. We did have our game, of course, got rained out yesterday. That was
Yeah, they closed everything down yesterday.
Run.
That sucks, but what can you do?
But my daughter's away, so I'll take it. Hopefully they can get rescheduled here. But we've had a pretty wet summer around.
See, you know what's legit is I'll tell you right now. Like when you're, we'll go to it there just a quick little second. No, when
we don't have to.
when you're the coach and your kid can't be there for whatever reason, you still got to be there for the team. That's what it's all about. You know, it's
or you could not be, but you know
what
we got. No, you could go. You could. I have 3 assistants.
I know it's different. Like no, not every like
I was ready to go.
If you have 4 or 5, it's a different story. But I've seen that happen where like it happened to a team that we were playing. I'm like,
holding on to
they had
something.
one coach, they had one person show up, and I'm like, oh, the coach isn't here, and it's like it was apparent because the coach's kid wasn't there. I'm like,
that's pretty whack.
I'm like, come on, man.
You guys use
like,
Team Snap? You must.
Yeah.
You don't have.
No,
the app?
so actually we have Team Snap, but we've been using WhatsApp. Like everybody. Basically, there was a mutiny over Team Snap. Is like it's just an app that teams can use to communicate with each other, have their schedule, all that kind of good stuff.
Perfect.
But it is good. But everyone just prefers communicating on WhatsApp because they already have it. And I was like, I'm not.
Yeah, but the thing is, then you have to go open up the schedule on the other page.
I didn't want to. It's not. I didn't want to fight that battle. And I'm not officially the head coach, so I'm like, I'm not dying on that hill. If you guys want to use WhatsApp, that's fine. I'm not going to fight it. I love them.
Yeah.
We were
You get AI built in, you know.
It is good. It's a very good app. My men's league team uses Team Snap. But were we supposed to go to the desk? Okay. To the desk for, I'm just going to make a random guess here.
No, I think it's for random, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Okay, to the desk.
This is the Affirm news here. This one up about 5%. A lot of these other payments names are up earlier today, a bit more volume. So this Affirm did not notice here, but this partnering with Rona. So if you select for Affirm at checkout on Rona, approved Rona customers can split their purchases into bi-weekly or monthly payments for up to 1 year. So AFRM, this could explain the move in some of these other payment names. We did have UPST and SQ popping up in volume earlier today, guys.
So unless something is changed, Rona is only in Canada, right? So I'm not certain that it's up 5%. I'm not as bullish as I was 2 seconds ago. I know it's relatively strong, but I don't think that's as big news. I'm not really thinking long on Affirm. I might look for a rollover on this as well. Alibaba just got to the high of the day, so we take that one out. We don't get 76. It would have been great if you got it, and we weren't thinking 77 dip buy. So the first available play was along at 78 when the stock just started screaming. So we're out of it. We'll ring the old register. No positions on at this point, and no longer want the Affirm anyways. So we're just going to have to find somewhere to join the short, back in Intel, maybe. That's what we'll try to do at lunch. Like, where can we get back into this trade? 34 a quarter, possibly. If it breaks down any further, it gets into the support level that I like, which is 33.75. Might be looking for a long. We got Cephas saying Rivian could go bonkers long. I'm looking for opportunities here. Rivian's trying to break out.
Rivian.
Oh, yes, we can, 17. Rivian.
Oh, yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can, Rivian.
There you go. Double bottom, triple top, market weak, Rivian hot. Yeah, this could be something here on Rivian. Let's go. I like Rivian in here. It's trying to fill in that gap from the Volkswagen news. VWAP, dip. I'll take a shot at a 17 break, but I really prefer dip buys at lunchtime.
Yeah, for sure. AMD is coming back in. I'm still holding out for that. Here's Meta, by the way. Again, could have shorted it. we've been looking at the 50-period moving average as short indicators. So that definitely is something. I was hoping to short the market, actually, if we came back up in here to 20,700. So although we only have 3 or 4 minutes left in the trading day, in our trading day, the day's still over, not even close. We have Elliott Wave Theory we have coming up with Sharif and Adara. That should be a lot of fun again today, as that's a great show to watch, especially if you're looking for some education and trading. I mean, both our traders over there on that side will do the lesson, put on some trades, and have a good time. So we'll wait for that over your lunchtime hours. So do not leave us because it's about to get even better. So that's what we're doing now. We'll wait to see if there's anything hot coming through. I mean, as far as economic numbers concerned, we had that CPI today, and what a move it was until it wasn't. And we had sort of indicated that why was it moving back? Remember, I was doing this work for you guys in the pre-market. I was like, look, we went back, we touched VWAP, we came back in. We were doing all of this, right? And then all of a sudden, it really started to collapse almost immediately off open. So we have to be very, very careful with potentially here a move that could extend even further. So this could be a NASDAQ 2% day. It could even be worse than that. I mean, you get the good news. The rate cut is here. Almost, right? We almost had 3%. There's a 25% chance of 3 points coming off, 3 rate cuts, right? So 75 basis points, but whether or not that happens now, I don't know. And is the market just reacting to this? If it is, it should be going the other way, is my understanding. But right now, nice downside move in the market. If you believe there's rate cuts coming, I don't know. I mean, does that signal weakness in the market because they're cutting, or the economy because they're cutting rates? Look, you can play this either way. For me, I think you might want to pick up some of these names here on a move down today, especially if you do believe in rate cuts. Because the minute they start cutting, man, I really think this market does have another leg up. But we talked about many targets on the street for the S&P. We're in and around 56 to 5,700. And that's right where we are right now. So maybe they're getting some sell side here because we've hit some of those levels. But at the same time, man, NASDAQ being down 1.35, I don't think any of us thought this dramatic once we saw that inflation number. So again, you know, the market has a funny way of humbling everybody and making sure that you're pretty much always wrong until you're right. So that's why you got to take out some profits sometimes when you see them there and, you know, let your winners run a little bit, but at the same time, take something off the top because no matter how you think, the market can flip it on its head a little bit. And I think that's what's happened here today, getting a lot of those sort of anxious hands now out. So we'll see what winds up happening here. Is there more downside? I believe yes.
Yeah, there's been 0 green candles on the NASDAQ on a 15-minute basis. Okay, not the entire morning, but more or less. I mean, come on. Like there is this one. You had the economic number. We got to the upside. There was this little tiny one right in here where you tried to get to the upside. Everything else has been red. Of course, I say that as I get into QuantumScape long, but I mean, QuantumScape, in theory, a low float squeeze type of name, shouldn't care. I say this every single day. At some point, it shouldn't care too much what the market is doing, but you do have to, if the market just completely tanks, I mean, this probably goes down as well. But I said if it held VWAP and showed strength over VWAP, we'd take the long. So here's the 690 level. We're only 1 for 2 on it. So if it doesn't work this third time, you know, we could end up down on it. But at the end of the day, QuantumScape, this one we liked. If it breaks 740, I think you can get to $8 here for QS. And Jay Kizzle, Rivian, I know it's 11 o'clock. I'm looking for a dip buy Rivian into VWAP, but I am taking a 17 break. I just like the dip buy much better. That's all. I'm already sitting on the bid just to get it started. I don't want to miss it if it gets to VWAP. But yeah, I am looking at that $17 break as well for Rivian. Hey, it's up 3% when the market stinks. If the market catches a bid, like why wouldn't this start to go strong? Like look at it in the afternoon yesterday.
I can't believe that we had mentioned earlier that I was thinking about selling some in my personal account of Apple as it's down huge now, down to 226, down almost 3%. Remember I said,
Don Bigley.
Yeah, and I said, I even used 3% as a number, and I didn't think that was real. I was like, yeah, you're not going to sell Apple down 3%, you know, if it gets
it's real.
But right now, by the time I log out, I have to now sell it for 3% because it's down there, and I'm not going to do it. But anyways, there's Apple down 3%. So we kind of had a little bit of a inkling that was going to happen, but no confidence to actually sell it off the open. We waited for that and then keystroked out of that name. I'm never going to live that one down. All right. Unfortunately, I can delay as much as I can here, but there is no update on lunch. So.
Oh, we didn't get it.
Tesla down. Oh, by the way.
Oh, we did not.
We are not. No, do not say that.
Slop, beautiful slop.
Not more slop.
Schlop with a cherry on top. That's it's Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, good one.
It's I don't remember which Dr. Seuss book, but Schlop, beautiful, wonderful Schlop.
We did not take AMD long. I just want to tell everybody it's down to 180. That could be a good long too.
Yeah, 180.
If you like that. Our Palantir just got reloaded down here. I did not realize I had this bid. We're still waiting for more. We're still waiting for this 70 to break. But Palantir right now in trouble. Let's wait for a lot lower on this name before we average in and then get out if it breaks 70. All right, it's 11:02 almost. That means we're a couple minutes late. For Neil, for me, Sean, for Ramin, who you're going to hear a lot of, I feel like, in this next couple hours.
For
and
Trenda.
Fabian, for Brendo, who's back there. For Adara at the desk. For Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much, Bears vs. Bulls. I'm doing this emoji a lot now, so we do that. Thank you so much to everybody for watching, no matter where you are. Me and this guy are back at 2. But for now, you got these two. See ya.
And Trenda.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That is your girl Adara. That is not Trenda. And I am Sharif. Shout out to Ram. And yeah, we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have the OGs, Darwin and Chase Bands, Scott H. Let's go as well, sir. I got a whole bunch of small cap gappers to get to. Cairo, Aaron, and Joanna Brewster and Cesar Sandoval joining us as well. Odyssey Fights and Fiddleback, good morning to Cass, M, and Julia C. Ronaldo, good morning to you as well. The one, he is the one, Sebastian, Anurag, One Short, Derek Thompson, Nate ADR, and Scott Edwards. The OG Nimit, what's going on, my man? Gonzalo G, Stock Up, Michelle Meir, Don Cotton, and PC Hoon. We got Gorv as well as Daryl Finch, Donkey Trader. That's an interesting name. Domingo Vasquez, what's up, my man? You called it yesterday. Don't forget about what I thought, what you said about the soccer game. Shout out to my man Adam DeLuce as well. Amelie, Broadest, Wolf, Laura White, and Live Life. I wanted to end with that one because
I like that one.
Good morning.
Good to
How
hear.
are you?
I'm great. How are you this fine morning?
Got a bit of a gnarly headache, but we're going to soldier through. Ram was nice enough to give me some Aleve, and so hopefully we'll feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Anything you're looking at? You're on live today.
I am live today.
Yeah.
So basically yesterday I went into because I knew my ID had expired, so I assumed I wasn't going to be able to trade live. And then today I accidentally logged into the live and it worked, so I'm live again.
Fantastic.
So yeah, shout out to thank you. I am in the money a few pennies here in this AMD short. This is a really small position. I wanted that 180 break. I saw we broke 180. I got involved. This will be scalp based, so if I see, or tape based, so if I see any change in the tide, as Sharif will say, I will be getting out. But also, I wanted to make a pun about leave, but I won't because this is a transition today. I'm not punning for the first hour of the midday. I'm also not allowed to say please does punch for the first hour of the midday, as per a super chat from yesterday. So I'm really excited for this. No, I'm not. I'm terrified. I literally was like up at night, like, how am I going to do this? But no, I love challenges. They make me work even harder. So I will probably be more subdued because I find when I get really excited about the markets, the puns come out. So we're going to be a little bit calmer. We're going to be a little bit more chilled. I was going to be like, oh, I didn't get out of this AMD soon. AMD pops back down. That is fine by me. Getting out of this. Whoop, there it is on AMD. Please just punch. Oh, I already said it. I can't get excited. I already failed this challenge.
Oh, so then we don't get any pizza and drinks tomorrow?
I guess not. I can't be excited about the market. Apparently, this is upsetting. I'm gonna keep trying it though. Like that was once, but yeah. Okay, could people stop adding words I can't say? Pardon? 5 strikes.
Ram
I don't think that was the rule. 5.
I don't know if that was the rule, but I'm looking to be lenient. I don't know. Who was the individual in the chat that...
It was Terra Engineering. I'm not going to say anymore. And guys, I know you guys are listing other phrases I say a lot. That was not part of the bet. I can't completely change who I am.
All right.
But we'll do it again.
Well,
yeah.
I know that you can. It's just like I think you were excited about that AMD short. But here's a look. All right, let's get to the Mag 7 on the day. Obviously, a lot of weakness coming in to the market today. It was more of a sell the news event on CPI. CPI coming a little bit lower than expectations, but you wouldn't know it by looking at these here Mag 7 in the futures top right-hand corner of your screen. Tesla was faring the best until, that big boy Huadunk that came in there at 5 to the hour dropped down from 268 in a quick, how do you do? It dropped $8. really quickly, $7.50 because we got into that 268. We did bottom out there at 260.50, so $7.50 awfully quick. Now Tesla in negative territory, trying to weasel its way back above 263. That's how it goes green. So we'll keep eyes on all the Mag 7 names, but it has been a short the pop kind of day. You can see that depicted on all the charts. Any retracements into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on whatever Mag 7 name, saving except for Tesla, has been absolute money. The one that is curling up the most at the moment is the soft one, and it had a bit of a tougher day yesterday, selling off aggressively there. We got to short it now, finding some support at 453.30, looking to weasel its way into that 456 area where the 10 exponential on the 5 is hanging on. If it does, I'm very interested in the short there. We'll keep an eye on these Mag 7 names. But yeah, big move down. We almost touched 21,000 today on the NQ September contract. We got to 20,983 3/4. And then Huadunk went the dynamite because we dropped a cool and gnarly 400 plus points, 20,585, low of day now on the September contract for the NASDAQ. So lots of weakness, no question about that. I doubt, I don't doubt, but unlikely in my opinion that we see the winds of change coming to the high side today. But if we do, we'll go long. Otherwise, I'm looking short. Anything you want to add before we start the lesson du jour?
Yeah, so AMD, I wanted to go long AMD. I chose the 180.21 level for reasons and got involved at 21s there on AMD. Ended up getting out at 23s. I took 2 pennies. Basically, what I should have been doing was adding into the trade instead of trying to go full force at that level. It would have worked out. It would have been 60 pennies in the money, but it's all good. Just got to keep going, keep trying, and now realize, Adara, maybe you should have added in instead of trying to go full force. Still took my 2 pennies, so that is still profit taken. And I'm not going to use the other phrase I would normally use. And we're going to wait and see what we do here at 181s for A to the M to the D. Terra Engineering, $10 super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. You'll need 1 hour of pun-free talk during your 3 hours. Any hour will do. Then we'll start now. We have until 12:08.
Okay.
Thank you, Terra Engineering. I accept your challenge.
Why don't you do it from 12 to 1 so you can pun up for
easier?
an hour? I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, I don't think so, because then I'll get into that mode and I'll have to get out. So I'd rather, I already have my brain in this very stifled place, so I'd rather just stay stifled for the time being. But thank you, Terra Engineering, for the super chat and this challenge.
Thank you very much, Terra Engineering, bang, for the $10. All right, let's get right to it, baby. We're talking about Elliott wave theory all week long. We introduced it on Monday. We talked about how to use Fibonacci retracements on the different waves on Tuesday. Yesterday, we talked about how to identify wave 1, the initiator of the waves. Today, we'll talk about how to ID and trade wave 3, the biggest and the baddest of the 5 waves and the biggest of the 3 impulse waves. So let's get right to it. In Elliott wave theory, all eyes are on wave 3. This is the star of the show, the powerhouse that delivers the most significant price movements within a trend. Let's delve into the characteristics of wave 3 and explore how to identify it for potential trading opportunities. Let's get right to it. So the heart of the trend, wave 3, like I mentioned, the longest, the strongest of the impulse waves of wave 1, 3, and 5. Those are the impulse waves. It propels the price in the direction of the trend, often extending the gains of the wave 1 by a significant margin. Here's why it's crucial. Number 1, extended price movement. Wave 3 offers the greatest potential for profit due to its extended length and powerful momentum, meaning that if you're a trend trader, you are in love with wave 3. You have to be, either to the high side or the downside. Doesn't matter, longs or shorts, both can profit off wave 3. And it's also important because it confirms the trend. A strong wave 3 following a wave 1 and a corrective wave 2 provides strong confirmation of the trend direction. And it provides you with trading opportunities as well. It's the biggest, it's the baddest of the waves. How could it not provide you with trading opportunities? But identifying wave 3 can certainly help traders position themselves to capitalize on the trend's continuation. Remember, this is a continuation play because wave 1 started the trend. So here's the look. This is kind of how it may look IRL. You know, there's so many variants of these that you just kind of have to get used to them by practicing over and over and over and identifying waves. But typically what you want to see is wave 1 starting at an area of support or basically a reversal. So if the trend was down and then, you know, it flipped up all of a sudden on news catalyst, that could be a hint that it's wave 1. Also, if the trend was down, but then it consolidates at a key area of support, then you get that initiation wave, that could also be wave 1. So here's a look. This wave 1 starts from here and crests over here. Wave 2 starts from there and troughs over here. Then you can see the biggest and the baddest of the waves. Wave 3 starts from the trough of wave 2 and then ends at the crest where it says 3 there. So that's just kind of how it could look in the wild, so to speak. So identifying wave 3. How do we do that? Well, not always perfect, right? Some key characteristics can help you spot this elusive third wave. The length. That's basically the most notable of the characteristics. Wave 3 is typically the longest of the 3 impulse waves, waves 1, 3, and 5. However, length alone is not a definitive indicator. You also need to look for strength. Expect to see strong price movement and increased trading volume during wave 3 compared to the preceding waves, waves 1 and 2. And Fibonacci's feature here as well. Wave 3, in theory, can extend wave 1 by about 1.6 times. So you can kind of try to gauge, is this a wave 3? Where to expect wave 3 to possibly top out and crest out? Well, you can project it north by knowing how long wave 1 is and then projecting that 1.6 times higher. Again, never a guarantee. These are just general guidelines. They may or may not work, but it's good to know them. And here's the look for this kind of initiation. There you go. Wave 1 starts over here, crests over here. Then you have wave 2 initiating. And then look at the big boy wave 3. Basically, you know, it's obviously the longest of the bunch. But here's the kicker. So sometimes these corrective waves, which are waves 2 and waves 4, they can be of varying lengths. You'll see wave 2 here lasted a period of days, whereas, you know, wave 4, it only lasted a couple of days. It was a major correction, you can see that, but it didn't last all that long. So sometimes spotting these can be a little bit tricky. But beyond the basics, guys, there are oftentimes where there are overlapping waves. There's no requirement for the waves to be separated by time or price. Sometimes they can overlap. So sometimes wave 3 can overlap slightly with the end of wave 1. And usually there's a correction of wave 2 in there or the beginning of wave 4. So there could be overlaps between wave 3 and some of the other waves just owing to how strong and long it is. Don't get discouraged by these minor overlaps. Focus on the overall trend and wave structure. And corrective wave 4, important here as well in gauging wave 3. A healthy wave 4 typically retraces about 23.5% to about 38.2% of wave 3. So you can kind of gauge where wave 4 could be, wave 4 could bottom out or trough out based upon how big wave 3 was. You can kind of have that range of 23.6 to about 38.2. This retracement provides support before the final push of wave 5. And this is important as well. So I wanted to mention this. So sometimes the initiation of wave 3 is just so strong that there is a notable and a noticed gap between the end of wave 2 and the initiation of wave 3. Even better so if the crest of wave 1 is a key area of technical resistance. So if you basically troughed out at an area of support, moved up on wave 1, but wave 1 ends up cresting out at an area of resistance, if you retrace into wave 2, then gap above that initial area of resistance by wave 1, all the more bullish than or bearish, doesn't matter, for wave 3, and it's a better confirmatory indicator. So always look for these gaps that could possibly happen here on the initiation of wave 3, especially if the crest of wave 1 was a key area of technical resistance. So just keep that in mind. And tips for trading wave 3. Confirmation is key. Isn't that always the case, right? Don't rush into trades based solely on wave 3. Look for confirmation from other technical indicators and a healthy retracement in wave 4 for better risk management. But there's also your entry and exit strategies. Develop entry and exit strategies based on your risk tolerance and trading style. Consider using stop loss orders in order to manage risk. And here is a nice little infographic that I found online about how to possibly trade wave 3. You can screenshot this if you want. Basically, it's showing you where you can possibly get in, right? 50% retracement of wave 1. You get in with a stop loss. I would put to the low of wave 1 or the initiation. In any event, you can screenshot this, use it however you want. Just make sure whatever trading style you do adopt works with your risk management depending on your account size, your experience, etc. And just remember, guys, the market doesn't always follow Elliott waves perfectly. However, understanding wave 3, the biggest of the waves, you can potentially identify the significant trend extensions and make better informed trading decisions. Idea.
Yeah, it's like you always want to make sure too, using other factors as well. You want to make sure you have all that, the confluence with not just the wave. So I think that's really key. Thank you so much again to Sharif for putting together these lessons and really breaking things down by each individual Elliott wave as well. AMD, I am not going to lie, I think this challenge did weirdly impact my mental, but now I will not let it do so anymore. This is a beautiful short setup. I have no reason to not be taking this short. But I saw, we went on the book, we were getting to a level, I was like, oh, let's try to take it to the upside. The second I got in this, I saw stuff I didn't like. I should have gotten out. I didn't trust myself either because this long I got out of way too early, right? So I was like, oh, it'll work out. I end up getting out. I don't get out nearly quickly enough, as quickly as I want to. And then it ends up bouncing right back up. But it's life. It happens. You got to keep going, keep getting ready over here and keep pushing. Ticker tantrum saying nasty fall LCFY. Let's take a look at LCFY here. This is Locify, which as Neil pointed out, it's interesting to have an Australian name running like this because we've had names from China. Neil said Singapore as well. We've got Australia entering the mix over here. So we do have this gorgeous VWAP bounce. Look at this little bottoming tail candle. Then we bounce here off that 90 EMA, which is a level I do really enjoy. Then we get a pretty nasty topping tail candle. But I think pushbacks are still allowed. Still have a pushback. Look at this $8 level. It's not perfect. It's closer to like 8. Okay, it's closer to this 816 level, and we are continuing to make these higher lows here, right? So Locify did fall. I definitely agree with the nasty fall mentioned here by Ticker Tantrum, especially because the tap here is 801. So this would maybe be a lower low because I think we were initially holding that 816, but we'll have to see what we do here in LC. Why the point I'm trying to make is I don't think all hope is lost. I think if we continue to make these higher highs and higher lows, could be a good look, but definitely be aware of that failure to break above that 1125 level. Let's take a look at run for Todd S.
Yeah, solar is all really strong.
Yeah,
I was about to mention that.
Yeah, Enphase was a good look as well. Enphase actually a specific catalyst.
Interest rates, right?
That is true, because Enphase had a catalyst. Enphase is a specific thing with regards to tax credits, but all these other ones are moving purely on. They're gonna be coming fast and furious today.
I'm good with them. I don't care. I'm just counting them out.
You like the pushbacks. I appreciate it. But look at this. Yeah, this is a gorgeous bounce here. 1477. We get there, bounce, come back up, bounce, come back up. And you might think we'd have a flat bottom break, and run says no. And it bounces even further. We are actually making another higher high here, looks like on the day. So this is not at all a bad look, Todd. Thank you for pointing this out. Gaurav mentioning Rivian here. Rivian at a high of day, holding strong today with higher volume than yesterday. Thank you, Gaurav, for continuing to mention Rivian, because it's one I don't think we give enough credit to. We had Tesla, which is the EV king of that space, and we also have this Rivian, though, as well, trying to prove Elon Musk wrong, who said, if you're not sleeping in your factory, what are you doing?
Yeah, true, right?
Yeah, so I like an underdog story. Rivian is an underdog story. Its cars look like the cars from the movie Cars, and I will stop saying cars so many times. But this is a nice bounce here, trying to break above this top that we made at 1680, pushing higher. Good look for RIVN. I saw Sharif was just in this name, but this Tesla is an interesting look here. I was eyeing a potential rejection here of that 263.30. If we reject 90 EMA, that's not going to be a bad look either. I have not been giving that 90 EMA the credence it deserves because I really should have taken that short earlier instead of trying to go long here. But I think Tesla's an interesting look right now, though my eyes are still on AMD with this potential bounce here. On the book, I like 181.70 as a bounce area. On the On the chart, it looks like it might be 180, 180s. So we'll have to wait and see here. Either way, I do have eyes on AMD, but it will purely be as a scalp play because this thing has been moving at a velocity that is harder for longer moves.
I just fat fingered on Tesla. I wanted the 264 short because of this. We ended up taking nice like 25 pennies there, but I took out the entire thing, Ram. I didn't actually mean to take out the entire thing there. The whole point of this 264 short was to base it off this area of previous support looking for resistance. So that was a mistake, but I can still get back in here. I just need to see what I want to see, which is weakness. A little bit. So Tesla, the bid is still quite aggressive at these levels. So I'd like to get back in here, but I need to see what it does. I actually had my, good thing I remember to clean up my stop. I had my stop above the $0.25 there, so I want to see if it breaches the $0.25. If it does, then I'll flip long on Tesla, but I'm still looking short on the Cybertruck at the moment. I just want to see what the dance with no pants at 264 ends up resulting in, because right now it's a little zig, it's a little zag. We're definitely getting some selling at the whole dollar. It's likely an iceberg. I don't see enough size to keep it down at these levels here, especially with the umpteen amount of shares coming in on the tape. You'll notice also that we got that liquidity algo working on TSLA vis-a-vis these one share orders that coming in on the dark pools. You can see that depicted there with one, and then beside it is D. D stands for dark pool as well. So, you know, a lot of different theories about what this algo does, whether it's detecting liquidity or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not that smart. But anyway, it's on it today. It's been on Apple on some days. And Tesla definitely in vogue these days. No question about it. Tesla is a monster. It was up like, what do we say, like 70% since the middle of June or what?
Something
like that, right?
Yeah, it's been wild.
Yeah, so Tesla's been a monster lately, so and I anticipate obviously a lot of liquidity in this name, so we'll keep an eye on that. Pearl, $1 super chat. No comment or anything like that, but we'll take it, Pearl. I like your name. Yeah, absolutely. Keeping an eye on Tesla. All right. So let me bring in the small cap gappers over here because we didn't talk about it. I love how Adara was commenting on LCFY because that's my first small cap gapper du jour. And it is holding up. I don't know why my screen is freezing. Hello, computer. Hello. No, okay, it's freezing on me. So LCFY freezing, we'll get back to that in a second. But how about this one, LTNH, another holdover from yesterday. This monster from the closing print of Tuesday to the high of yesterday. This thing is up 51.5%. Second day play on this one, and it absolutely held yesterday's consolidation top there at 107.5. We didn't print anything below that right now. Like again, this is spready and expensive, but you know it has been very directional in its movement. So possibly here something off the 10 exponential on the 5 at 118.50. Keeping an eye on that. Hello, bro. What's going on over here? There we go. We've woken it up again. We just had to change the time frame. So here is LCFY, and the reason why I like LCFY at this $8 level, because that's where VWAP is. It's a whole dollar level as well. Now, I would have liked a little bit more price action resistance at $8. It seems like we took $8 pretty quick there without any real, anything standing in our way. So if it wasn't really a resistance level, should I really be using it as a key area of support? The only thing really that has me looking here is the volume weighted average price because I base my breakout trades for these small cap gappers on where the stock is trading relative to the volume weighted average price. So LCFY, another good look. KZIA, Adara brought that to you guys on the small cap recap. It keeps on pamping. So this one was 20 pennies yesterday. Now it got to $1.58. It's trying to stay above $1 right now. It just broke down below the volume weighted average price at around $1.18. Now that $1.18 and VWAP were both interesting levels. Look at these pre-market area crests over here at $1.20, $1.18, and then VWAP ends up being there as well. So I was personally thinking we could get a bump up here at last. This candle at 10.20 comes in and tanks the whole thing. Now we're zigging and zagging. A little bit above VWAP, a little bit below. That ain't my setup on these small cap gappers unless it sets up different, leaving Kazia alone. Let's go on to this one as well. MEI, a gnarly 44% in the clear. This thing is directional, to say the least. It did wake up yesterday in the aftermarket. Look at that 4 p.m. volume spike to 100,000 shares per 5-minute candle. Now we're doing that on average. So for whatever reason, somebody was buying this on the close. Maybe they knew something I didn't know, because look at the direction this monster got into. Right at 9:15, the volume started coming in around 15 to 9, or 9:15, excuse me, and then it really continued subsequent to the bell, and now we're printing day's highs just off that 13 3/4. Certainly, last but not least, we have PAC-B. Who remembers this from the financial crisis, from the banking, small bank, whatever? What do they call that thing? The small banking
Silicon
crisis?
Valley?
Silicon, yeah, but what was like the whole... Yeah, anyway, the regional banking crisis. That's it, the regional banking crisis. I don't know why this moved. I don't even really want to look at the blotter. It doesn't really matter to me, but this one was at $1.30. It's $1.56. Great looking bull flag. Trying to stay above the volume weighted average price at $1.50. You know, it's not giving you much in the way of notional, but the chart pattern looks really good. And obviously, I got to keep QuantumScape on there because it had a catalyst. This is a legitimate company, or, you know, so I believe. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, let me show you the chart on this, because I remember this from the pandemic. Yeah, there you go. So this got to about $140, and then, you know, a hit piece came out. I forget who it was, Citron, the Bear Cave, whoever, came out with a hit piece on them, and then they absolutely tanked. They're being sued by their shareholders for, you know, inflating or exaggerating the nature of the technology. You can see the chart does reflect that kind of thesis. But hey, man, they've got a deal with Volkswagen. Not a small deal, and they're changing that joint venture into a licensing agreement now. Let's see if that plays out, because they need to be able to scale this. It's one thing to do it in the science lab as a science experiment. It's another thing to put it on cars and mass produce it. So QuantumScape, keep your eye out for this one. It may not just be a one-day play. This may be a multi-day runner, kind of like LNTH. There.
There's been a lot of multi-day runners lately. I think while I'm doing this this challenge, I'm going to be taking really small position sizes, because I know this sounds really ridiculous. But when you're using like a lot of energy to try to repress or whatever, trying to like focus on not doing things, I think you can't be 100% there mentally. And I think I need to honor that. So I'm taking way less size, and I'm only taking trades I really like. Like this Tesla long. This is another case where I keep weirdly forgetting I'm short biased, or that not short biased, but which is, I mean, I still kind of am, but that I'm like more comfortable with shorts, because this is a case where this is another setup I really should have been taking short. We had some stuff I liked in the book, but it's another case where I should have been trusting myself getting out earlier. I am very happy to say I did just get 30 pennies there on, okay, there we go. There we go, Tesla. I am back. Happy to say that. Tesla, I would like to see us come back below the 262, but if Tesla wants to bounce 262 again, that's fine by me. I will get out here. I've noticed too, things seem to be moving like a lot faster. The spread seems to be larger lately on Tesla. I'm not really sure why that is. I don't know if that's more mental or if that's actually physical, but I found it too, like even with this AMD, I had a couple long scalps here based on the book. This first one, it actually did work out here. I was able to get out. This should have worked, but I wasn't able to get filled where I wanted to because of the spread, and I ended up losing out on that. Happy with this TSLA. And we're, really, really happy with this. I've been hiding the P&L still because I'm trying to focus on the quality of the trades and the fundamentals there. AMD, though, back out with this 180 level. 180 break earlier was nice. I had that initial short there on AMD at that 180 break. So let's see what we do here if we want to test this 180 yet again. I think this 182 rejection area on AMD has been really interesting. We held it as support earlier, fell below, came back, rejected it once again. What else are people looking at here? MMM holding strong in a weak market, says ISRA or ISRA. I'm saying names as tickers now, Sharif.
That's all good. That's all
this
good.
MMM, this one has been a really good look here, bouncing off VWAP. I think this is nice. We are about 1 million shares here so far, and I do agree with what you're saying here. The volume's not even bad, but 1 million shares. We have earnings for this coming up in a couple weeks. As I was doing the week ahead notes, I saw this one on watch in not this coming week, but the week after. On the daily chart, I really like this level here of this 98. Why do I like this level of 98? Well, okay, it's up. It's like kind of this 98 to 99 area, but I like it because we had this rejection here. come lower, pop higher, then we come back, bounce yet again at 98s, bounce one more time at 98s, and would you believe it if I say we bounce another time at 98?
Oh, I believe
because
you.
we do. I appreciate that, Sharif. Shout out to teamwork. Although apparently not for Trendlet.
No.
Trend does the odd man out on this desk, apparently. But we're pushing higher here, breaking below that previous area of, breaking above that previous area of resistance at 103. So let's see if we can break above this 105 and then this 106. 3Ms, I do not mind at all on an intraday or a daily chart. So thank you for bringing this one to our attention, Isra. It's currently at highs of days. People are asking what happened to the market. Honestly, it looks like we just had a lot of pullback in tech. Because when I did the sector watch, all these other sectors are actually not a bad look
they're not.
at all.
They're not.
It's just tech is a little bit weaker right now. That would be my take on that.
That's good.
But yeah, what are you seeing?
I want to show the solar watch list over here, guys. Every single name that I have in my solar watch list there is in Greensville. You have like the likes of Nova, Sunrun, even CSIQ, which I was talking smack about yesterday. Enphase, Adair says, has a headline. Even Solar Edge, which has been getting killed lately, is up 0.88. I submit to you guys that this is an interest rate story. The startup costs for solar are still prohibitive, higher than some others, and people don't like using their own money for startup costs, thereby they finance. And if the cost of capital is higher, they are less likely to do so. If the cost of capital is projected to go down, I think solar is an interest rate story through and through. I think you're going to see them go up as we start pricing in possible cuts. So I've got my eye on solar, and now some of them, they're not really day trading names. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Let's look at the volume on some of them. So, for example, Enphase, decent. 3 3/3. Solar Edge, 3.4 million shares done a day for solar, which has been getting by far the most love from the solar investors because it's making its solar panels in the States, not in China, and therefore won't be subject to 100% tariffs. That's also done 1.25 million. The most, though, has been Sunrun, 10.2 million shares. Big boy move, 8 3/4. Not to be outdone by Nova. Nova's 10.5%, but 4.25 million shares there. And what's SPWR again? I forget. SunPower. That one's done almost 4 million shares. It's up 4 2/3. So lots of strength in solar. You'll see that in EV charging as well. You'll also see it in weed. Weed is also strong on the day. We know that it had a catalyst the other day from, it was a negative catalyst actually, so I don't even understand why it's up, but whatever. Upstart and Affirm, both up. I would submit to you, those are interest rate stories as well. Upstart's up big, 7 3/4, 8% here. Upstart's moving as I talk about it. It's done decent volume, 4 2/3 million shares on the day. You'll also see strength in crypto. You'll also see strength in EVs. So the EVs are up today. Where are my EV watch list? Oh, there. EVs, only First Solar, Fisker is down. It's at 1.5 pennies. Jeez, that's bad. VinFast. Shout out to VinFast, baby. 11 3/4%. Go, VinFast, go. Polestar, 4.5. Plug Power, it's got a headline, by the way, with a hydrolyzer, 95 megawatt hydrolyzer being released the other day as well. So lots of strength. Rivian, I saw... I don't know who was talking about it, whether it was Neil, I think, in the chat earlier, talking about Rivian, saying a good look there. Double top at 17 3/4. So lots of other possible plays today, not just a Mag 7. Looks like there is green, but just not in those names. So lots of, for the bulls, that is. Lots of other things to take long, but I got to tell you, I'm looking at the Mag 7 and I'm looking short. And here comes Tesla into the low of day again, 2060.50. Let's watch what it does over here. That was a gnarly retracement that gave you $4, $3.50 up that 260.50 bounce, retraces to 264. And this is where I fat fingered, and I can't believe I still don't have a piece. I'm so angry with myself there. But TSLA on the way down into lows, but so are all the Mag 7 names. Nobody is excluded from being at low days right now, Adair.
Yeah, it's pretty weak. One name, though, that is strong that I have an eye on is IWM. I mentioned this on the small cap recap. IWM was a really good look there. The Russell 2000, very strong. So I initially, because what happened last time I saw something like this, I went long on the break above the 90 MA. Ended up being a good look. I was seeing some stuff on the book to confirm that. Then we couldn't get to 40s. I was trying to get out, wasn't able to get out where I wanted to. All good there, but then I switched to the short because basically my whole plan with this, I was willing to go in either direction. Now, as Neil said on one of his lessons of the day, I believe last week, and I want to shout those out because they are very important, Neil was saying that you always want to make sure you have a good case if you switch. Now, for me, the reason I decided to switch is because this was one that it was kind of an if-then or either or. If we were above the 90 MA, if we could make that push, I thought we could take this long into this 210 70s. If we could stay below the 90 MA, I thought this could be a little bit of an exhaustion here at this 210 70s, given that top, and we could try lower. So I'm happy with this right now. I do not love the bounce at 210 15s. It is a little bit peculiar, but we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And also, if there's any tickers you're keeping an eye on, make sure to vote.
Oh,
Go in the chat right now, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. NVDA, TSLA, IWM, SPY, GME, Tesla. How is your Cybertruck going there? I thought you were.
No,
Oh, you're not in it.
I didn't say anything about being in Cybertruck.
I thought you said.
Well, I said I fat fingered like 20 times.
Oh, my-
So it's
yeah,
all,
that's my
all
bad.
good. So 264, we were short. We're still waiting on that. There goes the break of 260 all the way down to 95.50. I was actually calling me crazy, but I was thinking about possibly taking a quick scalp off 260.50. Good thing I didn't. All sorts of weakness and everything in the Mag 7 world right now. I personally don't like it because I don't see my Apple gains go away, but that's just the nature of the beast. You can't expect things to go up in a straight line. Now it's just about how I get in on the shorts. I'm waiting for 10-period exponential retracement on one of them, and nothing is coming in on the 5. And so I'm not able to get in on anything right now. Everything is super weak. Everything is at lows, and yeah, this is just not my trading style. I'm not going to punch in random areas. I need a pullback, a healthy pullback into a key area of technical resistance to get in, and you're not getting it on any of them. They're all well extended below the 10 exponential, which is the shortest of the moving averages that I use. So I don't have a trade short, sadly. I just won't punch in randomly. I need to get it off a key level. And right now, so I got to pack my patience with these names until they retrace into a key level. Let's look at some of the small cap gappers that we've earmarked here. Possibly people saying Longeveron, the winds of change may be coming on LGVN. Really? All right. Well, it just went green. It did. It got up into that 495 area. Retraced, though, from what I can see. Let me just actually load that up because it's not updating for me here. LGVN. There we go. Put that bad boy up there. Yeah, so it's retraced down back into 460, did move into that 494, tried to break through 5. But look what we did yesterday in the aftermarket. We know we had a resistance level at 5 in the aftermarket yesterday. We also used 5 as a level of support before we quadrupled there at 10:30 yesterday. $5 was the level of support. We break down. We find support at 415 or 4.25, depending on if you're looking at closing prints or wicks. And then we create a bit of a range from 4.25 to about 5 to the top side. That stays in effect for the entirety of the aftermarket. In fact, we break down into 4. Then 4 a.m. comes along, we hold 4 generally, and now we're trying to bounce. We're rejecting off that $5 area. So Longeveron, I would submit to you guys, is locked in a bit of a range with $5 to the high side here. It is bouncing right now off the closing print from yesterday at 55s, $4.55. It is bouncing a bit. I do want to see if it holds this level, or is this a quick Christmas tree retracement where we breach the closing print, come up to that resistance level at 5, and then come back down. So LGVN, shout out to Scott H, bringing this one to my attention. We're obviously still well off some of the highs from yesterday at 550. There is a range there as well. Tesla, what? Just let me load it up. Let me load. Tesla just absolutely tanked. Look at this move here down to 255 on the Cybertruck. Unreal drop. I'm looking. Unlikely anything here. Tesla price spike down. What do you got?
An article, this came out a while ago, but sometimes things circulate later. There was this morning, we got an article in the Washington Post entitled, Tesla sells self-driving cars. Is it a fraud?
Is that editorial?
They're looking at investigations into it, so it was based on investigations.
Sounds good.
So I would say it's less of an, but it was old, so I don't know. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. The TSLA. Sorry, let me take.
No worries. So yeah, there we go. I mean, we're printing low a day right now, Adair. Here comes 250, 270. The bottom just dropped off Tesla. So let's zoom out. Let's find out where the bleeding could stop. There is some interest over here at 252, kind of a random level. I think we probably see 250 given the vigor of that drop, and there is support at that 250 level from the 9th where we like quadruple bottomed off that level.
Oh,
right.
Darwin, but apparently they're delaying the robo-taxi.
I'm not surprised. There we go. So I don't have that yet on my blotter. Thank you, Darwin, for putting that in the chat.
They delayed the robo-taxi.
What's going on? Yeah, they delayed the robo-taxi, Ram. That's what Darwin is saying. I still don't have... Oh, yeah. Thank you, Ram. Just in case, because we were both talking, Darwin putting in the chat that the robo-taxi widely expected to be kind of announced next month. And, you know, it's basically allowing or forcing a lot of other competitors to front run them, because we saw a couple of other individuals drop their robo-taxi a few days ago. I'm just looking at Tesla here. We should probably keep it on the chart, Ram, because this is on the way down further. Here comes 251, and the bottom is dropping off aggressively. Doesn't seem to be any retracement here. There it is. Shout out to Darwin, getting it right again. Tesla plans to delay robo-taxi unveiling to October from August, wants more prototypes before robo-taxi event, sources say, being reported by the trustworthy Bloomberg. And yeah, you can take that as you'd like, but we're keeping an eye on that 250 and a quarter incoming here. Here comes 250. Do we get at least a bounce off 250? Not yet. Wow, 249.32. This thing is absolutely tanking. Ain't no bottom here, Dara. This thing is going to the downside.
Yeah, this thing's going crazy. I'm trying to scalp a short here, and I would have had one, but I had the amount wrong, so it wouldn't fill me. It's all good there. I really want this short on Tesla. This is the type of stuff I love doing, just these trading this stuff off news with this volatility. We're kind of bouncing a little bit on 249s, but if we break below 249s, that's a level I would be okay with getting in here. We're bouncing off 249, so let's see. Looks like we are recovering just as quickly as we sold off. If you remember the last time we had this really crazy Tesla sell-off was when we had that news with the, words.
Do you want me to take over?
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to think of the time. Oh yeah, it was in April. It was when Reuters said that Tesla was going to be delaying. It was some kind of delay. Oh yeah, the cheaper vehicles. That's what happened.
The Model 2.
Yes, Model 2. Mm-hmm. And then Elon said Reuters was lying, and then it came right back up. So you want to be really cognizant with these things, these Tesla stories, because Elon Musk will go on Twitter and things will change. Sorry for the pause there, guys. I was just trying to collect my thoughts.
I just want to guys, Tesla is dropping because the robo-taxi, widely expected to be unveiled next month, is being delayed till October. Picky Eater just asking me in the chat. We have to keep in mind that a lot of people are joining us, coming in and coming out. You know, they get up, they do whatever they need to do, so they don't always hear what we have to say. So the drop in Tesla, 5 1/4, 5 1/3 now to the downside as a result of the delay of the robo-taxi. As soon as we get more information, obviously we'll provide that to you, but just keep a lookout here on the Cybertruck. A lot of weakness. It's now retracing above 250. So the trade is in here, bottoming tail candle. Does it hold, or do we just like retrace and then short the pop kind of setup where we come back down? Right now, 246.12 Adara is a low day, retracing above 250 though.
Yeah, I'm watching this 250 breakdown, because if that 250 breakdown happens, I would like some smoke on that. I would like to get involved for sure. This is just such a crazy move down here on Tesla. And the thing is, too, we're actually getting escalating volume as well. Like that first candle, we have since eclipsed in volume the second candle. So it's basically, it looks like sellers are still in the water. We have a super chat from Kyle Burdett to that.
I just messaged him. I'm like, where are you?
Kyle
this
Burdett,
is your market.
Big Kyle there. $4.99 super chat. The sweet Snowball's blood. Can I get a quadunk? Quadunk. I'll let you do yours, because you have the really
I'll give Big Kyle his quadunk any day of the week. I just didn't see in the chat, Big Kyle, and I know how much you love these type of markets. I just want to see where you were. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining us. Almog, sir, have you made a lesson already on how did you arrange your main scanner through those sections and such? So, Almog, I'll absolutely give you the layout that I use. It's really, really simple. Whether you're able to execute it on your own platform or not, given the whatever options you have. I didn't make a lesson in it. Maybe we should do an entire week on that. But there was.
I think we did a week on that.
Layouts?
On scanners, yeah, and how
On
you get
scanners,
news,
yeah.
So you did a whole day where you like set it all up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just show you real quick over here. Here's my scanner, and this is what I do. This is a scanner. You can have any parameters for the scanner you want. This over here is my news blotter. So if I click on something, it'll update the news on it. This is the Fundamentals Explorer. This will give me all the fundamental details on the company. And that's obviously a chart. So that's one window. That goes on my top screen. On my right top screen is my watch list, the news blotter, a chart, and the the Fundamentals Explorer right there. So I have lots of different names on my watch list. I don't mind providing that to you guys, but just keep that in mind that this is, it's just something that I set up informally. And then on the side bottom screen, I have the 8 charts, and then you can see tabs down there for the different sectors for the charts. So I have my daily movers, so the small cap gappers go over here, then the Mag 7 and the Future go over here. Then I have the indexes, the semis, Chinese ADRs, airlines, etc. So I have different charts, and I just keep those on the side. So I hope that helps. That's the setup I've had for a long time. All right, back to trading now, because Tesla, nice V-shaped retracement right back above 250, still below the previous 5-minute candle. The top of the previous 5-minute candle is 254.75. We're still well below that as we dip down. This seems like a short the pop kind of situation here on TSLA. I'm going to get short at this level. It's not letting me in. All right, we're going to get short. Where are we short? 54s. There we go. So we get 75 pennies just like that on Tesla. So we'll cover that one super quick. Short the pop kind of situation here on Tesla. Lots of weakness, and the volume. We're almost at 100 million shares already on Tesla. So, NVIDIA's done 187 Adara, but definitely the volume picking up bigly here on the Cybertruck.
Yeah, I went long a pop. Now I'm trying to short the pop. This was not successful, this trade, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, Kate was not able to manage this how I wanted to. So that's really unfortunate. Not super happy with myself on that. Should have just stuck with my long trade. This thing is moving way too aggressively. Kate got out there, just making sure I'm all good. Yeah, we didn't really lose much on that. But yeah, the long the pop, that worked out for me. Took about 50 pennies in that, then lost a lot more in the attempt to short. So I definitely need to be a lot faster with this, a lot more cognizant of things like that. Also, Scarjo Rapid, thank you so much for letting us know here. Lyft and Uber popping on Robotaxi News. Let's take a look at the LYFT, see how this goes. Yeah, okay, this is a good look. Get that volume pop here. Gorgeous volume pop. I want to shout out your Tesla trade.
Thank you.
That is a really good look there.
I appreciate you.
On Tesla.
It was a quick scalp.
That's all, yeah, right? It's a great, and the timing on that is so important, because I tried to take the short scalp, like seconds later, just wasn't effective. So
isn't that insane?
It's the timing is crazy.
Insane?
Yeah, because and it's interesting. It's all about timing, because I had a successful long pop scalp and not an effective short one. Sharif killed it on the short. So it's really about what you see and how quick you are to act on it.
So true. It's so true.
I just want to really shout that out.
I appreciate you, Adara. Thank you
awesome.
for always like.
But yeah, Lyft popping up. Yeah, I mean, we're teamwork. Popping up here on LYFT. Lyft also strong this morning too, as you can see this volume pop. I could never found a story on this. That's a 12% short float though. But Uber, let's see how Uber is looking. Okay, this is a good look here on Uber, bouncing off this VWAP as well. Uber to me is a little, the charts look kind of similar. I was gonna say which one's more interesting, but I do like this Uber look here.
Okay, I'm ready.
Both of them popping wildly. I think if we bounce off 70s, 60s, which is where we had that kind of VWAP bounce earlier, that could certainly be an interesting look here. Patrick in the chat saying brutal. I think that is definitely a thing I agree with. Let's take a look at AMD. Here, Darwin, we did have the Robotaxi. Yeah, I forgot to mention that as well. But yes, so it's the Robotaxi news pushing up Uber and Lyft. But we did have that strength in Lyft earlier today for reasons we do not know. AMD, says Crayshell Morrison. I would love to look at AMD for you. AMD breaking below this 179.50 area. Definitely should have had some eyes on that. Pushing lower here, but it looks like we're maybe trying to make a base here at 178.40. I will say for AMD, Craychell, this one has been really hard with the movements. It'll give you a lot of fake outs before that move. So I would say with AMD, definitely want to be a little bit more cautious about a little bit of wild and woolly action happening over here.
Yeah. All right, guys. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on those big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzingapro.com/pro and get your free 14-day trial today. And Adara, it wouldn't be a Benzinga ad read unless I
It would not.
threw you in there. And this is kind of what it looks like, guys. This is obviously logged out, but these are all the different options you'll get. I don't have the Pro account on this computer, but this is exactly what it'll look like here. And you can create multiple tabs, so you can have like multiple ones of these things over here. You can see, keep creating all these. So great, great platform. I've been involved with them one way or another, basically since I started trading in 2020. So yeah, nothing bad to say about them, only good things. So shout out to them. All right, let's get back into trading, because I was complaining earlier that I couldn't get anything off a key area of resistance on these Mag 7 names. Well, that now has changed. Whether or not we reject off the 10 exponential on the 5 on some of these names, an entirely different story. But you can see the amount of confluence between the chart patterns on these Mag 7s. It feels like 2021 all over again, where these 7 would move in tandem. That obviously has changed over the last couple of years, but there you go. So they're all coming into the 10 exponential on the 5, and each time they did that on prior occasions on the day, they did reject. So I want to see if we do get these rejections now. Now, Goggles already rejecting off the 10 exponential, as you can see there, coming into that 162.40 and already dropping 40 pennies. Same thing with the soft one. The soft one came into the $0.50. It already dropped 50 pennies. Likewise with the Zon. The Zon got into 194.88. It's down 30 pennies. The dead one, though, it hasn't started retracing. And by the dead one, I'm joking. I'm calling it, that's what I call Apple. And it's up into that 226.88, finally putting a little bit of a red candle here on AAPL. I do want the smoke on these shorts, so we're going to have to go ahead and set up over here. Daryl, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, so IWM, I am back in. I know this name and I have had a little bit of tug of war. I was long, and then I got out, and then I was short, and then it pushed up. But then sometimes you need to be in those trades to see how this moves. We are now seeing something that is, shout out to Obi, distinctly different here on the tape. Initially, we were bouncing off a little bit, that 210, 14, 13 area. Once we stopped bouncing off that is clearly, as you can see here, where I got short, took a smaller position because we got not too chopped up in Tesla, but a little bit chopped up in Tesla. So I'm planning on adding to this position because I do want to be able to add in and out as I go along, as we head to the downside here on the Russell 2000. I want to take some out at 90s because that was a little bit of a support area earlier, as you can see. Plus, we're bouncing a bit on the book. And I want to add, if we get back to 210.01s, I would love to add there. If I start seeing a curl back in this trend where we're pushing back decisively higher and back above that 90 MA, back above 210.20s, which is definitely a bit of a decision point for this one, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing. That'll have to be where I hang up my hat and I leave this trade. Yes, Tesla is tanking, Hog Rider. We do have the report that Tesla's delaying the Cybertruck. Ramin sent us a very funny video in our chat saying the reason he's delaying the Cybertruck is because there's videos of Elon partying in a club. So that's what's happening instead. So not Cybertruck, the robo-taxi.
Are we allowed to show this, Ram, or no?
Yeah, it was Drake, Elon, Messi. So it wasn't the Cybertruck they're delaying, it was the robo-taxi guys. I apologize. But yeah, they did.
There's your favorite rapper there, Dara. Having one hell of a time with the cornrows all done up and everything. He's having a merry old time there. Shout out to Drake. Merry. What?
Elon's at the bottom.
Where is
Elon's
that?
the last one. The arrow.
Up.
Arrow.
What am I doing?
On the post, the arrow.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
I see. Oh, that's Erling Haaland, man. That's Erling Haaland from City, bro. Oh my God, that's so funny. Just because he's not in the Euros.
That's where I found Elon.
And there's
Elon
Messi and Suarez. This is obviously a club in Miami. Suarez was in the stands yesterday fighting the Colombian fans. I don't even want to get into that. Everyone knows what happened there. But next one, yes, boss. Yes, boss. Absolutely. Now, who do we got here? Okay.
Elon,
get it, Elon. The best dancer in the club, hands down, Elon Musk. Yes, he's doing his little with the arms, though. Keep your arms down, bro. That's not good. That's not a good look. Elon in the club. That should be a song, Elon in the club. Anyway, great look there. Thank you, Ram, for that. Some comedic relief. All right, I'm short AAPL at 57s. I'm out at 88s. Let's see if we can get down a little bit. I've got a beak wetter in the low 40s, Adair.
I like that. I'm gonna do the animation for that because I love also that the bucket is a chart, which is what's so cool with that animation.
Yeah.
Also, another button I have is the vote button. Get in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you like. As Sharif sometimes says, I will also do it as computer keys. So shift 1, exclamation point, join, space bar, that's that bar at the bottom. Shift 4, whatever ticker you like. Maybe it's Meta, maybe it's GME. Someone in the chat was saying, or I think it was Cameron saying, GME actually up on the day because we were saying, what's strong in the market? GME, GameStop. So this is a good look here. This one, slightly up on the day. This rejection though, this 25.30 kind of makes me want GME shorts a little bit. I don't want them yet because, like I said, the trading today has been a little bit abysmal, so I want to feel like I can get that confidence back up before I try to short this guy. But yeah, that Elon video, thank you for sending us that, Ramin. And she put in the chat as well, this is why the robotaxi delayed. So that makes sense. I also did think that August 8th was a little bit ambitious. And I also found that the timing of it was weird too, Sharif, because the day he announced it, that was the day we had that last big quadrunk for Tesla. So it seemed like he was trying to compensate a little
100%.
bit. That was my
And he's done that in the past. Let's be honest about it. Remember when Reuters came out and said he was delaying the Model 2? Yeah. What did he do literally 2 days later? He said he was accelerating Model 2 production.
Exactly.
So he trolls in, like, that's his way, right? And I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think as long as you're like aware of that's what he does, that is in fact what he does. Also, NVIDIA is getting interesting for me here. We're below the 90 EMA, but it looks like we're trying to make a bit of a pop. Look at these bottoming tail candles. Look at this bounce off 128. I don't know if I want any smoke on this yet, but it's something I want to certainly be aware of. This 128.30, if we reject this, I will take a short with small size. I am about 30 pennies in the money on I to the W to the M. So very happy with that. I'm super happy with the size. I tried to add, but I only got part filled at 89s. But as Sharif says, you're always mad as a trader. So I'm okay with that. I'm only looking at my P&L to see the size of this position because I want to know actually how much more I have. Okay, yeah, this is not a lot here. We're definitely going to let this one ride to the downside. If we come back to 80s and reject, I'll add because that 80 break was pretty sweet. So we're going to get a 78 fill ready for me at let's do 77s. I don't want to be too frugal just because sometimes you do want those shares. So I'm gonna try for 77s. If I don't get 77s, that's fine. I don't want to be adding to oblivion, but I think in this trade, I mean, look at with the way I see this in the chart, I can get out some at 25s and then save a piece for VWAP. I think it totally makes sense to add this a little bit. So let's see how we go with the I to the W to the M. How goes the Apple?
It was good. We covered for like a 15 penny winner, got stopped out on the rest as it did break 88s. That was my line in the sand. But now I'm looking at Tesla, man, because we're missing out on a monster short here. Wow, Tesla is just flushing. There is no bid here, guys. Look at this. Oh man, this is a monster short on the Cybertruck right now. It's going all the way down to 240. I can't believe the move we've had. We're already $30 off the top. 271 is the top. We're at 342.53. That's a low right now. What a day. I mean, we're plenty of range. Obviously, looking for where the bottom could, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I'm thinking that way. I should just be just looking south here. I'm just trying to get something on the pop-up, but easier said than done, certainly. So, Tesla, I'm looking at the side chart over here. Yeah, 242.52. We're back into 243 right now. I mean, I don't really have another resistance level to the top side unless we get 249. 249 is where we had a 3-candle holdup over here between 1141 to 1143. And I know I'm grasping at straws trying to look for resistance, but I mean, there isn't that much in the way of resistance because the move down was just so aggressive. So keeping my eye here on TSLA. I'm also keeping my eye on some of these other Mag 7 names because you get the likes of Apple and the likes of Microsoft now breaching the 10 exponential on the 5. So I'd like to see whether or not they come into the 20 exponential and hold up. Apple now above 227, having been down 225 3/4. So definitely not looking for a long on Apple, definitely not looking for a long on Microsoft, just looking as to where they may find resistance so that I can get in on the short. I'm still very short bias on the day. 20,500 just came and went on the future. And now the low of day is 20,475, guys. So we've dropped over now 500 points on the NQ September contract, now down a gnarly 2% on the day. Apple still doing the dance with no pants here with 227. So I could absolutely be persuaded to get back into this if it doesn't make its way back into around 227 and 2/3. That's where the 20-period exponential on the 5 is. It doesn't look like at the moment it's making its way up there. Same thing with the soft one. The same Microsoft looks like it's topping tail off. Let me just take this one off. Sorry, guys, to keep switching charts here. Looks like it's topping tail off 454, and it's already down 80 pennies, 453.20. Great rejection off that level. That was a 10 exponential and an area of local resistance owing to this trough over here. So it comes in basically to the same area and then goes, nope, thank you. That's as good as we're going to do on the day. So soft one on the way down. I missed this one. All right, I'm keeping my eye on Softy. I'm keeping my eye on Apple again because Apple's fighting right now with 227, a little bit above, a little bit below. I'm just waiting to see if it rejects or makes its way to the 20. I do want to get in a short at one of these levels of there.
A little bit of zig, a little bit of zag.
A little bit of zig, a little bit of zag.
Yeah, the Apple shorts have been nice because you have that like rounded bottom, but there's a little like big opportunities there. So shout out to you for that. IWM.
Boots.
I can't say that, but
why not?
Because it is a pun legally.
Oh, apple bottom jeans. But it's a song. You could be singing a song.
I could, but yeah, thank you, Ramin, for putting that in my ear, our ear. IWM bouncing a little bit here off 209.25s. Part of me, I'm so tempted to take this out here. I have a really small position. Like I said, I really wanted more shares so I could kind of piece out as I go. So right now, if I do decide to do any leaving of the position, I'm out, and I do think we could potentially go lower, so I'm going to be watching here. I'm okay holding this thing. Well, it's not going to be against me. It's still going to be in the money. But I'm okay with holding this and seeing what we do at 209.60s, because 209.60s was that previous area of rejection. If we reject off there again, I shall add. If we do not, I shall leave, and I'll still be 40s in the money, so I can't be too upset about that. I'm really trying to work. I don't think I'd be working on holding today, but this trade ended up working for me. And so if I don't have any pieces to scalp out because I don't have enough pieces, I'm just going to have to stay in here and be patient and wait. As Sharif says, I will be packing my patience.
Yes.
Anyone eyeing AMD here, says Ponzi Fonzie. AMD, like I said, the price action on this has been something else. Today, I found it's been kind of wild and woolly and a little bit more difficult. Ooh.
4.
Indeed. So I was looking at this. I said I like this attempt to hold at 178. AMD laughed in my face, breaks lower. It's weird because we have all these bullish looking things here. Look at these bottoming tail candles. But then we also, I just thought of it. We have these bottoming tail candles for, it's gonna upset me. We have these bottoming tail candles here, but then we keep breaking lower. So you know what, with that in mind, I would love to see what we do here at this 78.50s is where we had that fall previously. Why? Because same here, we look bullish, we get to that area we could pop above, and we do not pop above. So that's something I'm going to be keeping my eye on. Though, as Rapid Home Repair says, AMD is ready to move. There is certainly something in the water here. Speaking of chips, I got out of, Fadera. I got out of NVIDIA legitimately flat. I was flat on this because I didn't like what we were doing. We were holding the 30s really well. We broke below. I got out flat at 30s. If I had stayed in this, I would have been more than 80 cents in the money, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm proud of the read I had on this. Definitely should have played it better, but I will admit I was in my head because I haven't been holding things as long. I also, like I said, the punt challenge has weirdly been impacting my mental, which is definitely a me problem. But this IWM trade is not impacting my mental, gotta say. Happy with this. Wish I had the opportunity to add, but as Sharif said, you're never gonna be totally happy as a trader. I am about 90 pennies in the money right now on this. Investing to Travel says, today is wild. And you know what, Investing to Travel? I agree. I fully agree. This has been a wild, woolly day on the market. Yeah, I think I'm pretty calm, Bora out. I actually think I'm like kind of subdued today because I can't blend. Yeah. But I appreciate that. How are you doing?
I can vouch for that. Yes, today is a subdued day. I'm short Apple again here because it keeps coming off 227. I'm going to give it 10 pennies. If it breaks 227.10, we'll get out, and it looks like it will here. So it's like, for whatever reason, Apple's just stronger than most at this this whole dollar level here. I'm looking at the side chart. That's what I'm looking at. Because, yeah, there we go. I'm out. Am I out? Yeah, I'm out here. Because it's strong. It's strong off these levels. So I go 0 for 2 on Apple today. Well, I had this win, but then I got stopped out for the second attempt over here. I'm keeping an eye on Apple. I had the wrong trade there, it looks like, because the Zon just turned down, and I just loaded up the Zon for the 10 exponential retracement, and that one was right. But I still feel like Apple might be right at these levels over here. I'm just going to get a better price. So we'll go to, there we go. So we're short 98s. Let's see if we can cover something at 82s. Over here, so we'll just go all the way down to over here. So I'm going to put my stop again, 227. Oh, this might not be a good idea, but whatever, we're going to do it anyway. So here we go, and there we go. The stop is in place. Yeah, I mean, Apple is just strong at these levels. I don't know if I'm giving it a sufficient room because it just keeps moving up, blowing through my stop. I think I'm doing the wrong thing here, but that's okay. If you don't do it, you don't learn. So short Apple at 98s, and there it goes up again into the low teens, and I will get likely stopped out there. It just keeps moving up through the 10 exponential. I got to tell you though, the 20 exponential off where I'm trying to get the other position or the other short is at 227.50. So if this keeps coming into 227 or keeps going to the high side, I will short it off the 50 penny level. And I did get stopped out again right now from my Apple position. So we'll keep an eye on this one while Neil starts his lesson of the day.
Welcome, your lesson of the day. Well, I had some plans. I had an idea of what I was going to talk about there. Even made some notes about trending and when to fight, when to get out, when to live another day. And then Tesla happened, and that news dropped in there. And there's a few things that I wanted to quickly go over, because I think when you have an event like this Tesla potential delay of the robotaxi causing the stock to drop about $15 to $20 in just a matter of minutes, and it's not necessarily Tesla the first place I want to go over to. Because one of the things you can do is you can look at these sympathy plays. Like, everyone's going to be watching Tesla. And just to give you an idea of what Tesla did next to Uber here, which I think for obvious reasons I want to talk about, Tesla fell like an absolute rock. This is the volume candle there on Tesla. You get an absolute hammer. It's at least 2 to 2.5x the volume of any candle on the day. So you know it's significant news right away, and you're rolling over and breaking levels and all that kind of good stuff. Now, if you're ever going to trade something as a sympathy play, first thing first, have an idea where you're going to go. Okay, other EV names are in play. I mean, there was some trades in Rivian. I'll get to that in a quick second. But a delay in robotaxi, who's that good for? First thoughts, Uber and Lyft. And if you look at since the news came out, Tesla tries to catch a bottom, goes back in and does another dipsy-do where it rolls back over. On the other hand, that spike up, so they're going in opposite directions, happens over here in Rivian. It pulls back into the same low. So it double taps and possibly is triple tapping the same support level up on the bad Tesla news as Tesla continues to go lower. So that's one of the things I want to look for. Okay, fine, they're going in opposite directions here, but do we have a situation where if Tesla continues to trend down, you're actually getting this strength here off of the same level that you can trade off on Uber? Or if Tesla starts breaking out, then you've got a flat bottom break into the other side to quickly identify a potential trade idea in a related name if you're able to. A lot of times when you're digesting the news, maybe you're trading Tesla and you're waiting around for an Elon tweet or something like that, and you want to find a level on another stock. There's no levels per se on Tesla. When it curls, it kind of just finds one here at 54 of no significance, lower highs in here. Maybe you could call it falling trend. But in the case of Tesla versus Uber, you're actually getting the same bounce now 3 times. Heck, as I was talking about it, you could have taken this 71.20 like a third time off of that same level. So positive for them. They're not the only ones reacting. You're going to get a move as well in Lyft. So when I pop these guys up, the reason not Lyft isn't as good, pulls back, you're getting lower highs or lower lows getting put in on Lyft. So you identify that one name is finding support at the same level. It's doing increased volume as you would expect after that news, and then jump on over to it. Now, the first place I was at was actually Rivian because I was involved in the Rivian long when the news happened. Like, we had already dip bought into VWAP on Rivian, and then we dip bought into the same level again, and it looked like it was going to be good. We were scalping it back into VWAP. Eventually, I got stopped out. But that's what led me to look over and find something a little bit different and then go to the lesson of the day. It would have worked fine in terms of buying that dip in Rivian. It's actually still holding that same level. But when you understand the fact that it didn't do an extreme move on that Tesla news the way that Uber did, there's a little bit more juice to this, being directly related to that robo-taxi story instead of just being adjacent to it. So you found that 71. I'm laughing at myself here because I could have just like not been doing this and just gone long right here. Like it's actually silly, for crying out loud. Like this is 71.20 for all the reasons just stated. Yeah, sure, Rivian's bouncing like 10, 15 cents off that level, but you just got 60 cents pretty much in a matter of seconds there on that Uber trade. So a lot of times when you have flash news like this, when it's that significant, when it's that big of a move, you want to look to see what else is going, what can you trade, where can you express the trade. It's great if you know in advance where you want to go. It's even better if you can quickly identify something. So Tesla continued to pull back and trend back in, but clearly the buyers wanted to support 71 and 71.20 on Uber. Quite the story. I don't think this is going to be done. And just on a side note, after we finish the lesson, you've got to respect something here. The last time this happened on Tesla is something very similar. We did have a story from Elon Musk. I don't remember the exact date, but Elon made a response and it reversed. So if you want to look at the big picture, Tesla just pulled right back into some support, theoretical support at the $240 level. If we were to hear or see something on X from Elon stating, this is bogus, blah, 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 don't believe, yada, yada, whatever you might say, you could be back in the 250s right quick. You've got to keep your ear to the ground on this one. I don't think you want to do anything but scalp trade at Tesla. And if you are going to do more than that, like look for a trend short under 250 or 254, which have been levels, just work back into it. A, have stops, have an idea where you're wrong, and then B, keep your ear to the ground. Obviously, if we get anything live, we'll be right at it, no problem, and we'll let you guys know. I got the Benzinga usually in my ear. I have it up as well. I'm following Elon, and I actually have his account up right now that we're watching. So the overall trend in Tesla, this is the first red day since it broke this sucker out, but I would not be trading it without some kind of ear to the ground on news. I'm not saying he's going to make some kind of a post and refute it. But if he does, I don't think you want to get lost in the sauce and tripped up that way. So the sympathy play, find a level. It's pretty amazing that like live as I was explaining, hey man, instead of finding stocks randomly moving, Uber seems to be bouncing into the same level on this news. And now Uber's at 72. It just continues to go. So I'll probably take a shot at this if it gets down here a fourth time. Uber off of VWAP. Robotaxi news obviously going to affect this. And it wasn't that weak of a stock as well. That's why I forgot to mention this. I should have said this earlier. That's a mistake on my part. When the market was dying and going to the downside, I mean, Uber was holding out anyways. Like it was already a relatively decent stock. So the fact that it's holding on to the bid in a weak market, I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. Now it would have been like 90 cents in the money. Next available dip, I'll try to pick some Uber up here off of VWAP. Good luck, everybody. That's your lesson of the day. Find those sympathy plays. If you can find a level to trade off of, you know the volume's going to be there, you know the moves are going to be there, and the trades can then follow.
Very much, Neil. Awesome, as always. I mean, Neil Roberts, guys, every day he's going to be dropping hot lines around that noon hour, so make sure to catch it with Neil on his lesson of the day. All right, as we were talking, there was not aggressive, but there was, decent retracements here to the long side. Apple and Microsoft now, and NVIDIA, I should include NVIDIA in that as well, both at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. In fact, Apple and NVIDIA have now breached the 20 exponential on the 5, and I was looking at shorting both at that level, as including Microsoft. So Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA look like they are more inclined to, at least for the moment, to retrace a bit more aggressively here than the likes of, say, Amazon, Meta, and Goggles, because they're both all three, excuse me, are still below the 10 exponential on the 5, whereas the other 3 are at the 20. So interesting look here. Tesla far lower than the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential is at almost 251. We're trading 247 and a fifth at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out on all these names to see if the 20 exponential retracement was just a moment in the sand. A moment in the sand. Yeah, I've got a gnarly headache, guys, so you'll have to excuse me. It's just a quick moment there, and wham, bam, and then we go right back down. I'm really focused on both these names, Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA, not both, all 3 of these names to see if I can get a short off any of them. Still waiting, packing my patience, don't want to get cut up. I already gave back all my Tesla winnings on these bad word shorts on Apple because I was trying to take it. I was convinced that this was going to retrace, and my conviction got the better of me, and I did not trade it the right way. But I did have a level off which I wanted to get it. So, yeah, kind of a bit frustrating there, but we'll see what we get there.
Yeah, we'll see what we get. We will not get upset. It is 12:15. I can punt again. Oh my gosh, the way that I feel so good. Like I said, I really think that it impacted my mental for real. I think because when you're focusing so much on stifling a part of yourself or like focusing on things that aren't relevant, you're just not going to be as into the trades. You're going to get more in your head. You're not going to trust yourself enough. IWM, let's go. I want to talk about this because I did have a big L in this trade earlier. I was in the money nicely. I was in the money like 90 pennies. Then I added, I was going to wait to see what we did at 60s, but I decided I got a little bit greedy here. I added instead at 25s, ended up losing money and got out. Then I go to the washroom like a dare. You got to stand up. You got to breathe. You have to have your moment of clarity. Then I take this short here off the 90 MA. It's working right now. We're going to be getting out at 58 with half the position and saving the other piece for the dream. You know where that dream is going to be?
Where?
That dream is going to be at this 25 area here, Sharif. Look how we bounce. That will be where that dream ends. Thank you so much. I am pleased as punch. And that hurt.
I want you to look at that.
Thank you so much to the $200 super chat. Thank you so much, Chair Engineering. That's so kind of you. Pizza and beer for all. Much respect to both of you. After 2 years of grueling work, Terra Engineering, just me, had a fantastic June. We're working and listening to you guys 4 to 5 hours a day for the knowledge and excellent company. If you're curious, Google NASA ICE, Terra Engineering. I'm gonna have to look this up. But thank you so much,
I'm gonna have to give this a lot of love.
Yeah.
$200 super chat. We're hitting all the buttons here, whatever we can get on the keyboard. I think I broke it. There we go. We got Sean Sub. We got the Dollar Club. We got this one over here. We even have Feifei jamming on you. Shout out to him. He just had a new kid. Shout out to Feifei. But yeah, thank you very much, Tara, for the $200. Needless to say, that is a large sum. Very, very appreciative of that. No question about it. And it's all because of you.
Yes, thank you. Literally, guys, thank you so much. This is so cool. Apparently, some kind of NASA's Break the Ice Lunar Challenge, it looks like. So shout out to you. Engineering, such a cool profession, too. And I think much like trading, one year to be really analytical. So shout out. Thank you so much for that. This was, really, really kind of you. IWM could be a little bit kinder to me right now. We're trying to bamboozling me a little bit. Happy I got back in. Like I said, this has not been the trading day of my life, and that is entirely my fault for not getting that mental right. Should have listened to some music before I went live just to clear my head a little bit, but let's keep going. TGT moving higher, says Isra. Yeah, TGT, I was looking at the stock heat map because that one was warm. Literally, it was, or I guess it was green. I don't know. It was, everywhere else was down a lot in that sector. Target was nice.
5.
It's been a lot today. Look at this bounce here at VWAP, more specifically around this 49.30 level. We get it once, we get it twice. We look like we're going to flat bottom break. Not so fast. We push higher. We're trying to breaking out of that range here of that 149.30 to 149.80. This is a great look here to the upside. Also, this reminds me, I don't know why this reminds me, it has nothing to do with it, but I want to look at some of these Chinese ADRs. We know those are strong, cracking down on short selling. So this has been a really interesting,
6.
JD, if you want to flat bottom break at VWAP, the amount that I would be down, Sharif. Do you know how much I would be down?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, JD, you're going on my side chart. Bye-bye, Carvana. Carvana can drive off into the sunset with all the other stocks
the puns are going to come in fast and furious now.
I told you guys, it was so funny too, remember, because I remember yesterday people were like, oh yeah, like, no more puns gay. And I was thinking, if you guys think I'm going to do less, I'm like, if anything, I'm going to go harder.
Hey.
I've been repressing these. This is like an after-school special. This is like an episode of Degrassi. The lesson is always, you have to be true to yourself because, you know, Yeah, so I think that was a huge learning lesson for me, and I do really want to thank Terra Engineering in all seriousness. So kind of you.
That's not a small amount of money.
No, it was not a small amount of money, and it was the message was so kind as well. Thank you very, very much.
For pizza and beer, and it's earmarked for exactly that reason because Tina Man is very pleased.
He is as punch.
As punch. All right, Adair. So am I. Just took 30 cents on AAPL. Still holding a piece. I'm looking for a 227 break here. 227 seems to be for whatever reason a bit of a support level right now. It's not really breaking $227, but it's not going to break my patience either. I'd like to exact revenge here on the dead one Apple for making me lose my Tesla winnings, but we'll see if this 227 can't come in. I'm joking when I'm saying that, obviously. I'm speaking tongue in cheek, but I'm looking for 20 exponential rejection on the 5, and that's why I got short. So it looked like this one was a deeper rejection, like Microsoft was. And Microsoft also rejects off the 20 exponential on the 5. NVIDIA rejects off the 20 exponential on the 5. So the stronger names, the ones that breached D10 exponential on the 5, did find their resistance level, at least for the moment, at that 20 exponential. You'll see Meta, Amazon, and Google could not make it back into the 10 or into the 20 exponential. So I am more inclined to want to short those names because they are showing relative weakness relative to the other Mag 7 names. So Apple right back into my entry over here, and I'm going to give it about 5 pennies above my entry. And so if it crosses 35s, that's the end of the trade. We'll wait to see if we can extract a little bit more out of this one, but this one seems to be one of the strongest ones of the bunch now. How many candles to the house? That's the end of my trade there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candles with higher lows now on Apple after it bottomed down at 225.77, now at 227 and a third. So still below the 20 exponential. If I can get in again, I will, but I just don't want to get cut up on it, keeping my eye here on AAPL.
Yeah, thank you so much to RJ McFly for the ZAR 14 super chat. I need to figure out what currency this is. That is, South African Rand. Ooh. Very cool. So I did not know there was a Z in that. But yeah, thank you very much. RJ McFly saying great stuff with the flag, the racing flag emoji. So hopefully you are zooming into some profits there. RJ McFly, thank you so much for the support. Gabriel saying in the chat, best chat in YouTube. Could not agree more. This is such a great community. So happy to be a part of it. Did take out about 15, this is math fast. 16 pennies here in the money of this IWM. I am not going to get out the rest of this yet. I want to wait and see what we do. I think we could be curling higher. We are kind of seeing a higher low here, but I have no reason to leave quite yet. That being said, I will not be doing weird, silly, willy-nilly little ads like I did, adding at VWAP. Like, Adair, what are you doing? I don't know, but now I know what I'm doing. We're going to go harder. We're going to keep going harder, better, faster, stronger with this market and this trading. But yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing there. What else was there? Uber says Ultra 3123. So Uber, and shout out to Darwin for pointing this out. Uber and Lyft likely went up here because we had that cyber taxi Robotaxi. I keep saying anything involved, but Robotaxi basically, Bloomberg reporting that they're going to be delaying the Robotaxi announcement, which honestly not a huge surprise. If you remember, the Robotaxi announcement came after Reuters reported that Elon and co would be delaying or would be canceling the launch of their Model 2. Yep. So the timing of it, a little suspect perhaps, so not super shocking there. They had less than a month to go. So, but this Uber definitely going here. This 71.40 bounce is just fantastic. We get a couple bottoming tail candles to really prove how strong that level is. Then we break off, up like a rocket. This is a great look here. Uber, if you were in this one, your delivery came in time and it would give your driver a nice little tip. Great.
Do you know that, remember I told you today that Marquise Brownlee did an interview with Tim Cook after the WWDC event? Yeah. Who's my favorite pop star?
Her name is Dua Lipa.
And do you know that she did one with Tim Cook as well? And she's quite entertaining. I'm telling you, I'm long that girl. Right? Like if I could invest.
Yes, that's what we were.
Yeah, if I could invest in Dua Lipa, I would be investing in Dua Lipa.
Well, I think it's a good investment because she's done also like covers. Her cover of this one Arctic Monkey song, Do I Want to Know, is just Chef's Kiss. That's when I really fell in love with her music. Okay. And I think she's got the star power. She's done a little bit of acting as well. She and John Cena played mermaids in Barbie. Oh, yeah. That is not a spoiler. It's just amazing. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think she's really expanding her branding.
Man. And she keeps, and I think she's likable. quite likable as an individual.
Exactly.
And I think she keeps her nose clean. So, yeah, that just, I don't know why I digressed
didn't know
there,
she did
but
that.
yeah, shout out to Brad Gober. I have been insisting since she is 21. Yeah, man. Look, I gotta say, I only went long Dua Lipa stock like earlier this year, or maybe late last year. But yeah, I agree with you.
Good ROI so far.
Yeah, fantastic ROI so far. But we joke about that. But quite frankly, there is this theory that you can buy a token of an individual, and depending on how well that individual monetizes themselves, the owner of the token would be due a certain percentage of the revenue. So you could be investing in an individual. It's kind of like DJT, but not through an equity, but through a token. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's interesting to see whether that's going to happen or not. Just spitballing over here. All right, so let's have a look at some of the Mag 7 names quickly before we look at the small cap gappers and see how they're doing in the midway point of the show. Apple still at the 20 exponential, same thing with NVIDIA. So I'm not going to take any shorts there until I see rejections. But now look at Tesla. So we're seeing umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles, and this could bamboozle you. You're like, oh, bottoming tail candles. Buyers must be stepping in. They must like it at this level or whatever. There's traders or algos that want to take it up. Sure, fantastic. That could be accurate. No question about it. But I need proof here vis-a-vis the higher highs. You're not necessarily getting those higher highs, Katina, man. You're getting that stagnation at 247. What are you doing? We shorted Uber. The Katina man is now short Uber. So let's pull up a look here. Well, let me load it up first, Katina man, and I can guess, because I know how you like to enter at support and resistance. So let's look over here. So this is the chart on Uber. I'm going to go ahead and say that he's long at 72s. You're short. Sorry. Sorry, bro. Okay, so I'm going to say you're short at 72 and 2/3. 59, so I was pretty close. Yeah. Yeah, so shout out to him. The Katina man is short Uber at these levels. Keep your eye on More Trader TV. That is a simultaneous stream that we have on another account. The link is in the description, and Bears versus Bulls always doing the absolute most in a good way. Always puts the link there in the chat. So there it is, Ram doing the absolute most in a good way. There it is. See how Sean's positions are on the side? Wrong price. It's okay. It's close. It's close. It'll update though, Katina man. From what I understand, it takes a few minutes to update. You'll see that Neil is also long, 194-ish on the Zon, and then all the other piece of information there. If you're not subscribed to that channel, if you're not running it at the same time, go ahead and do so now. And we should also let them know that they can vote. Favorite ticker of the day. You guys want to hear how the Katina man and the Neil got in on that Tesla short? Go in the chat right now. Vote for Tesla. Solicit your friends. Bully them. Do what you need to do. Have them vote your way, because guess what? Only the top 5 tickers make it onto the afternoon rundown. So have your say every day, Adara. Quickly before we look at the small cap gappers, Apple now above the 20 exponential on the 5. So, I mean, I don't really see a whole lot of resistance here other than $229 on the intraday chart here on the 5-minute look. That's where VWAP's hanging out. But it did breach, but most notably, it did not make a higher high above that 1210 candle, which did make it all the way up to 227.73. This one has 227.71. So we know vis-a-vis these two candles over here, topping tail, both of them, that there is a seller or someone going short at the $0.75, and down it goes. I will not be convinced otherwise. There is a seller around that $0.75, just dropped 40 pennies quicker than you say, how do you do? So Apple is finding resistance at the 20 exponential because the closing prints are not printing above that 20 exponential. Let's let it resolve. We don't have to be first. Shout out to Greg, who said, participate. Do not anticipate. However you feel about that advice, I like it.
Participate, participate, whatever you are. I'm actually not participating right now. I'm in NVIDIA, and I'm in NVIDIA for a specific reason that I think might not be manifesting. I'm in NVIDIA because I noticed, and this is the same thing like I said, I've really been working on my book reading. I've been trying to go to the library a little bit more, read those books. That's good. And which is ironic because as I age, I find I get too tired to read now. I will fall asleep. So good times.
Age? As you age. As you age. You're really going to actually say that?
I shouldn't have said that maybe. But I feel like Well, you know I fall asleep really easily, right? So now it's like I cannot even sit to read. I will fall asleep.
Calm down over there, Ram. Take it
What did she
easy.
say?
She's like, say it, Adara. Say it with your chest out, Adara. Like, calm down, Ram.
But yeah, no. Anyway, so I was being serious, but I see how I know how it came
Joking.
across.
You know how.
Yeah, I know you're joking. Yeah. But this the reason I got into this NVIDIA is because this is the same thing I saw here earlier. We're making these kind of higher lows. We have stuff that could be a little bullish, could be a little bit bearish, but then you see this consolidation on the book.
Ooh.
We'll get to a level. We'll go above the level. We'll hold it. We'll go below the level. We'll hold it. Now I find this tends to manifest as a long, and I know that because there were times I'd often try to short it. It wouldn't work. It did manifest as a long here. I don't know how to describe the pattern I'm seeing. It's a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag, but the book version, I guess.
I like
what I'll
it.
say. It's not the movie adaptation. It's not the chart adaptation. It's the book adaptation. Well, I'm back. I'm back to punting. I feel so good. Oh my gosh. We're going to get out 2/3 of this position here because the biggest issue with my IWM, was that I was not being scalpy enough. I was getting a little too greedy with it. Shout out to Ariana Grande, Tate McRae, and anyone else with a song called Greedy. I'm sure it's a lot of people. But that is what's happening here with this NVDA. I'm going to be, if we can get 99, Sharif, do you know what I'd be? I'd be pleased as punch. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at Ram. She's in there in the chat under Trend Tika. And she's like killing it, man. She's making me laugh today. Shout out to Ram. By the way, Ram, that Aleve you gave me is like bootleg Aleve. The headache is like as gnarly. Oh, okay, my bad. Saudi drugs. I love it. Yeah, all right. I can hear Fabian through my ear as well.
Both of us now.
Yeah,
I love
all
it.
right. Hey, Fabian, how are you? Good. The Chilean nightmares in my ear as well. They're playing a nice game back there. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour. It is 1/2 the hour. So we are talking about Elliott wave theory all week, guys. Tomorrow being the last day, of course. On Monday, we kind of introduced the concept to you. Tuesday, we talked about how to use fib retracements to measure the waves. Yesterday, we talked about identifying that, important trend-setting wave 1. And today, we're going to be talking about the most important of the waves, wave 3, because it's the biggest, it's the baddest, and it's the one that has all the momentum. It goes up and it goes down. It's not bullish or bearish, it's both. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So in Elliott wave theory, all eyes are on wave 3. This is the star of the show, the powerhouse that delivers the most significant price movement within a trend. Let's delve into the characteristics of the wave 3 and explore how to identify it for potential trading opportunities. So it is the heart of the trend, wave 3. Wave 3 is the longest and the strongest of the impulse waves. You'll recall from our lesson on Monday, the impulse waves are the trending waves. They are wave 1, 3, and 5. They go in the direction of the trend. The corrective or the consolidative waves are wave 2 and 4, and they go against the trend, and they're much shorter than 1, 3, and 5. So basically, wave 3 propels the price in the direction of the trend, as I just explained, often extending the gains of wave 1 by a significant margin. You should be able to glean from that wave 3 is bigger than wave 1. Here's why wave 3 is crucial. It extends the price movement, as we just mentioned. Wave 3 offers the greatest potential for profit due to its extended length and powerful momentum, but it also confirms the trend. So a strong wave 3 following a good wave 1 and a corrective wave 2 provides strong confirmation of the overall trend direction. And it also provides us with ample trading opportunities because it's so long and sustained and it has momentum. So identifying wave 3 can certainly help traders position themselves to capitalize on that trend's continuation. And this is kind of how Elliott waves would be kind of gleaned, measured in real life with real price action. The wave 1 starts from the trough and ends at the crest. And then wave 2 starts at the crest and ends at the trough. Remember, wave 2 is a corrective wave. And then you can see here, the biggest, the baddest of all these waves is clearly from 2 to 3. And so this is wave 3 starting at the trough, ending at the crest, and there's your wave 4, a corrective wave. So this is kind of how it looks. Each different wave series on an instrument will look different. It behooves you to practice identifying Elliott waves if you want to use them. So we're going to help you with that endeavor. So identifying the powerhouse wave 3, while not always perfect by any means, some key characteristics can help you spot wave 3. The first one is the length. Wave 3 is typically the longest of the 3 impulse waves, waves 1, 3, and 5. However, length alone is not a definitive indicator, so we need to look to strength as well. Expect to see strong price movement and increased trading volume, both movement to the high side or low side and increasing volume during wave 3 compared to the preceding waves of wave 1 and 2. And fibs absolutely feature here as well. Wave 3, in theory, can extend wave 1 by 1.6 times, meaning what? Once you've identified a wave 1 and you think a wave 2 corrective, you can basically glean how long or how sustained wave 3 will be based upon how strong wave 1 was. So you measure wave 1 and then you basically multiply that price by 1.618 and you get the general area. Now I would submit to you, it's a general area. It should not be a price target because this is all, very art, not science kind of thing. All right, and there we go. You have another kind of trend there where wave 1 starts at the trough, ends at the crest. Wave 2 starts at the crest, ends at the trough. And then you see the biggest and the baddest of the waves. The wave 3 starts at the trough, ends at this crest. But what I included this chart for was to show you the difference between the length of the corrective waves. Wave 2 and 4 are awfully shorter than another, but wave 4 was so deep in its correction that it qualifies for a trough, even though it was only like 2 or 3 days in length, okay? And some beyond the basics here, you shouldn't always try to look at the waves as independent. Sometimes they can overlap. So wave 3 can overlap slightly with the end of wave 1 or the beginning of wave 4. Don't get discouraged by minor overlaps. Focus on the overall trend and what you see to be the wave structure. And a corrective wave 4 is important here as well. A healthy wave 4 typically retraces about 23.5% to about 38.2% of wave 3. So if you're looking to see where wave 4 could, find that support level, you should be looking between 23.5 to 38.2%. I know that gives a wide margin, but that's where the data suggests wave 4 will bottom out. This retracement provides support before the final push, obviously, of wave 5. And the reason I included this particular chart in is because I wanted to let you know that gaps from wave 2 into wave 3. So if there's an initiation gap, and maybe we should do another lesson on that, on gaps, because it's been a hot minute since we've done that. But yeah, if you have a gap between what you saw to be the resistance level of wave 1, and then it comes down, corrects into wave 2. If it gaps above that resistance level of wave 1 that it's established, that is very, very bullish or bearish, depending on whether you're going long or short. So always look for gaps possibly for the initiation of wave 3, okay? And some trading tips for trading wave 3. Confirmation is key, as it is with almost all technical analysis. Don't rush into the trades based solely on wave 3. Look for confirmation from other technical indicators and a healthy retracement in wave 4 for better risk management. And entry and exit strategies, I'll show you an infographic on that in a second. Make sure your entries and your exits are based upon your risk appetite, your account size, and your trading experience. You shouldn't be going big boy if you haven't traded this setup before. Maybe even use it in the sim. And here is basically the infographic I was talking about. It gives you different situations about where wave 1, wave 2, and wave 3 are, and where you can place your stops, your fib retracements, as well as where to get your profit taker. So if you want to take a screenshot of that, have at it. I just want to leave you guys with one final thought. The market doesn't always follow Elliott waves by any stretch of the imagination. However, by understanding wave 3, you can potentially identify significant trend extensions and make better informed trading decisions where to get in and where to get out of there.
Yeah, I think, thank you so much, Sharif, for that lesson. I think it does show you, much like yesterday's lesson, where we're looking at the confluence between Elliott waves and other technical indicators. I think it's interesting, too, how you have the gaps as well, and how there can be overlaps, but also over gaps.
Oh.
And also, yeah, I agree. We can definitely fill in the gap between our gap lessons, because it's been a while since we've done the gaps.
Minute, yeah.
Like, all puns aside, in all seriousness, what's the lunch today, Sean? We never got the email.
Oh, it's barbecue chicken.
Yeah, and corn and stuff. I saw. It's not actually bad.
Okay, as long as it's not spicy.
Well, barbecue does throw a little bit of a curveball in there, Dara. Look at her half smile on her face.
Especially for my taste.
I know.
But yeah, also, we had a couple super chats. Thank you so much to RJ McFly for another South African Rand. I know my stuff now.
Love it.
$14 super chat. Go Terra. Yeah, thanks again to Terra Engineering for everything. That was awesome. And that pun challenge taught me a lot about myself. And now you got to stay true to yourself. Pablo Huise, thank you for the $2 super chat. Delta after earnings call. I'm guessing you mean DAL there. Yeah, so DAL, Delta, call it Felta. It did fall. That one crash landed there after its earnings call. It's trying to get back up off the tarmac for sure. We were down. Look at this. We were down like 10% in the pre-market.
5,
These bounces,
6.
Yeah, these bounces off the, you are right at 6 somehow. These bounces off the 90 EMA are beautiful. And I think as well, I love this 44.19 bounce. Why do I love this 44.19 bounce? I'll tell you. We had that rejection earlier here coming into 10:30 right when I did the crypto update. Then we come back up, make a higher low, and we bounce, which is fine. Bouncing is always good, but we also bounce exactly at that 44.20. I like that confluence. Not only we're making a higher low, but we're also bouncing off previous resistance. The resistance to support flip-flop is in full effect. Delta, are you really going to make everything back? We'll have to wait and find out, but this is a fantastic look. What happened to NVIDIA, says Slenderman? Yeah, NVIDIA, I scalp. I am a scalper, so I got out NVIDIA, took 70 pennies in the money for a third of the position, got out the other third earlier, but I'm still seeing higher highs, higher lows in NVIDIA. The reason I got out where I did with part of that position is because while I was in it, I didn't really like our inability to crack above 60s in a meaningful way at the time, so I scalped out. I'm still seeing higher lows off the 90 EMA, but I'm also seeing a rejection here. Sorry, not rejection. I'm seeing that topping tail candle. Now, topping tail candles, again, as Sharif says, you don't want to put too much stock in one candle, but you know what I will put stock in on this stock? The fact that we're rejecting off this level that we did kind of have a bit of resistance on earlier. That's why. That being said, could this be a topping, a flat top break? Totally, it could. Could totally be a flag pull here off this bottom of 128. I don't want to discount that possibility, especially at the 130. The more I say this, the more I think this is a long. So I might get back in this. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to build into this because I'm seeing higher lows. I have no reason not to. We're going to start here, 70s. We're going to get a little chunk in there if I'm able to get in at 70s. I'm willing to add up into 50s. I'll be getting out if we break decisively below 30s. That's the plan here in NVIDIA.
Sounds good.
That's my story. I am sticking with it. NVIDIA has been my best name of the day by far. I just feel like I have a good read in it, so I need to be trusting that more. JD, I tried this short here off the 90 EMA rejection, risked about 10 pennies, did not get in. It's all good, baby, baby. It was not all a J dream for me in this trade, but you just got to keep going, find new opportunities. What's your thoughts on AMD, says Susanna Pena? Absolutely.
I think that's number 7.
It's been a lot. I'm sure you're like, I think it's 7? Yeah, it is 7. But also, I mean, come on, Sharif, I can't help but push back when you see this wick up here into that previous area of support. I gotta say, Susanna Pena, I don't want to scream AMD short, but I kind of want to scream AMD short. We got a couple topping tail candles, again, not on their own that important, and we are above the 90 EMA, so that's an area to note. I would certainly watch what we do at 179, but the fact that we're rejecting here at that previous area of support is really spicy to me. And do I like spice in my food? No, I do not. Do I like spice in the market? Absolutely. I'm going to be watching Tesla for a short. I don't think I'm getting my AMD fill or my NVIDIA fill, so I'm going to probably chill with that fill and focus on some other things. But if NVIDIA does want to let me involved, I would be pleased as punch. How are you doing?
Hey, good. Looking at Softy, looking at Apple, they're moving up into the volume weighted average price. Neither of them stopped at, well, they briefly stopped at the 20 exponential. And I really mean briefly. But now both the 20 and the 10 on the 5, 10 and 20 exponential on the 5-minute chart for both those names are pointing up. I'm still very reluctant to want to go long anything right now on the Mag 7, even though obviously Apple did provide you with a gnarly long there off that 225 3/4 up into 228 now and a half. That's a 3-banger. So we'll see if we find resistance. You can see that purple circle on my chart. I'm looking to go short at 88s to short at the volume weighted average price. I'm also keeping an eye on the future. We are now above 20,500, but really not moving aggressively. And I got to tell you, I'm seeing a couple of topping tails show up at Apple here. So I'm very interested in getting short. I just don't want to get short too quickly because that has been my problem with Apple today. I got short a little bit too quickly and didn't wait for my level. So waiting for 88s to come in. They've been elusive at the moment, at least. We got into, I think, the low 70s, but nothing in the 80 prints. Right back down we go into the 50s. Now, the other thing I could do is I could short through the break of the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So the previous 5-minute candle that closed at 1240 has a low of 228.27. So I could say, wait for the break of the quarter dollar, 228 break of the quarter dollar, and then look to go short there. So any number of ways I can weasel my way into this if I don't get the 88s that I like. So yeah, I'm seeing a whole bunch of resistance come in here, but I saw this before on Apple, so I don't want to do something dumb and get stopped out. So packing my patience here with AAPL, looking to get short at, generally that VWAP area, but it just keeps coming down, not making its way back up. I feel like I'm seeing the same thing that Adara was seeing on AMD, on NVIDIA, where they're coming back, curling back into a key area of technical support, now resistance from, so that's kind of what I'm seeing there. We'll see what we get. I'm packing my patience. I'm not punching into the short yet because it keeps zigging and zagging above the $0.50. Into the low 60s it goes. Back down into the high 40s it goes. So it's showing me topping tails, but I'm unsure what to do at the moment. The Katina man is short Uber, and he is also starting a Starbucks short. Long. Going Starbucks long. S-Bucks long. He wants all that.
All the lattes.
Yeah, exactly. I blanked out there for that. I was gonna say all the Spros, but yeah, you can.
Espresso Bros. Yeah, you and BPI are Espresso Bros.
Oh yeah, BPI gets his dose of Spros every day, baby. BPI doing the absolute most with. How's Mara looking back there, BPI? She's beating up on Patty today, but it's okay. The day's not over. The day's not over yet. Patty could get even. He's talking about some mentions.
Oh, wow, we're threatening stocks. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I've threatened stocks
That's
before.
true.
It's all good.
They're all punks, I know.
Yeah. Well, all right, I'm going short Apple here, Adair.
Yeah, so I got to my NVIDIA long. I'm really proud of myself for seeing this. I trusted my read on the book. I did not like, to be clear, could we still be wedging? Absolutely. I fully believe that, but I did not like the fact that we couldn't hold on to this 129.70 anymore. I was like, I'd rather lose 13 pennies than lose a whole bunch. I know I would say I was interested in risking to 30s, but I would have been interested in risking to 30s if I saw a lot more confidence for the long than what I was actually seeing IRL. That being said, if we stay below 70s, I will flip short. I don't want to hop into the short too quickly because as Neil says, before you flip directions, you always want to make sure you have everything there. I want to make sure I have all of the balance of the evidence before I, do my law and order thing, get my verdict ready, chung, right? I want to make sure I have everything prepared before I do that. Shout out to the Law and Order sound, which is iconic, and I will not apologize. Also, Tesla coming into, I love that show. Tesla coming into a really interesting area here for me. I was almost going to do pushback, but I'm like, if you push back for everything, then you're not special anymore. But look at this 247, what is this? 247.25, look at this. We had this area earlier. We ended up forming a support. Sharif, I really do want the smoke. I don't know if I want the smoke because it's Tesla smoke. But I'm happy to get into the smoke too quickly because I want to see what we do here. If we can't hold this 247, I'll go short. If we hold it, I'll take it long. But I think the issue too is because I've been trying to rely less on my short bias, I've been missing really good short opportunities lately. That cannot stand, that cannot fly, that cannot hang. I need to be getting better about that. That is for sure. Because I need to think of it less as a bias and more as a helpful tool to notice things. I mean, it can be both. To be clear, it can be both. But right now, Tesla doing something fasting with Q47, so I will be keeping all of my eyes, ears, and sensory organs on this T to the S to the L to the A.
Nothing. I'm just laughing at your joke. Because sensory organs, somebody said that before. Boom on the dead one. Yes. All right. We went short at the $0.50, just covered there. Nice. 30 pennies in the money. Let's see if it can make it down into 28s. I'll cover at 28s for a 50 penny banger. Buyer at 10. There it is, Darren. There's the 50 penny banger. Yes, finally, Apple, you punk. On the day, Apple's good in my books. Obviously, it's the biggest long-term account holding, so we're not going to disrespect it too much, Katina, man. What's going on over there? Oh, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Just took that banger there. I want to remind you guys, Katina Man's long Starbucks, short Uber. Keep your eye on More Trader TV to see what he and Neil are up to. And down goes Apple again. through the break of 228 ADRs. So we'll keep seeing if weakness keeps coming in on these Mag 7 names, because I see the same kind of look on NVIDIA where it just broke above the 20 exponential, got into 130, and then all the smoke to the downside came. You can see that there was umpteen amount of sellers at that 130 area. The only breach came in at 1210 when we got into that 130 and high 30s, 130 high 30s there. But for the majority of these 5-minute candles, you'll see the wicks and the closing prints all south of that 130 area. Down goes NVIDIA below 129 again, low a day 127 and 2/3, about $1 above that right now. So NVDA very much near the low a day. And I should mention to you guys, bang, go for it, Adara. 137 was the pre-market high that we popped into there off that lower than expected CPI print, but that is as good as we could do on the day because every successive low has been lower. And every successive high since that has also been lower. So the weakness coming in spades today on these here markets. Look, keeping an eye on NVIDIA, keeping an eye on Apple. But I got to tell you, I could be maybe confirmation bias because I'm obviously involved in Apple. But to me, Apple looks the strongest of the bunch on the day. It and Microsoft look awfully strong. It just doesn't want to give up that 228 level. I'm going to look to get short on Apple again, though, at 229. Quite frankly, strong or not, I want to see what it does at VWAP. I won't have a resting order there, but I'll definitely be all eyes to see what it does at that whole dollar level. META is looking very... I did that on purpose because Ram doesn't like when we don't
She's
talk,
like, why are you guys like not talking?
Flat bottom breakish, 513.10 low of day, 513.55 we're printing. So Meta looking like it really wants to give up the ghost here. Seems to be a buyer at lucky number 13, at least for the moment. Guys, Meta popped into $538 on that pop. Now we're talking about 513. Could we see a 500 today by the end of the day and retrace $38? That's crazy. We'll have to wait and see. But lots of weakness on the Mag 7. All right, let's flip to the small cap gappers and see what's afoot with some of these small cap gappers. LCFY was or is the number one gapper on the day, but it is south of VWAP. But here's the thing about LCFY. It does look like maybe good. Why does this thing always die on me? There we go. So I'll have to go to the 1-minute chart on LCFY. It is making higher lows. So for whatever reason, it's holding up at the 200 exponential on the 1. And it's obviously finding resistance at VWAP. You could just see that. You don't have to be a chartered market technician to see that it's rejecting between 1230 and 1236. Each and every touch to the volume weighted average price rejected. That also happened over here at 1125 to 1135 when it broke down below VWAP. After that down halt, it used VWAP as a level of resistance, and that hasn't changed. Here we go, 7.5 now acting as that level of resistance. But what I'll be looking for is that 775, 7 low 80s where VWAP is at. If this takes VWAP, then this will be interesting here because it's been obviously below it for a long time, using it as resistance. If it breaks it, look to use VWAP as support. So LCFY doing its thing, but MEI and LNTH are obviously the best looking charts on the day in small cap gapper world. One is a continuation play from yesterday, LNTH. You can see the price action there on the left. This was a big boy mover today, and it's another big boy yesterday, and it's another big boy mover today. 106 1/5 is where we closed out at. The high of the day right now, 123.5. So it's a spready name, but as you can see, I mean, look at the love that this is giving to the 10 exponential on the 5. I mean, every single closing print north of that, you can see that exact same look on MEI. This one, not a continuation play, but it did move a little bit in the aftermarket yesterday for whatever reason on big boy volume. You can see that 4 p.m. print come in there, and there's a whole lot of volume. So it looks like someone was getting ready for MEI yesterday. At least that's how it seems. Interesting. Today, the volume, though, obviously a lot higher. It's printing high day as we speak, 1394. Hasn't been up this high in a really long time. Looking to knock on the door of $14, up 47.5%. And it behooves me to give you the details on this one. It is not a small cap gapper. It's about a $500 million market cap. It's done 2.5 million volume on the day, which is why I'm a little suspicious of it. The float, 33.5 million shares. And the short float, let's find out, and shout out to Nos Boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. 5.13% of the 33.5 million shares is short. So definitely something to keep in mind. Looking at the high day right now as we look at MEI. What else do we have here? QuantumScape's been dead money since the opening move. It's been hugging VWAPs for whatever reason, finding support here at the 50 exponential on the 5, but that resistance level at 7.25 has been, unshakable since we broke down below it at 930. 930 really kind of was as good as it gets here for QuantumScape. What I'll be looking to see if this is a second day play tomorrow, because QuantumScape's not a small cap gapper, guys. This bad boy has been on my radar for a long time. They are very much involved in the solid state battery technology. So this is obviously something very big for electric vehicles. So if they can break through that and make it scalable, that's going to be a monster. There's a huge lawsuit, I should mention, by the way, guys, with shareholders in QuantumScape for overstating their technology. It's been a multi-year suit now. I showed you guys this chart when we started the show, but I want to show it to you again. This is QuantumScape, and it's not a pandemic pump. This was because investors actually believed that they had the technology for solid-state batteries down pat, and then, obviously when things were discovered that it wasn't that way, you guys saw what happened there on the chart, and it's been that way for a hot minute. So QuantumScape, keep it on your, put it on your watch list or whatever, because there's a whole lot of money right now in this solid-state battery thing. They really want to figure this out for electric vehicles.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting one too, because there are a lot of fundamental components that are interesting. Shout out to Alfred on the bat phone, but also it's not a small cap, but it's interesting because I did look at the market cap for this one when I did the watch list and put it in the watch list because it's interesting
What
to
is
me.
the market cap?
It's just on the cusp of being a small cap. It's 2.87 bill, so 2.5
it's
bill.
3.5 right now.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, because
it's gained.
You looked at it on Icon, didn't you?
In the morning,
it doesn't update. Whenever there's a pump, I don't know why it doesn't update. Brendo's happens the same thing as him as well.
Did not have that. But the point is it's still a little bit smaller too, right? So it can give you some of those small cap moves. We've had names that are like, they just have that pump. So interesting look there. And I like what you said too about it maybe being a multi-day play, because we've had a lot of those.
Lately, right? Zap,
so many.
Longeveron,
MLGO, which tried to go again today for some reason.
There have been multi.
Because it can. No reason why, except because it can.
Well, the Catman might have had something to do with that.
Oh, that's true with the multi-day part?
Yeah, true. Yeah. True. Yeah.
Also, we're waiting on an auction. We'll have to see what the re-auction is to our 30-year bond auction coming in at 1 p.m. We have 5 minutes for that. Tesla, I've taken a couple scalps, so I'll talk about those. Tesla took that scalp, 246 scalp. Really proud I got it kind of near the bottom here. We're making higher highs, higher lows here on this TSLA. Actually, I think it's not higher highs, but we have had higher lows. Got out when I basically saw a pause. You took about 50 pennies on it. But Tesla now trying to reject that 247. So we're going to get involved here. Smaller position, because I think that other move I felt a little bit better about. We're going to be getting involved short 80s here. If we break decisively above that 247s, I'll be getting out, but I'm getting involved at 246.80s. I have a feeling this is going to push higher, but I need to be more confident. I need to see stuff I believe in here. So let's see if we get what we want here on this TSLA. You can't always get what you want in these markets, but if you see stuff you like, you certainly can try. And I do think sometimes you'd rather try and have it not work out than not try and wonder what could have been. I do like our rejection right now of 247. We have poked our head above 247 and then come right back down. So let's see what we do here. If we bounce back off 247s here, I will get out. That's what I'm watching. Had that break back below. There we go. Let's keep pushing lower here. TSLA. Definitely not the best entry point, because right now I'm basically flat on it. Would have probably been a little bit more optimal had I gotten short of 247s. But hey, Tesla, you want to give me I'll even take 20 pennies on this. I will take, oh my gosh, Tesla, you want to give me more? I'm pleased as punch with that. Took 40 pennies on that TSLA. This is the type of scalping I need to be doing more of. Also, so NVIDIA, like I said, I wanted that long flat top break. That was the look I was looking for, right? That was something I was really interested in. Then I realized, I was like, you know what, Adara, you're seeing these lower highs in the book. I was willing to build in this position, but I said, get out 10 pennies. You'd rather get out 10 pennies. You're seeing stuff you don't like on the book than not get out and wonder what could have been. Happy I got out. Should have probably flipped short there, but then I did end up shorting here. And I knew this was kind of an interesting area, because we had that 128.80 area, which was a bit of a resistance area earlier on the 90 MA. Then we popped higher. I know resistance and support can flip, so I get short, and then I'm like, Adara, try how it goes. I should have probably added to this at 129s because I got it all initially at 128.80s. We rejected the 129, so I stayed in the trade. Please as much that I did ended up taking about 30 pennies. Those are the trades, the only things I'm looking at right now. My scalps here on Tesla and NVIDIA. And the reason I'm focusing on scalping as well is because IWM, I had a good level in this. If I had scalped it, if I had been more true to my style, this definitely would have gone better than it ended up going. I ended up adding here. I was like 90 pennies in the money and added. I guess I was getting greedy there. I wanted more profit. That was not the vibe. So I definitely need to work a little bit harder on that, making sure if that's the type of trader I want to be focusing on that. Yeah, sorry guys, honestly, I'm not even really on any coffee today. I'm just really energized by these markets. And I'm always so pleased as punch to be... Apparently. I'm like, this is honestly, I think, a pretty subdued Adara.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of different levels of Adara energy. And this is, I would say, a more chill area. Darius Golden, I love this question, and I think I want to answer this. You often say you see things you don't like in the book. Can you give us just one carrot of what you might see and not like?
Fantastic
Thank you for
question.
asking that question. And I apologize I haven't gotten more into detail about that because I find sometimes you see stuff and you want to react right away. I'm just keeping an eye on the auction. That's why I was checking my watch. So basically what I might see and not like, I'll give one example. This is an old example, but IWM here. So I got long initially, then got out and decided to get short. So the reason I wanted to get short this IWM, my first attempt at the short, is because we were below that 210.20, but then I got nervous because on the book we kept bouncing off this area we're actually right now, this 210.13s, 210.14s. So if I'm seeing basically, let's say for example, we're getting a little bit higher on the buy side, let's see we're from 210.12s, then the lowest we're getting on this chop and turn is 210.15s. When I see those higher highs, the same as when you see higher highs in a chart. It's a little bit bullish, right? And then same, for example, again, to use another example, my NVDA, what propelled me to get out of that short or that long was because initially what we were seeing were higher highs on the books. We were seeing 129.85s, 129.90s. We're seeing these things that are giving me a sense that we're climbing higher. But then instead of the book, we started seeing lower highs and we were barely holding on to 129.70s. So when I see a hold like that, I see it as a bit of a breaking point. In that case, because we were drifting a little bit lower and flipping from support at the 129.70 to resistance, that's what got me out of the long. I hope that makes sense. I know it's a little bit wishy-washy. I should maybe do a video on this for my Instagram, because I do have an Instagram, Trader TV Adara. I have considered doing a video for that, because I think that would be a really interesting look, because I've gotten really into book and tape scalping, and it's something I would love to get more into. So I really appreciate the question, Darius Golden. That was yeah, really thoughtful. And you've had a lot of thoughtful questions in the chat, and I love, because when you answer questions, you get the opportunity to reflect, hey, why am I doing this? What am I looking for?
Yes,
So,
that's actually
shout
a great question and a great answer, because,
Thank
you know, I mean, I completely understand your response to that. Like, when we're trying to get in a position, we're like fumbling with the keys. It's kind of very hard to be like, oh, well, I saw this, and that. By the time you get to that, the trade's gone.
Yeah. So yeah, it's easier to explain it after the fact, and yeah, especially if you're seeing things quickly. Guys, I am waiting for this 30-year bond auction. I'm not seeing much of a reauction. I'll switch to the Qs here. We're continuing to get a little bit choppy and a little bit churny here on these Qs. We're near lows of day. Oh, this could be interesting if we reject here off the book here, depending on what the bond reaction is. We've had a couple topping tail candles here into 492.78. I'm just waiting for this 30-year auction. Come on, guys, let's figure this out. Check out VFS, says Solar and Logical. I like that. If you're Solar and Logical, I bet you're having a great day there, because Solar has been great. VFS is on the NQ, which I did not realize. So VinFast, let's see if we're moving Vin slow or VinFast on the day here. This is a great look on VinFast. Neil and Shreve used to joke I was a VinFast bull because we'd come in and VinFast be up. I'm like, oh my gosh, VinFast and stuff. I was just excited for them because I love seeing, you know, companies be up on the day here. And I mean, look at VinFast. Was there a catalyst on VinFast, or is it just general
It's up
EV
big.
stuff?
Remember we talked
it's up
about
like
that?
17-18%. Yeah,
I don't have anything on it.
I just saw this again now because someone mentioned it in the chat.
I lied about yesterday.
Oh.
The Vietnamese EV maker VinFast set course for the Middle East. So we've seen that before. We've seen some EVs trying to weasel their way into there. Most notably, the Chinese EVs are really trying to get a foothold in Latin America. In the Middle East, they're likely going to have more success in the Middle East because the U.S. is already lobbying Latin American countries like Brazil, big countries in South America there with big markets, to put the same kind of tariffs on Chinese EVs. They don't want them anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. That's the kind of feeling I get from that. But the Middle East not following suit, so they may have a bigger foothold there. Keep your eye out on that. But yeah, VinFast, interesting look today. 17.5% on fantastic volume, guys. About 3 million shares or so. Let's bring in the chart on VFS and see what they're up to on the day.
So we got the auction is basically flat, 4.405% versus 4.403%, which is probably why the market didn't react, because there's kind of nothing to react to.
Yeah,
I'll put it in the chat too, guys.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I think personally, I'm looking more towards the shorter end of the yield curve for those market moving events like the 10-year, the 5-year, the 2-year, and less more for the 30-year, just because you're not getting rewarded for duration risk, right? Usually when you put your money locked in for 30 years, you should be rewarded vis-a-vis a higher interest rate than locking it in for 10. That hasn't been the case for the last 4 years almost now. So I'm less inclined to worry about the 30, but what do I know? So keeping an eye on that. All right, I'm also very interested in another look here on the dead one Apple because it keeps coming into this 227 and 2/3 area, an area where it had previously bounced and then rejected. So I know it's an area of interest. There's been a lot of intersection at this 227 and 2/3. I'm unsure why, and I kind of don't care. So we have an obvious trough there at that level. We have an obvious crest here at that level and another obvious crest there. And now we're consolidating at 227.60-ish, 227.75-ish, in and around that area. So I want to see if we bounce off this area, because right now we're still putting in those lower highs with that flat bottom at 227.60. But if it bounces off here and curls back into VWAP, I do want the smoke. It's just unsure how this is going to resolve, but I know just based on the chart reading here, that 227.60-ish, 227.70-ish is of an area of interest, at least on the day here, for AAPL. So watching that as it does hold the level for now, but I'm less inclined to want to get long on anything unless I see some newer highs coming in. Alas, that has not come into fruition yet. Pretty Panda, is there a due date on the stash? It's cool, by the way. All right. I'm going to address the stash. So far, the stash has been running wild, all right? It hasn't been manicured. I've just been letting it grow. I haven't been really doing anything with it. I've now decided that, the forest needs to be trimmed a little bit. And when I go get my haircut on the weekend, I'm going to tell him to kind of like bring this down a little bit so it's like more defined and like trim it out and stuff. I didn't know how it was going to look. But personally, when I started looking at myself from the side view, I'm like, yo, it's taking over your entire mouth, bro. You got to calm that thing down, right? So I'm going to...
You got to tame it a little bit.
Yeah.
Get down a couple trees in the forest.
Yeah.
I was just laughing when you said forest. That's why I laughed, because that's pretty funny.
So that's what I'm going to do. So shout out, thank you for the comment. But yeah, I'm going to trim down the stash a little bit. Guys, Meta is in a full state of tank. 512.90 LOD right now on MET. What's going on there, Katina man?
I thought I was doing good getting out at 522.
The Katina man got out 522, and he's like, look, I thought I did really well. How many dollars was that?
We were short at 35.
He was short at 35. You do the math. 35.22, that's $13 in the money. And Meta gave him another $10. But obviously, who can ever call the bottoms and tops? I know I can't. So fantastic trade, obviously. Chapeau to the Katina man for that trade. But Meta is at that 513, lucky number 13. On the day, trying to hold around 513. It did breach it by 10 pennies at the most. But as you can see there, the successively lower highs have been in play all day on Meta. I would submit to you this is more of a volatile name. We see it pop up aggressively in the past, and it stands to reason that it's going to retrace aggressively as well, Adair. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to get to that lesson soon, because we do have one more lesson of the day. NVIDIA, I've been talking about this level all day because it's been deeply fascinating to me. I mean, and Sharif said this as well. A lot of these mega cap names are doing fascinating things at previous areas of support and resistance where they really make you like want to bite your nails and be like, what are you doing? They make you feel like they're the dead one. Do you know what I mean?
The comments are just...
Oh, is it Bob W's? Because I laughed at all
they're all really
Elliott
funny.
Wave stash?
Yeah, they're all
Yeah, like, where's wave one, Sharif?
I know, where's wave one?
Find wave one. Where's the corrective wave? The people want to know.
I don't know, Adara. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I'm not as clever as you, like, in answering these type of things with puns, but yeah, I don't know. They're all really funny.
Guys, if it was Elliott waving, I think it would be like up his face, would it not?
Oh, well, yeah.
So I mean, no, but shout out to the mustache. I think Sharif loves because I did not notice it for like a week. It took me a while to notice the mustache. I didn't even notice when he shaved his beard. I
Yeah, but
remember
we
I
didn't
said
know
that.
each other that well back
That
then,
is
so I
true,
kind of give you
but
a
it was still like a
pass.
full beard in retrospect,
was.
and then it was not a full beard. I remember I was like, oh, I didn't even notice him. Brendan's like, how did you not notice? And I was like, that's fair.
That picture has that. Okay, so this August will be 2 years for me on the Midday show, and that picture was taken 2 years ago. It hasn't changed. I gotta update that thing, man. My hair was way shorter. I had a beard. Anyway, not the point there. The thumbnail for the Midday, that one right there. Yeah, and
'cause
Adara,
I
you
like
don't
her
look
hair.
like anything like that. Your hair is way longer now too.
I'll find the thumbnail for you guys because it is like I have lighter hair, I have shorter hair. I took my photo on Halloween, so it kind of reflects that.
Well, there you go.
But yeah,
I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about this one over here.
that one too. Yeah, but Ramin was saying the thumbnail.
Oh,
like
my
look
bad.
at us on the thumbnail here. We have shorter hair, curly hair, and then we have
Beardo.
almost
Beardo.
sounds like a Hobbit, Beardo Baggins.
By the way, Katina, man, I was telling Brendo this yesterday. That video of you talking about the imbalances with Arun that we showed yesterday on the morning show. You lost a lot of weight since that is true.
It's not true.
Well, it is true actually, because my eyes don't lie to me there, buddy. But yeah, shout out to you, bro, because I noticed that immediately. I told Brenda that yesterday. All right, Apple on the way back up, so it is holding that 227 and a third or 2/3 Adara. Generally, that area we kept talking about, and it's now moving up into that 228 area. So I know this is an area of interest. I can glean that from the price action. Now, how do I weasel my way in? Do I get into the long here and go counter trend trade because everything's down and to the right today, or do I look to short the pops into 228? I'm straight up unsure, and there is no Sean-fidence, Obi-Wan-fidence in this level. I'm gonna have to wait till I see a little bit more. Adair, what do you got?
You're gonna wait till you get more Neilage about the level. I mean, you dropped Sean and Obi. You had to. We got to drop Neil in there too. Also, we got to drop votes. Go in that chat right now! Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's Nvidia. Maybe it's Amazon. Maybe it's AMD. Maybe it's AMC. Maybe it's Gimma. I don't know. You guys know tickers. You know what you
guys know
like.
what it is.
You go in there. Exclamation point, join, space, $, get that ticker in there. Nvidia, I did go short. I took less size on this because this level had been so wiffle-waffly. Do you know what I mean? We were like kind of hanging out, kind of down. And the last time we were at this level, we popped beautifully, and I got out of the long because I was seeing the same kind of thing as this, but I had to compare, right? As Obi always says, something distinctly different, right? You want to see what's distinctly different. The way this is moving is distinctly different from that initial move. I tried this earlier. We couldn't break below 128.16, which is the level I got short, so definitely not the best level for entry. But now what I'm seeing here is we've tried so many times to break above 40s, we can't do it. Could this still bamboozle me and be a long? For sure. It looks like it's trying to now, so I'll get out. I'll take a few pennies. Would rather take a few pennies than lose a lot more pennies. Because there you go.
Nice,
could have gotten a little bit more. But even now here, so Darius Golden was asking, what do you mean when you see stuff on the book that you like or don't like? So every time we get to like 128 mid-teens, we bounce. That I don't like. Now we're breaking down, right? So really, things can be bamboozling. They don't always work how you want them to, but I just didn't like that we were seeing kind of higher lows and inability to break below on the book, especially given how strong that long was off that level earlier. So that's why I got out. Happy I tried it. Happy I took small shareage. Shout out to Sharif. But now, because that 128 area was support earlier, 128.16s, if 128.16s flip to resistance, that could be a level I'm interested in. But I'm not. Urso was saying it's going to hold 128 and bounce. That to be fair, that is actually being supported right now by the chart. So that could be what's happening. But I always am going to scalp anyway. So that's always going to be more what I'm looking for. But let's see as well the lesson before I get too excited about my Nvidia.
All right.
So unveiling wave 3, which is not on Sharif's mustache. It is actually just a wave. I will say, I think that the charting the mustache makes more sense to me as an analogy than the Elliott wave. You know, I was like, I don't know how you would do it, but.
I don't know either. I asked my barber, I'm like, how do you do your mustache? And he started showing me all this ways he curls it. I'm like, I'm not doing any of that, man. Like,
he spends like 4 hours a day.
yeah, he's like showing me, he's like, look, and I pull the outer parts. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not doing any of that. It seems like way too much work. So.
Yeah, it seems a little bit like a lot. Yeah. Instead of QuantumScape, it was like mustache-scaping.
Ram said that they get it wired thread and it ends up staying that way. I don't know, Ram. Like, what kind of, is there pain involved in that or what's going on? She doesn't know. She's going to find out. Beauty is pain, says the Chilean nightmare. I'm not repeating that, Raymer. I'm not repeating that, Raymer.
People do thread their eyebrows. That is a thing. People thread their eyebrows.
I know.
So that could, yeah. But let's talk here about the heart of the trend.
Boom, boom, boom.
The waves of the ocean, the heart of the ocean, the heart of the Elliott wave trend. So we talked about wave 1 yesterday, but wave 3 is going to be the longest and the strongest of these impulse waves. So that is going to be 1, 3, and 5. So of the odd, I had 4 fingers out there, but pretend I had 3. The Elliott wave, the third wave is going to be the strongest of these 3 impulse waves, the odd numbered waves, and it propels the price in the direction of the trend, which is why it's the heartbeat. It's beating it towards the upside or towards the downside, and it often extends the gains of wave 3 or wave 1 by significant margin. Also, I just saw this comment that I have to put out here. Pretty Panda saying Sharif is the new Poirot character in the movie. Using the new Poirot character in the movies is something to aim towards stash-wise. No Poirot?
No, I don't.
Hercule Poirot from Agatha Christie. Oh my God, he's got this iconic mustache. He's this like novel. I'll find him for you because I just saw that and I was like, yeah, here we go. Hercule. I grew up reading these books. This is Poirot. This is
Okay. Well, you know, he's a handsome gentleman. I don't want to disrespect him. But I kind of feel like I don't look like that guy. He looks a Pringle guy.
I saw that Poirot reference in the chat. Ramin is really indignant, and she said you should have said the Pringles guy.
Wow, the Pringles, man. Adara, I just took 40 pennies there on Apple super quick. We got long at 60s for that area that we talked about, that 227.60 area, and I just covered at 228, so I'm really happy with that trade. Go ahead.
Yeah, 40 pennies on Apple is like crazy. Like that is a really, because that one has the potential to often move very slowly.
Lately, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, so, yeah.
I mean, now it moves like, but even then, like it's moving quickly. I'm like, I'm going to shout out.
Appreciate
teamwork
you,
does make the
Appreciate
teamwork.
you. Yep.
Get that applesauce.
Hey.
You did not get lost in the applesauce.
No, I did not. Not this time anyway. I did before though.
But yeah, let's talk here about this, why this is so crucial, because you have the extended price movement, right? Wave 3 will offer the greatest potential for profit due to its extended length and its powerful momentum. It also confirms the trend. So you've had wave 1, which is that first wave of impulse showing you a side here. Also, this is the photo Ramin was referring to with regards to how different Sharif and I look from the thumbnail. But yeah, so basically, the strong wave 3 will follow the wave 1, and then the corrective wave 2 will provide a strong confirmation. So it shows you the overall trend direction. You've had the wave 2, which is maybe going to cast some doubts on wave 1, and then wave 3 is like, hey, wait for me, I will push things higher. We also here have trading opportunities which can be identified and shown to you, unveiled by wave 1. So wave 3, sorry, because it can help traders position themselves to capitalize on the continuation of the trend. So let's talk about the start of wave 3 here. So you have your wave 1, your first little push up. Then you have wave 2, have a slightly lower high, or mind you, but then you have the third wave, this nice gust here, the motion in the ocean to the upside. Great look here. And then you have your wave 4 and wave 5 to show that continuation and impulse there. Now let's talk about identifying wave 3. This is going to be the powerhouse. It's not always perfect, but here are some key characteristics to help you spot wave 3. The length is really important. Typically, wave 3 is going to be the longest of the impulse waves, but length alone is not a definitive indicator. What you want to see is, I guess, a continuation of that trend after your first push and your mild pullback. Strength is also really important. You want to see that strong price movement. You want to see price movement that looks like it's lifting some weights there. You want to see also increased trading volume during wave 3 compared to the preceding wave. So you're going to be measuring strength based on the intensity of the volume and the intensity of the move itself. What about Fibonacci extensions? So we talked about this yesterday using different indicators with our waves. Wave 3 in theory can actually extend wave 1 by 1.618 times. That's going to be Fibonacci extension, but it's a guideline, not a strict rule. Shout out to Trader Tammy, the Fibonacci princess, who has been on the market recap with Sean and Neil and I at various moments. And she will talk a lot about how they're more kind of price guides than rules. They're areas that you can look for things. So I think that's really important.
Love it.
Here's wave 3. I love that you said in the wild. I feel very, very seen.
That was for you.
Yeah, it's in the wild and it's in the ocean, Sharif.
Hey.
You got your wave 1, your wave 2. Wave 1, wave 2. And then you know you're really surfing to the upside here because you have your nice wave 3 pushing even higher. Wave 4, a smaller corrective wave, and then you have your last impulse wave there. So thank you, Sharif, for putting these illustrations in the chat. I think it's a really a really clear example there. What about being beyond the basics, though? Overlapping waves. You know, waves can lap in the ocean, but they can also overlap. So sometimes wave 3 can overlap a little bit with the end of wave 1 or the beginning of wave 4, which I did not realize. I think that's pretty interesting. So don't be discouraged by minor overlaps and let the true trend shine through. Focus as well on the overall trend in the wave structure rather than the minutia of the different waves and the different things you're seeing. What about the corrective wave 4? How does that play a role with wave 3? Because it will immediately follow it, right? So a healthy wave 4 will typically retrace between 23.6% and 38.2% of wave 3. This retracement will provide a bit of support before the final push of wave 5. Here's a tip for trading with wave 3. For one, confirmation is going to be key here. So don't rush into trades based solely on wave 3. Oh, sorry, I forgot about the gap. Here's the gap. So you have your wave 1 here. Then you have your wave 2.
Can I say something about this?
Yes, please.
So this doesn't actually correspond to the one we were looking at before. The reason I put this one on there is because I wanted to say if there is a gap that initiates the beginning of wave 3 that breaks through the top, the crest of wave 1, that's extra bullish. That's another check mark right there. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
Because it's about support and resistance. Right?
Yeah.
Also, did you see that you literally overlapped with the chart?
I think she was doing that on purpose.
I know, I liked it.
I like it too. Shout out, Ram.
Ramina and David are killing it with the special effects.
They do.
Like
They
to make
play around
it
with it
a
a lot.
full experience. But yeah, audio-visual experience. But no, and this is interesting too because we talk a lot about support and resistance as well, right? So if you view this as maybe a resistance area, then we have our wave 2 pullback. If you have this gap above, it shows we can push higher. Also, please vote for tickers. Get in the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $. Maybe it's ARKK, which has been having a heck of a day.
Yeah.
Maybe it's PACB. Maybe it's TSLA. It doesn't have to only be Kathy names. No. But I guess she's in my mind. AAPL, if you want to hear about Sharif's awesome Apple trades. TSLA with that wild move to the downside. SPY, IWM. I'm just looking at my side charts now. Get involved, guys. Get in the chat and make your voice heard because we love voting and we love democracy.
Thank you. Yep.
Please and thank you. Yep. And you're welcome. What about tips, though, for trading with wave 3? Confirmation is key. You never want to just rush into trades based on one indicator in general. As Sharif always says, don't put too much stock into one candle, but also don't put too much stock into one indicator because it takes all of these candles and indicators to comprise the stock. You want to make sure that you've got confirmation from these other indicators and a healthy retracement in wave 4 for better risk management. Also, though, entry and exit strategies. You want to develop these entry and exit strategies based on your risk tolerance and your trading style. You could consider using stop loss orders as well to manage risks. Remember, though, the market does not always follow Elliott wave theory perfectly, but by understanding wave 3, you can find potentially significant trend extensions and make informed trading decisions. So here's a cool way, I like this, how to trade wave 3. So it gives you examples of when to buy. Again, these are just guidelines, right? Begin to buy at the 50% retracement of wave 2, and then add more to your position in the golden zone. Between 61.8%.
The Katina man, get him, get him, Ram.
But yeah, between the 61.8% level and the 78.6% level. So basically adding in the golden fib levels, and they show us this as well. And then you want to place your stop loss potentially below the 78.6%, but give some extra area to avoid exiting too early. So I like this as kind of a guide. You can definitely take a screenshot there. If you want to take a photo to take a look. But thank you so much to Sharif for putting together these lessons.
Always.
Hopefully you guys learn a little bit better how to ride the wave. I said wetter, so I'm going to do the beak wet.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, I still have to get that. That's so good. Yeah, look at that. Can you hit it again? There, the garbage has charts on it.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
I love it.
And I can tell he screenshotted my chart because I can see the little white ticker there that I put it on my side charts. Yeah, it's so sick. Fabian, undefeated. I want to mention this to you guys. We didn't report on this on the day. Lucid up big today, 7% in the clear as a result of this headline. Lucid Group's gain after its CEO says the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, I'm so funny, is the perfect partner.
Press the bag button.
She did, of course. All right. So basically, essentially here, what's happening with some of these EV companies that are running out of money, and when you're connected to the Saudi government, that usually is not a consideration. It could be a blessing. It could also be a curse because then you don't become as efficient as you possibly could be. And that has been some of the criticism about Lucid, is that they really do have an endless bucket of money off which they can dip into. So Earlier in the week, though, they did report, Ram, that their production numbers did increase. They produced 2,100 cars, but they delivered about 2,400, which typically means they were getting rid of a glut in inventory. They didn't say anything about any price cuts, nor did I see any on their website. So assuming the margin is going to be the same. So good luck for Lucid on the day, 7% in the green. But yeah, over 7% now, 7 1/3 as I'm looking. It's zigging and zagging a little bit. So we'll see what we get there. I'm still looking at Apple though. I was very close to punching in at 228 again. It's topping tail. I really don't have a read on any of these Mag 7s right now. They've been in this consolidative mode for a little while. Like, don't get me wrong, I mean, they're moving still, but I'm not getting them off the areas that I typically get them off, you know, exponential moving averages, key areas of technical support and resistance. So I'm going to pack my patience here because I was just about to go along 228. Now it's well below that level. So if this stays the same way on AAPL, where we top out there at the $0.25, 228, $0.25, that will be another lower high. And then what I'll be looking for is a possible flat bottom break through that 227.5. You can see it's been consolidating at this area here on the 5-minute since basically 10 to 1. And now it's about 123. So it's been a hot minute since we've been below that 227.5. If we get below there, I will be looking to go short on AAPL. Already an inverse hammer candle coming in. So thank goodness I didn't get long 228 despite the fact that it was curling up. I just need to be looking short all day, no matter what it looks like here. The best moves are to the ones to the downside. So gonna pack the patience over here. Shout out to Ricky Peters. Welcome to Trader TV, my man. Thank you for joining. Hope you can join Adara and I every day. We teach trading between 11 and 2. The big kahunas do the big boy trading. They start at 8:30 typically and then go to 11. Then they come back on from 2 to about 4, and then the Katina Man and Adara, or Neil and Adara, now both are on the market recap show there from 4 to 4:30. So we're basically on every day from 8:30 to 4:30. You can rely on us here on Trader TV. We'll always have you covered. I want to let you know as well that you can vote, and that is basically the afternoon segment that we have from 2 to 2:30 is you vote. You get basically call the shots about what we talk about every day. You can vote for your favorite tickers in the chat. Go ahead, use that prompt as you see there on your screen to have your say every day, and the big kahunas will cover the trade. All right, Apple really coming down here, and there goes the $0.50. I said I'd go short here, so why am I not short? 227.5 breaks, but there is some support that I can see coming in. A bit of a bid at the $0.25 there that I can see on the book, but it does not help whatsoever. Down we go into the $0.33 now. We breach that half by some distance. What looks like we're going to see a $0.25. The low of the day on Apple is 225 3/4. That is almost $2 south of where we are right now, which gives us a great possible retracement target to get into. But I want to jump and see. Maybe I can jump up on the pop-up here if it gives it to me. So I'm going to sit there at 47s for a possible pop-up to get a better price. But this thing does not want to go up, it looks like here. Yeah, I may not get this. It's dipping down. It looks like it's going to go into that whole dollar, 227s here. Great move down for the shorts on AAPL as the market weakness continues to, you know, basically manifest. We're below 20,500 right now by a cool and nearly 30 points or so, because we're almost 50 points below that level, and I will not get filled, it looks like here, on this pop-up to defend that $0.50 on the short, at least not yet. So I'm packing my patience here. I'd like to get in a short on Apple to take it down below the $0.50, Adair. What are you looking at?
Looking at NVIDIA, I'm happy with what I did with this. NVIDIA is in a very stubborn... Oh, sorry. My apologies there, put myself on mute to get some water. NVIDIA is in a bizarre, very stubborn 15-penny range, 128.55 to 128.70. I did short that range, took the 15 pennies that NVIDIA would give me, that is literally all it would give me. That being said, I still think this is a bit of a short potentially. Why do I say that? Well, okay, I know we've had these bottoming tail candles, fully aware of that, but we could not get above this 70 area, and we're trying to push lower, I think, on the book, on the buy side. And as I say that, it looks like we might pop higher, but I just, when I realized we weren't going to break 55s instead of Dara, beggars cannot be choosers. Your issue with the IWM trade earlier is you got way too greedy. So don't be greedy, don't be needy, just take the trades you see, yes indeedy. I will stop rhyming now. There you go here. What else is looking interesting? Someone in the chat, I believe it was Hey Davis, calling out the similarities between the Amazon and the Tesla chart in the 5-minute. I gotta say, I agree. Amazon.
8.
Oh, there's been so many today. But look at, it's been a great day for pushbacks. But look at this Amazon. This looks rangy, but at the same time, I'm kind of seeing it bounce off the 90 MA. We definitely have a bottom at 194 where we can't find our way or Zos down any further. So I think this Amazon could be interesting. I think I would consider going long off this bounce and try to get some Profit Express delivered at this top at 195. But I am not the Amazonian. I am not, we know Obi knows those Amazon levels. I do not have as much confidence in my ability with Amazon. But look, I mean, Amazon and Tesla are so similar. So shout out definitely to Hey Davis for that. Tesla also trying to bounce off the 90 MA. This is one that I saw this potential bounce here off 247s, and I was like, maybe it won't bounce before the lesson's over. Alas, it did bounce. It's all good, baby. You got so many opportunities. That's part of the dream of being in this market. Things are juicy every single day. So yeah, it was kind of a biggie moment for puns there.
Patty loves the puns, man. Patty's a fan, baby.
That's a classic song, yeah. So anyways, this Tesla getting a nice 90 MA bounce. I'm okay with scalping this if we bounce off 248 as a long, but I won't be around for too long in this trade because that's not going to be my vibe. If we break below 248, I'm willing to play this in either direction. We got to wait and see what Tesla gives us. Happy you got out in that NVIDIA short when I did. Look, NVIDIA here trying now to pop into 129s. This has been a fun scalp play for NVIDIA, but you really do have to be here for a good time and not necessarily a long time.
All right, took 40 pennies quickly on Apple. I tried to short at the 2/3 of a dollar, got stopped out as it broke above 69, so risked 10 pennies and got stopped out, flipped long immediately. And when I flipped long, I was very pleased with that. So we took it at 69s, covered at 09, so happy with this trade. 2 outs there and almost back in Greensville on Apple. I'm green on the day, but I'm not green on Apple. And, green Apple, yeah, I got it. But I knew you were coming with that, so I was like, might as well just say it.
I didn't even think of that.
No? How? Yeah. How is that possible?
Know.
No way. I think maybe because you took a little bit of a break today, Darren.
Yeah, it was like really hard to force my brain to not pun. You don't even know, guys.
All right, guys. So I'm looking here to see what we do at the whole dollar. What's going on over there?
Amazon,
AMZN, how much? The Katina man just got some out at 195 on AMZN. We know he's short, he's long in the low 194. So shout out to him. Great range today on AMZN between 195 and 194. At least that's the way it's been since 11:20. So that's 2 hours ago right now since we broke down from this candle over here and made that local low of 193.84. It has been mostly 194 low, 195 high. I'm very surprised I didn't have eyes on this range because I would have been very interested in that range, Katina man. So that is a good look there on the Zon. Obviously, we heard, about Jeff Bezos selling. And as you can see on AMZN, at least the last 4 days, we have been locked into this 200 resistance at some time. I forget what Neil was calling it, the Bezos 200 level or something like that. But we did breach it today, although very momentarily, and that was on the CPI spike at 8:30. We did get into that 201.52, but it was quite short-lived. And you know how I feel about wicks as opposed to closing prints. So there you go. It did not last all that long. So we'll keep eyes on that. Let's flip to some of the small cap gappers, see what they're up to on the day. We haven't been showing them as much love today, certainly. LNTH and MEI are still absolute beasts, but look at Longeveron wake up all of a sudden, and I did not have eyes on this. I should have been much more alive to this, especially when Scott H let me know that it was breaking out above yesterday's closing print at around 455. And look what it did. It retraced right into VWAP, man. That is, you don't have to risk too much there. You put it in front of VWAP and you risk 5 or 10 pennies at the most because look how tight the range is. And now it's doing that rounded bottom, right? Look at that. sequentially made higher lows and higher highs coming into that area top at 470. So this 470 has been an elusive target to break. And you could tell based on what it did to about 1150 or so, it was definitely tougher for the longs to get up there. I want to see if it holds above 455. Right now it's zigging and zagging a little bit. If this one breaks above 470, we could get a nice squeeze into 5. So there could be something to be had here. LGVN, look, it's not up a lot. It's up 0.88, 0.66, whatever it is. But definitely on a lot of people's watch list owing to what it's done over the last couple of days. Today, taking a bit of a break. Very much an inside day based on yesterday's price action ensconced within the highs and the lows of yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on Longeveron, Adair.
Yeah, Tesla, I briefly had a long here. I'm going to get back into it, though, because I think the levels, right, we keep bouncing now off these 247.30s, but I got out because I guess the time wasn't right. It bounced a little bit. I was like, overjoyed, bouncing off the 90 MA, confluence, blah, 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 did not end up working out. I'm going to take this position a lot smaller than I took that first position because, you know, if I just got out of it and failed it on the same levels, I don't want to be taking it with the same vigor, right, the same aggression. We are the same aggressla. We are struggling a little bit with this 240, like breaking out above this, but we keep bouncing off 247, so it's a long that I do want to try. Again, would love to see these higher highs, higher lows in the book. I am worried I may be rushing into this a little bit, but sometimes with Tesla, it does move at a speed that's pretty quick. So if you see something you like, you do have to act on it. Post-haste, you got to act on it pretty quickly.
Bang.
See how this TSLA goes, though. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing in the book, AKA these lower highs. But like Amazon, we're having a little bit of a bounce off the 90 MA, though I would say that Amazon look a lot cleaner, and maybe that's what I should be focusing on. But like I said, I feel like not a name I trade as much, not a name I'm as comfortable trading, which again, you might be like, you're not as comfortable trading Amazon, but you'll mess a lot with Tesla? Yeah, I guess, I don't know. You gotta do what you gotta do, but I like the speed at which Tesla moves. And right now, I would wish it would be a little bit faster to bounce, but that's fine. Maybe we're rejecting here, and so in this case, if we're having a rejection, if we're flipping from support to resistance on these levels, back below this 247 area, I'm gonna have to get out. Happy to go with less size because I didn't wanna have to make the same trade. That phase, so I was like, with the same amount of size both times. And now, of course, we're coming into these levels. So good times there. You got to trust what you see. In that case, I did not have any trust in Tesla at that level. If it wants to keep rejecting this 247.40s, though, I have no qualms shorting it at that level. What I like this UV Degrade is saying, Adair's right, you have to go fast or you miss it. Be patient, though. And that's the exact key. It's so hard to find that beautiful combination of being confident and being aggressive while also packing the patience in your Samsonite bag. And that's what we're really trying to do, that secret sauce, that recipe. I don't think I was patient enough in Tesla. Now it looks like it might actually be trying to give me that bounce that I want, and I was maybe a little bit too aggressive with it. Have to say, I'm really happy, though. I've been hiding the P&L. I think that's been pretty good for me, just to have those opportunities to focus on the reps. NVIDIA, if you want to bounce here off that 90 MA, this level was pretty key earlier. We were really struggling with that 128.70s to break above. So if you want to hold that as support, resistance support flip-flops, my favorite kind of flip-flops to wear. So there we go. Make sure you vote for your tickers of choice, guys. Go in that chat, ! join space, $, whatever you're interested in. All
right, long Nexi looking for that 550 defend. NEXI 147% in the clear. A bit of a risque type trade because it's coming off two big boy red candles, but I do see this area support at 550, so I'm trying my hand with this area over here as it came back down. VWAP is a skosh above $5, generally at around 507, 510. My out is the break of the $0.50. We're not going to give this any room here. It's around for a good time, not a long time, as Adair just mentioned. So first beak wetter just in front of 6. So look to try to extract 50 pennies and risk 10 on this bad boy. It's showing me 70s up here. I'm waiting in the mid 80s. Going to pack my patience on this one. NEXI, I think this is a holdover from yesterday, is it not? Was it Nexi running here? So let's have a look. So let's put in the ticker for everybody. No, Nexi was not running. Nexi's new from today. So kind of getting all convoluted with my tickers over here. NEXI, let me give you the deets on this monster. $7.8 million market cap, almost 23 million shares traded today. Float, 1.1 million shares, so very small, not minuscule, but very small. NEXI, let's find out the short float. The NOS boss and his crew there at Trade Ideas, 1.1 1.44%. Nothing really to write home about in terms of a short float. 76 is showing up here. Let's go to the trading screen to see what the ask is saying. So the ask at 80s, 82. Let's see if we can move up here. I think I'm waiting at 88. The ask showing 84. Yeah, but there's a whole bunch of selling here. It looks like coming in at 80s. So we don't get printed there. So we'll have to pack our patience. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out. I don't care. I'm just going to let the trade manifest in whatever way it wants to manifest into. If we get triggered with the out, great. If we get triggered with a stop, whatever. So we'll keep an eye on that. But basing it off this area of technical support, that $0.50, that's where we topped out at 12.10 and again at 12.15. And it is also the 10 exponential on the 5. Not that I'm really basing this small gapper trade on the 10 exponential. Quite frankly, I'm just telling you guys the truth. It is more based upon these areas of support and resistance on the NEXI. So we're in the money on it, but who knows for how long. The stop is on the south side of the $0.50. Gorev, AMD, trying to confirm a double bottom. Hourly candle shows double wicks, buyers, overwhelming sellers, question mark. Great question, Gorev. Let's have a look at our friend AMD. Advanced Micro Devices. Yes, I already see the double bottom that you are talking about. What was the level that you were saying? Well, I don't see it on the hourly. I got it on the 5, but certainly here there is a level of support at the $0.50, 177 $0.50, despite the fact that we did make it into that $0.25 at 11.50. The majority of the prints are holding up generally at 78, but when they wick down, they are wicking down generally also into that $0.50 area. I just have to digress for a second because I can see that NEXI is coming into that $0.50. So if this breaks, I have my stop, and there we go. We got stopped out. So 0 for 2 on NEXI. Tried to take this long twice. Both times I get wicked out on the stop, and it pops up right again. So I've clearly got my levels wrong on this name. If I'm going to trade it again to the long side, I have to give it a lot more room, which means I need to take smaller size. There it goes. Now I would have been printed. So that just tells me that the bamboozlement was real, it was fast, and was furious on this name because, well, there it goes into the 90s. Very frustrating there, but that's trading. So should have had my stop a little bit below the $0.50, but I'll know that for next time here as we, I haven't really seen an XC trade before, but good move up. I'm still not letting this one off the hook, especially if it starts curling up above $6 and wants to weasel its way up into 705 HOD on NEXI. Oh, so frustrating. So look at this. I literally got wicked out at the bottom. I need to zoom in to see if this was literally the bottom, and it was literally the bottom. That is so sad. Yeah, it's okay. It happens. So would have had this good trade, but that's the way it is.
Can we commiserate? Because if you're frustrated, I will be frustrated with you. Sharif, I took this short here, 247.20 on Tesla because we weren't breaking higher. I was like, oh, I'll get 247s. I don't know if we'll get the break. I get out, it immediately drops 60 pennies. Sharif.
Wow.
I'm happy with my 20 pennies.
Very
I'm not gonna
good.
lie, I'm not gonna cry over stolen. Thank you, but it's just, I see what you mean about it. It's frustrating sometimes. It's hard, right? You gotta do what you gotta do, and then half the time the market's like, well, I wouldn't have done that, and I clearly didn't because I'm moving lower. But like, but that's the thing is, the market is an inanimate object. That's why I characterize it like this. It is just. You're the only one who can take your trades for you.
Yes.
No one else can do that, and so you have to believe in yourself. You have to have the confidence, the OB-confidence, the kneelage, and you have to get worried. Not worried. You don't have to get worried. You have to get involved. Why was that a word that came out? Also, shout out to West, y'all saying Nexi always bamboozles him.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess he's familiar with the Nexi. Get Nex Immune, I think. I feel like I've heard of this one, but this Tesla, though, at this 246.66, triple sixes here for Tesla, making a bit of a topping tail candle. Don't mind if I do. I will be taking this short the pop. I wanted to be very cognizant that it's not a revenge trade because I obviously did get out of that earlier short earlier. I said earlier too many times, but I'm still seeing lower highs than this. I am seeing this kind of curl down here. We're if we keep rejecting this 247, I'm okay with staying in this trade. The way that 247 broke down was just wild to witness. So we'll try. I think this definitely could be a little bit herky-jerky, but I took smaller size on it, being aware of the fact that, hey, we're going to have to wait and see. That's the thing with all trades. You really never know how they're going to go. All you can do is prepare yourself, be ready. Here's Randy. Randy is Tesla.
Randy.
Starring Randy as Tesla.
We love you, bro.
Shout out to Randy, killing it every single day. Shout out to our awesome team. Everybody here, everyone you see, everyone you don't see is a huge part of this community and this chat as well. I have to shout out Bears versus Bulls for keeping everything together. Tesla really does not want the smoke above the 90 MA. So, I mean, Tesla, you don't want that smoke? Cool. Go nicotine free. Get that vape. Give me that short. I'll take that smoke. Thank you very much, Tesla. Shaking hands with the stock. That's what we do here. Again, kind of holding a support of the 246.60, which I don't like. I have a fun habit of going long at support and short at resistance for reasons. We'll have to figure, or sorry, long at resistance and short at support, which is something I definitely need to work on curbing. But right now, the only thing I'm trying to curb is losing my mind here in this TSLA. This 246.40 was a little bit of support earlier on the book that I saw, so if we can break below it. You know what? I can say it now, so I will say it. I am pleased as punch, Sharif. I would love to see us break below 20s, but if we can't, I'll take it out there. There we go. Okay, Tesla, come back to 25s. Come back down. There we go. We got it. 35 pennies on that Cybertruck. Pleased as punch. What a good time. Ricky Peters saying Randy's the man. Mandy. I love that. Also, shout out John Szymanski saying everybody trades different. I think that's really important.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing as well that Sean always emphasizes. Like, everyone you see in these desks will always have a bit of a different style. And I think it's I think it's really important to know that no two traders are much like snowflakes. That was a really sad face.
I know, I fat fingered again. I was long at 613 and I took out everything again at 25s and there it goes into $0.50. That's twice today I fat fingered. I've tried to change my position into a beak wetter. Rather I get out the entire thing. I'm still looking to defend 6, but I doubt it'll come down into that on NEXI. Sorry guys to interrupt, but I was just really frustrated with that. Looking to defend 6 here as we got cut up a bunch of times. Had 569s. It moves up into 550s or 650. So frustrating when you don't get it right. But sometimes when you trade these large cappers, they don't move in the same bamboozling way as some of these small caps. So yeah, you forget exactly how bamboozling they can be and how much room you need to give them and what to expect in terms of price action. So I didn't trade this one as well as I should. Am I negative on it still? I think I am still negative on it. Yes, still negative on the name, positive on the day, but looking to avenge this trade. Was able to take nice 30 pennies on it super quick, but I would have had a lot more if we had held this. Anyway, NEXI, Ike Anderson, NEXI, VFS, WVE, LCFY. This is not financial advice, he says. You're just giving tickers, man. You're good. We're not going to hold that against you.
Trenda Ticka likes the tickers.
It does, yeah.
She and Sharif, I guess, are not besties right now because I was like, oh, I'm worried about the punch challenge. Sharif's like, oh, don't worry, you could squeeze Trenda user is like
No, that's not what I said. I said, do you need a stress toy?
That's what you said.
Right? I'm like, oh. Randy just robbed Trenda. He just took it over. All right, well, we're good with that. I'm good with that. I don't know about Ram. Ram may be inconsolable at the moment. So I said to Adara, I'm like, yeah, you could just get a squeeze toy, and every time you want to pun, you can just, squeeze it. I'm like, here, use Trenda. I'm like, kill Trenda. I don't care. You got my authorization.
Yeah.
And then I got the hand
the bird.
from the bird from Ram. Letting me know exactly how she feels about that. Shout out to Ram. Doing the absolute most in a good way. What are you looking at, Adara?
I'm short Tesla. I was not confident enough in this. I wanted that 246 short. We kept kind of waffling above it. Alas, I am actually still interested in getting involved. I haven't canceled my order, but as we break way lower, I'm going to have to. We're not going to get what I wanted here. You can't always get what you want, but that Tesla, these Tesla rejections, I really should have been shorting every single pop here. But you know what I am looking at is you guys also have 5 more minutes to vote. Get in that chat. Maybe you want to look at Tesla. Maybe you want to look at AMD. Maybe you want to look at Nexi. Maybe Nexi's the Nexi thing you want to see. Nexi next up. Maybe you want to see Apple. Maybe you want to see Microsoft. I'll stop naming tickers. Get involved in there. Exclamation point. Join space, $, whatever tickers you fancy. So, this AMD is what I'm looking at right now, Sharif. Okay. I know Susanna Pena in the chat was looking at AMD. Quite a few people looking at AMD. I know Gaurav was looking at AMD. I think that double bottom at 178 is gorgeous. However, the bear in me, is like, look at these topping tail candles before Quadunk. We get that here earlier. Higher highs. You still have higher highs, but topping tail candles and a Quadunk. With that being said, the trend right now, and I know the trend is your friend, but right now this trend is we get a higher high, and then we have 2 topping tail candles and a baby Quadunk. So if we want to have that baby Quadunk, I will babysit that baby Quadunk. I will take that baby Quadunk to the downside. I'm going to stop saying that phrase now because I'm sure it's pretty extra. But also the fact that we have this baby Quadunk, one more time, at this previous level of support is actually huge to me. I will call it confluence. And you know what? I'm not gonna risk too much here. I'm gonna get involved at 09s. Oh boy, I don't think I'm gonna get this trade, but Sharif is so good at like verbal imitations, like impersonations. But yeah, so this AMD, we got to 179 and we bounced kind of viciously, which is actually how we got in the trade. So I don't love that 179 bounce. I like that we're below the 90 MA. I'm only gonna be really risking this into like 30s. It's really gonna be if I see anything distinctly different or something I don't like on the book, that's what will be keeping me in or getting me out. I would love to see us break decisively below 179 because the 179 bounce is going to be in the no-fly zone for me in this short. Speaking of no-fly zone, how's Delta? Which is still a Dara, not in the NQ. Delta here. Oh, it's not a pushback, but yeah, we did not bounce here at this level. That 44.20 I was talking about earlier, that would have been the level for me. 44.20, I guess, accidental pun. But look at this, we're about, we did not have all the smoke there at that 44.20. Instead of having another bounce or rejection, we just kind of gapped a little bit lower. Okay, so AMD broke below 179 and then came right back up. I might not be getting what I want here, but we're still below my area, so I'm gonna have to keep my eye on that AMD. Delta though, below the 90 MA, looks like a nice short the pop 90 MA type look, not advice, just my take on the chart. I would like to see what we do with that 43.90, sorry, because that was a bit of an area of support earlier. AMD, why did you bounce off 179? Asking for a friend. How are you doing?
The market is at lows right now, guys. We are down almost 600 points on the NQ September contract. This is the high of the day, 20,983. We just touched 20,403. There would be days where we wouldn't move 50 or 100 points. Now we're moving 600 points in a day. Wow, that's a big move down. And as the market made new lows, so did the Mag 7. You got the new low on Amazon. You got the new low on Meta. You got the new low on goggles. You didn't get it necessarily on NVIDIA, even though it did dip into area lows at 127.90. Tesla, obviously, needn't say it's weak. It did get a bit of a bounce, though, off that 244, now above 245. This thing's moving dollars at a time. You got the low of day, not so much on Microsoft, even though it did come into 453. I'm keeping an eye on 227 on the dead one Apple, because right now it did dip below 227 when the future put in that low, but now it's above 227, and I'm seeing a hammer candle form on NVIDIA. You're not seeing it on Apple. But what I can do is I can get in long here and put in a low below, or a stop, I should say, below the low of the candle that we're currently on. It's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to go 226.79, 226, and we'll go 75 to cover. We're long sixes, so call them crazy. But we're going to, yeah, I know, I am. We'll look to get, we'll look to wet our beak maybe on some profits here. We'll sit just below 20s to see if we can get a fill on this possible hammer candle. I mean, I know it's completely not inverse, but counter trend trade. We'll see if we can wet our beak on some profits on this one. Been trading Apple a lot today, both the north side and the south side on this day anyway, because it's just giving you so many opportunities. I just got 14s there. It didn't print. I was sitting at 15s for the look. We'll see if it can weasel its way back up. But yeah, keeping my eye here. Oh, I'm probably going to get out of this trade because the future's right back down again. And if that's the case, I don't really want any smoke with Apple. Funny enough, I just got an Apple email. Isn't that funny?
Actually?
Yeah, Apple developer email. I know, right? So yeah, the future just dropped down again. So I don't know if I want this trade. The future's going to have to go in the direction with Apple, or otherwise I don't want it. Yeah, I'm getting out of it here. So we'll get out break even on this trade. I don't like it. And thank God I did. Just dropped 15 pennies as quickly as I said that. So yeah, I don't like this because we're on our way down here on the future. Doesn't look like we're finding any support right now. So I'm going to pack my patience on any longs. But guys, everything really is very, very negative here in Mag 7 world and chip world, that is. There has been rotation into other areas. EVs are strong. The Chinese ADRs are all strong. Well, not all. Most of them are strong. Crypto is strong. Let's bring in the watch list. I'll show you guys exactly what I'm looking at. So start up here. The memes, all D's. We talked about VinFast doing its thing.
up 20%. EVs are all strong. As I mentioned, Chinese ADR is really, for the exception of a couple here, they're all in Greensville. Crypto, the same thing. Coinbase got a double downgrade today, likely why it's red, but everything else in Greensville, even Mara up 1%. FinTech, not all, but a lot of it in green as well as a result of the projected interest rate cuts. Weed, all green. Marijuana, nary a red name in Marijuanaville. Even biotech doing D's today. Pfizer, Moderna up nicely. You'll also see strength in Solaire stocks. These Solaire stocks are very, I would submit to you, interest rate dependent. Startup costs are prohibitive and they don't want to use their own money, so you got to use borrowed money. If you're using borrowed money, your cost of capital is a little bit higher at the moment. You got to wait till that comes down. And so that's why I think this is up. QuantumScape obviously has its own catalyst on the day, so we'll keep tabs on that. Keeping a tabs on Apple as it zigs and zags here, Dara. A little bit above 227, a little bit below. Unsure what to make of this move over here as we have about a few minutes left on the show. Anything you want to cover before we...
Is Solaire the distant cousin of Uber? Because I heard you say Solaire.
Hold on, let me get to this.
Yes.
Big Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. Ponzi might have all the points, but I got all the smoke all over the place today. Thanks, Sharif, for enduring my Instagrams and checking in with me today. Absolutely, brother, because I knew today was your type of day, so I didn't see you in the chat. I'm like, Big Kyle is missing out on a day that he's likely to print big on. So as soon as I saw that, I wanted to message you. I'm not taking any credit. You're the ones with the trades, Big Kyle. Shout out to you.
Shout out to everyone in this chat. So I want to get into Terra Engineering with that pun challenge. That pun challenge really taught me how important it is to be true to yourself when you are trading, because like I said, I feel like I think I was brought back to life once I was able to pun again. I'm not going to lie. I think it really shows you that when you're spending all this energy trying to be something else, I think this is not just true in trading. I think it's true in life. If you're not being true to yourself, then you spend all this energy trying to be something else, and it kind of manifests in my case, some questionable trades. So that's my take on that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, AMD, why am I short a 9 EMA bounce? I'll tell you. It's because we have these topping tail candles. I've been every direction in AMD to the point where you might be like, Adara, just leave it alone. Well, I didn't want to leave it alone because basically I got out there. What I was seeing was a kind of interesting interplay. So initially tried the short, got out of the short exactly where I wanted to, so I was okay with that. Then I flipped long because I was like, you know what? I do like that we're potentially bouncing here. Got out long, basically flat, saw stuff I wasn't liking anymore. But then I flipped to my final short because I wanted to take it into the 9 EMA. Really happy with what I did here. We're gonna look at the P&L now because it's the end of the day. Okay, so I was able to make back some stuff here, I think, for sure, after some earlier weakness. AMD, my worst name of the day. It's not even a question. Tesla slightly down on here, slightly down on IWIM. I forgot I traded Intel. And I think I traded off the show. And then JD, but positive there in NVIDIA. So it's like, if I have levels in NVIDIA I like, I should have been sticking with that. That's my lesson from that. That's what I've learned. NVIDIA, if you want to do a 128 breakdown when I'm on the show, I would love all that smoke. We're going to try to get involved. I don't want to chase this. We're going to try to get involved here at 99s because we're already breaking lower. I'm going to take this with a little bit more size. I'm going to be watching out what we do at 16s because that's the nice thing too about breakdowns on stocks you've already been watching. I know where we have any potential resistance or support flips. For me, that level on NVDA is going to be without a doubt that 21.28.16. So that's what I'm watching for. I would love to have all the smoke here at this one final trade on the How to Trade show. NVIDIA does not want to give me 99, so that's a little bit frustrating. Let's see here if we're able to push into this. I think the highest we're going to go is 94s from what I'm seeing in the book. So let's try 95s, and we're going to be 94s. We're going to be taking 20s. I don't want to be chasing, but I think sometimes there's a difference too between frugality. Like you want to be a little bit frugal as well, right? You don't want to be too frugal. You want to make sure you're having that balance where you're able to get into the trade you want still. And look, we just got right into that 128 and rejected beautifully. Sorry guys, I apologize for the vague incoherence trying to get involved in this trade. As Sharif said earlier, and something I really agree with, sometimes it's hard to be in the moment in the trades and articulate yourself super well. So we always love when we have people asking questions after, why was that the move? Why were you looking at that? What did you see there? And it's great too to be able to reflect on the trades in the moment. It's like a live trading journal. Can't believe there's only 4 minutes left, Sharif. What a day.
Unbelievable. Yeah. What a day it was. Obviously, you know, if you're holding any of these Mag 7 names in the long-term account like myself, you're like, hey, you know, not a great day. But to be honest with you, when you reflect on it, you need a healthy pullback. Otherwise, you know, things getting a little too extended. So yeah, 2% pullback on the general market, a little bit more on some of these Mag 7 names, I think is quite healthy. And it's also good that there's more rotation. So we have breadth now, whereas, you know, it was just microchips and the Mag 7 that were really moving everything. Now we've got some rotation, some other, you know, less played names, and I'm okay with that because I like trading different names. So we'll keep an eye on that. By the way, we didn't look at this watch list over here, Ram, so I just want to show everybody. Energy up today. Looks like Oxy having itself a day as well. Energy, all green. Airlines, all red, likely as a result of Delta and some of the things that they forecasted there. Banks, mostly green except for Citi. Did Citi report yet?
Citi reports tomorrow with all its pals.
Yeah, and it's down 2% today, which is interesting because JP Morgan's flat. Consumer defensive, we saw here Costco taking a bit of a hit, down 4% as well. Walmart also taking it on the chin, 1.4%. Nat gas, not strong either. Uranium, though, and this one, I keep looking at CCJ, Cameo Corp, Canadian company, obviously involved in uranium. And that has been on a lot of people's radar as of late as a result of these data centers that are super energy hungry. And now we don't have enough power to power them up. So what are we going to do? Likely nuclear, at least that's from what I'm reading. Maybe some small modular reactors, something like that. So keep that maybe on your watch list or a uranium little section there on your watch list. At least I do. Personally. Yeah, great day today. We'll be finishing off tomorrow, Elliott wave theory, so get a lesson for that, and then hopefully we'll have maybe we'll do gaps or something next week.
That'll be fun.
We'll see.
Yeah, go to the Gap, see what's at the mall there, go shopping.
I haven't been shopping at the Gap in a hot minute, but anyway, Dara, I'm gonna go make my way to the green screen, kill it.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for putting together the list. We're gonna wave goodbye to Sharif. We're gonna Elliott wave him goodbye. Seriously, thank you, Sharif, for all you do. I want to shout out again his awesome Tesla scalp short there. I am really happy here as we get to the end of the day. I already took some profit on my NVIDIA short here at the, where was this? We got out a part at 80s. We got the rest out here at that 60s breakdown. Man, this scalping feels good. This is the type of stuff I need to do more of. I think sometimes you learn a lot more from your losing trades than you do from your winners. And so I'm happy with these NVIDIA. Not all of these were positive, mind you, but I think really what I've learned is be patient. Don't get involved in things. Have size you want from the get-go. This IWM trade, which is one of, not my biggest loser of the day, but the most disappointing trade of the day. What got me with this one is I added because I got greedy because I didn't have enough in the first place. So it's like, make sure you're prepared. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So I think learning from losers is really important. There are a lot of people asking about, is this a healthy pullback? What's going on with the market? I mean, we haven't had a more than 2% pullback in the NASDAQ, I believe, in a while. So this might be good. The markets need breath, but they also need to breathe. So I think that could be a good look. We're gonna have to wait and see what we do tomorrow. And I think even, the fact we got this on a day with good data shows maybe that this isn't really about the data. Maybe it's just the market. I think it's time to catch its breath, especially these semis. We had positive catalysts on AMD. We had everything up yesterday with that TSM news. So maybe the market needs to take its time, take a deep breath, and ready to keep going to the upside. Potentially, we'll have to wait and see what we get there. Tesla in a bear flag, says Jay Haas. I totally agree. But right now, we're going to have to say goodbye to you all for now. Elliott, wave you all away to the next stream. Hope you guys had fun. We sure did over here on this How to Trade show. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Sharif at the...
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, guys, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to take the tickers that you voted for. Make sure to vote on the Midday Show with Adair and I every day. Wow, what a move down midday there it was. The triple Qs got into, all-time high territory, got into the 504s off that positive CPI print, but that is as good as it would do, down 2 1/3% right now. A lot of market weakness, most notably in the Mag 7 names as well as the chips, but good news is there's good market breadth. Other areas are picking up the slack, but you wouldn't know it by looking at the futures chart. First ticker, though, Tesla. Wow, what a move down midday. We got news that Elon was postponing that launch of the robo-taxi ever since we got more competitors of his looking to front run him. Now they may not need to do that. He's pushing that date back to October, guys. Did you trade Tesla?
No, I can't imagine why Tesla's the number one today. That's certainly surprising. Obviously, it was a little bit different at the beginning of the day than after the news and what we're seeing right now, because Tesla nearing double digits to the downside, giving back the entirety of the last week. If you take an actual, it's actually a little bit more than last week, but because you were down here on Thursday, Friday of last week. But the last week of trading looking like it's interesting. Baba just got to VWAP. We'll get to that in a second. But Tesla, it was an early breakout. For me, it was a dip buy that thank goodness we got away from at VWAP, because once it lost VWAP, it just lost everything for good. I only had one short, and that was down at $247. I was on the bid when the news came out. Thank goodness we got out of it right away. And then when it tried to make a bottom at 250, I took one shot at the 250 level. The news was a little bit slow to get disseminated, but once it hit, there was all kinds of continuation. I'm glad I sold some in the personal account, but I just want to observe on the daily chart. If you look at that trend breakout on Tesla, if it were to pull back into where that trend break was, that's another $18 from here. So you'd have to double this move to get back to where the trend top was on the same. Oh, and the robotaxi, bad for Tesla. It was good news for Uber, but Uber just broke trend a second ago. Not a second ago. There. I had this drawn and I hit save. I thought I did, but I didn't. It broke this trend. So after the news hit, Uber had that upward trend. We're talking about that as a lesson of the day at 71.20 level that was holding as we were talking. Then held the higher low, then held that higher low. When it lost that trend, I went into the short trade. So not off the top, but off this trend break since the news. So good news for Uber, although it's starting to come back in. It was good news for Lyft as well. But Tesla, I guess all that exuberant buying, that's what happens. If it squeezes up, when it comes back down, sometimes it's twice as fast.
My stream never transfers over. I must be doing.
I actually think I always have to have it up and live. Like I have to have it clicked on it.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's because I'm not. Yeah, it's like on and on.
I don't think you should have to, but
who knows? I wasn't here. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm trying to host a show here. All right, so
for me, good grief.
For me, come on. All right, so yeah, I wasn't here. I had to go to the passport office all as well. That went really, really well. In and out of there in a couple seconds. But, that was the sad news. And we talked about this with Brian Shannon, Michael Noss, both on Monday and Tuesday. And we've been talking about it here on the show, of course, as well. And that was the sad state that what if Tesla, and that was my whole thing. It was, when they come through, what about that news as far as robo-taxis are concerned? And we were talking about waiting for August 8th. The reason why I remember this, and Adara will attest to this, because August 8th was also someone's reporting that day. And she's like, oh, same day that they report. And I was like, oh my God, it's going to be a big day there. So yeah, look, we're excited for it. A good trade there for Tesla. It's a good thing we got some out yesterday at 265 or the day before. So we're happy with that right there. Adara, what's the other thing that's happening August 8th? You and I talked about this. Split day of some sort. That's okay. Don't worry about it, Adara. We'll think about it. Please do not stress. Yeah, no problem. Anyways, big day, August 8th. We got the news early. That's the whole thing about Tesla. I wish we would have had it. We didn't. We weren't here. No excuse. But yeah, we do not have Tesla trade today. I'll look at it in the afternoon. Right now, I got to talk about this crazy Amazon position, but we'll do that when we get back about.
Shout out to the passport office. Because I'm just saying, people give so much grief about.
No, it was the lineup was rammed, but
like services. But if depending on what you have to do, obviously it's rammed for everyone that's trying to get like a passport last minute, all that kind of stuff. But if you have like a simple thing to get done, I'm telling you,
it can be easier than.
Sometimes it's easier than they get a bad rap. So shout out to them. But they made you miss the trade. It was Tesla volatility has been sick, and that 265 in Tesla, the last 2 days, either one of the last 2 days, that would have been, I think, where anybody would have been selling. And usually, sometimes it doesn't look good when you're selling personal account. I think it's a bit of a fluke because I was complaining about it yesterday, and today all of a sudden it looks like genius. But I think it is what it is when you sell at tops. Let's get into Intel. Is the second one. Okay.
Wouldn't have
been my first guess.
Those lines at the passport office during the pandemic, those were something to watch. But yeah, Intel down aggressively today, about 4.25, a little bit off the lows. Again, there's no specific catalyst for Intel, but the microchips as a group are all negative, as with the Mag 7. A lot of other positive names though, but you see there Intel giving up some of the levels that it reclaimed over the past few days. Guys, Intel's been very strong the last week or so, giving it back a little bit today.
A little bit today. It's down 4%. Like, that's giving a lot back. So obviously, you stay true. What I was going to do, the lesson of the day was about like staying true to whatever your trading strategy is. If you like VWAP, trade VWAP. If you like trend trades, trade trend trades. If you like taking to specific levels, then take it to specific levels. But today on Intel, that ended up being the wrong thing. Like, Intel just continues to trend into the downside. I thought it might be able to catch a bid down at like 33.80 to 34. You can see it did like one little dip here at about 11 o'clock. Right when we were ending the show, that was your only chance to maybe catch a bit of a bid on Intel. And from there, it's just kind of working right back into the downside. This is not like that Tesla, for it to pull back into the trend bottom, it's close. Intel would still have to drop into like 32 or something before it finds some kind of obvious support level. So we could, like, maybe next week or so, there's a spot if it continues this trend for a dip buy, because it did the dirty off of $35 in here. So I think you're just going to have to sit this one out. Look for it to make some kind of a distinct bottom, unless it's 32 or 31 even. I'm sitting this sucker out. Long anyway.
Yeah, so I just want to say here, because I'm that's twice today I've made keystroke error. The first one was on Apple where we got out. This one, I just walked. I went to go get a coffee. We went to go phone the wife here just before we went on air. And I thought I had a stop here at the bottom of Amazon, and unfortunately did not. And so this was an easy way to get out of this, so you're not stuck in these trades. And again, you don't have to learn everything from every trade, but this one just goes to show again that, when you fight the trend and you don't have outs, it'll hurt. Like, we'll give some money back here. Obviously, you don't ever want to lose $1. But, that's what can happen. And you got to always make sure that you have stops, because all of a sudden, like, these trades here, I'm going long at 194 this time, right? My best out right there is 92s. That's only $1. And it's still a good trade, but most of them are scalped out here for 30, 40 cents, right? Like, now I'm stuck down here. I did buy the dips just because I'm thinking the market trying to go here. Let's see did we get some out there? No, we did not. Thought I was offering something around there. Oh, I'm in the teens here. Okay, so now that Amazon's coming back up, I'm honestly just going to take a little bit out. Feel pretty good about being able to buy some of those dips, but just letting you guys know that, hey, that's twice now today. I'm feeling pretty sharp. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just that's a mistake. Thought I had a stop order out. I only have about 180 trades today, so it's not like we're stumbling here. But at the same time, that's a mistake. So you can learn a lot, just from sitting here and hitting keys all day. And that was another one. Got to make sure that I have these stop orders locked and loaded, so I don't make this mistake again. 55 cents in the money on Starbucks, and here I am drinking second cup.
SPY faring a lot better than the triple Qs today. You'll see the SPY down not even 1%, 0.94. Compare that to almost 2 2/3 at a point there on the triple Qs. Really, it's the tech stocks that are bringing down the NASDAQ a little bit lower than the ES, but you can see there small caps, REITs, and gold miners all doing a little bit better as rotation comes into this market, and that's helping buoy the ES a little bit harder than the ES than the NQ today, guys. Did you look at the SPY?
Only in the context of it not being as bad as the NASDAQ. But, let's be real. Like, we've seen the NASDAQ lead the way. So that works it works both ways. You lead up, you're going to lead down as well. I think for this afternoon, it's pretty obvious looking at a 15-minute chart of the SPY. Like, what are we going to be focused on? The current low, 556-ish. You've got yesterday's bottom, pre-market, like an overnight bottom, and then the previous close. So you've got Tuesday's close. You've got the Monday's high, and the current low of the day is basically all aligned here for the SPY. So if we don't have this level, we don't have anything. Well, that's not true. I mean, obviously, there's lots we got our health, we got all kinds of good stuff. We got the show, we got the aftermarket show today, we'll have Raider Trader today. But the line in the sand would be here, and it has been holding out pretty decent relative to the overmarket. You got to find those kernels of strength, I would think, if you're going to have some kind of a bounce in there. I would suspect, I'm looking at, like, Apple's down 2.5%. I'm not going to pretend that a stock that's down 2.5% is strong, but there was a hot moment when the market wasn't bouncing much and Apple was able to get to VWAP. And as we're at the lows, Apple's making a higher low. So I do like that, at least a little bit. And I guess we're not going to get a chance to talk about Alibaba. Baba off of VWAP again. I wasn't at my desk. I was talking to Brankles at the desk and kind of missed it off VWAP in there, but Alibaba off of VWAP one more time. They're having a good day. Chinese ADRs have sat out this drop for the most part. At least the ones I'm looking at. There's entirely possible Li Autos at the low of the day or something.
Yeah, there's so many different names to look at over there. I mean, especially
How much you want to bet it?
Li Auto?
I got
No,
a dollar
no,
says Li Auto is.
Professor, he's a-
Dollar says Li Auto's under VWAP.
I remember those days when Li Auto was very good.
Yeah? Okay, so Sharif just said yes. I haven't looked. I owe you $1.
All right. What was the bet?
I just said it was under VWAP.
Yeah.
Why would I give you... So Raymond's like, can I also get $1? I didn't bet you, Remain. I owe Sharif $1 because Li Auto's above VWAP. Good for them.
We got some Amazons out up there for a profit finally at 36s. So we just took a little bit out there, but we were getting more and more out on the upside. Okay, the SPY, well, guess what? We took a shot. Here on the NASDAQ, and it was in the form of the TQs. So we'll just talk about the major indexes. You guys want spiders, but I did not look at that today. But here we go, man. I mean, we tried it down here, and it was actually a pretty good dip buy opportunity. At that time, I feel like, I don't know why. I have to, maybe, was it the 20 period? Hold on a second here. No, so it would have just been back into here, these levels at the 200 period at 81. So, trying that little move there on the TQs back at $81 right here did not work. Dropped out and see you later back into 78.50. So again, if the NASDAQ's down 2.5%, it's going to be down 7.5%. So there it goes. It is the NASDAQ, the TQs. That's what I tried. We were talking about this earlier. Let's go look at this Starbucks trade, by the way. Jeez, what the? Okay. This isn't a patented ADR sit back right here because, wow, we were not, but this is a trade that we're in. Wow. Hello, Starbucks. You can see this. You can basically take a left-hand turn and go down the other street because we got hit right there, but then we bought it right back. We were a little bit playing off of that wick. We gave it a little bit, but then it basically stopped again and then straight up to the upside. There goes SBUX, a 75-cent winner, making this Amazon kerfuffle a little bit better. But look, I like the indexes. Tomorrow you're going to get JP Morgan. ES is only down 1%. That's kind of like a drop in the puddle, right? So in the puddle bucket, yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't get as big as a bucket here, but for right now, pretty satisfied. I'm more worried about the NASDAQ.
Buckets.
A lot of these names getting clocked.
Buy a bucket of coffee with the Starbucks win.
Oh,
How much coffee? No one can drink a bucket of coffee.
depends what the size of the bucket, of course.
Well, there's no real small buckets, right?
Some small buckets. You know, when you go to like the driving range, you get a large bucket, a small bucket, different size
That's fair.
buckets
Okay.
there.
I'm thinking let's go back.
Ooh,
and talk.
Palantir.
There
my
we go.
bucket list.
Yeah, this one's going to get them excited. All right, Palantir down 3.8% today, but you can see that there. In 52 weeks, it's up 75%, and year to date, it's up 65%, really making 52-week highs yesterday after giving back a little bit today, likely because of that Oracle headline as well as other AI catalysts that have acted as a tailwind for this name. A bit of a pullback today. Is this a buying opportunity, guys?
Let it settle down a little bit. It had a nice bounce.
Always a buying opportunity. We're talking about Palantir over here. You know?
Well, okay. Well, I always assume when we ask these questions,
your eyes.
it's mostly the short term. But yeah, like in the long term, I mean, what are we pulling back into?
I'm
like
just playing around.
No, but it literally is pulling back and dipping. The last dip was right to bounce off 27, and that was the previous high on the daily. So in theory, yeah, it kind of pulled into the spot where if I was looking closer, maybe you should have bought a 27. I was going long early off the 28 area. So first dip, get a good scalp trade. Then we tried off 28, that loses. Go right back to the 28.20. It gets to VWAP at 28.40, and then right, like it just starts going southbound. So we end up getting out of it. Probably should have reversed short. If we don't, again, I go 2 for 4 on it. I'm flat on the stock, but I got to slap a fail on it because if you like a level for a long, always check back in and see what happens. It breaks the first time, you don't have to have it. When it breaks a second time, what does it look like on the other end? It breaks a second time and then can't get back to the 28 level, and you could have had like 27.80 or something. So to the downside goes Palantir, but this afternoon, making some higher lows while the market's continuing to make lows. There might be a bit of a bid here. Higher low, triple bottom at 27.20. You know what 27.20 is? I'm reminded, 27.20 is the low from Tuesday and Monday. So double bottom 27, triple bottom 27.20. There might be a scalp trade here. 27.20. if the market's making lows and something's making higher lows, it's kind of worth a shot in the afternoon.
I do not disagree, my friend. I lost on Palantir. I am glad to have been watching this Amazon start to go back up to the upside. So it's a 50-cent winner since we've been back on air. Of course, now we have the right price. We had to take the L, unfortunately, on all of these. We were very irresponsible by leaving our desk without a stop order. So that was obviously something that, you know, I'm not proud of doing that, but we did it. All right, so Palantir again today. Look, I mean, I always look for levels to hold. And I mean, we did not trade Palantir early. Thought that was a decent bottom, right? Came back in, boom, bottomed out again. And then I was like, let's go long off a break of basically 27.90. So we did that, and it was a monster, right? I mean, that's 27.90. You guys, I took this live on the show with everybody. We just punched straight in, right on the show. You guys can go back, look at it at 10:30, 10:24 this morning. Nice move all the way up. We got out of 75 or 80% of it, all the way up here to 30. So that was a 40-cent winner. But then what happened? We tried it again off of what bottom? This bottom. Well, unfortunately, it came back in and broke it. And that's where we got out, slapping a big fail on the end of that trade for Palantir. But again, you know, I ain't crying over this spilt milk because it's a good thing we got out. As you can see where we wind up going. Volume pretty dead on this. My job is to look for names, not my job, but what I like to do is to look for names that will give me relative volume here in the afternoon. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case for Palantir. So again, you want to see me trade this, probably going to have to check me tomorrow, but we'll still watch Palantir. I'd rather fade it if it can get back to VWAP. So that's what we're going to look for. And you have Danielle on this afternoon, do you?
Danielle is going to be on. She's confirmed. It's a perfect day to talk a little options with Danielle, especially after what happened with Tesla. Yeah. Let's be real for a second. It's like we knew, or maybe it waited for Thursday for that move. And then, of course, we'll also talk about AVGO, Broadcom. AVGO. We'll talk about Broadcom split as well. So lots of things to mention here.
Amazon.
As we'll have one more on the list here. And I have buckets on the mind now all of a sudden. But Longeveron, Sharif. What's the look?
Hi, Sharif.
All right, guys, just heads up, the CEO of QuantumScape on CNBC interviewing right now, so just keep an eye on that one. It could start moving if any relevant statements are made. Longeveron, what a move it was yesterday. Very much an inside day for it today. About flat right now, a little bit above, a little bit below, but this was the headline coming in from yesterday, getting the nod from the FDA for the regenerative medicine advanced therapy designation to Lomil B, which is for the treatment of mild Alzheimer's disease. You always want to champion or, basically like a headline like that. Anyway, guys, what's the look on Longeveron?
So yesterday was a wild day for Longeveron.
Yeah, a fantastic day for Longeveron, yeah.
Here's what today is more of it's good because you're getting some consolidation. How about that? On the higher time, if you look at the daily chart, you had these two wicks in here to like 425, let's just call it. So the fact that you're getting a hold this afternoon above the 425, so that 425 in the daily, resistance, 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 support, that's a good sign. But it's not really doing any volume this afternoon, but that would be key. So 425 on the higher time frame looks like the spot, so maybe you like a VWAP dip buy. But I just pulled this up. I pulled this up like a minute or two ago, and I still have yet to see an actual print on the tape that isn't like a little program midpoint deep print. Still hasn't been one. Like no ARCA, no NASDAQ, nothing. And I've been watching it for like the tape's been up for at least a minute or two. So I don't know what's going to cause this to pick up steam again. But at this point, there's a nothing burger. VWAP just came in on Alibaba. We picked it up. We'll play to the high of the day again. As the Chinese ADRs have been ridiculously strong, including Li Auto apparently. I was surprised by that. And the reason I was kind of like, oh, Li Auto's probably down while the rest are up, I just sort of figured, well, I mean, like Tesla gave it up a little bit and the market was down, so maybe the EVs in sympathy would be bad, but looks like everything in China, well, I shouldn't say that. All of the Chinese ADRs are looking strong to the upside. Just double checking to see. Oh, really? NIO's at the low? Yeah, why is Li Auto strong? See, NIO actually is doing what I would have expected. I would have expected the Chinese ADRs to give it back, but it looks like NIO's at the bottom. Good for you, Li Auto. But Alibaba gets to the high of the day. We're jumping out of it again. And now that we're done, I feel like usually people are interested in what's going on with NVIDIA. Down 5%, trying to catch a bid here on NVDA. So if you look at what's going on, everything is to the downside. I think the trend is your friend till the end when sometimes it bends. If this gets back into like a 129 area, that could be a good look. And then AMD, also not on the list for the first time in a while. AMD 180 has been a level, still on the offer there. Maybe we don't need to be sitting there. 180 has been a pretty good level a couple of times, had it the second time through. I think it's headed right back into it, but higher lows off this 178. AMD might be catching a bid. I wasn't willing to go long off 178 the last time because I was still figuring it was a short. This is looking good. The way that it's wicked this bottom a couple of times here on AMD, I feel like it should be worth a shot if it tries to bounce off 178 again. That's what I'm looking for. If we can get it, no promises that AMD even gets to that level. That's just how it is.
We'll do $1 from the bottom here for Amazon. I mean, we just bought Amazon 193s, and it's at 194, so we'll take another piece out. We were getting it out. Most of our outs are right here at the 50 period, so that kind of sucks, to be honest with you, that, you know, we got so much out here in the 70, 75 area, but we'll take it out here at 94 and just be really happy, obviously, with the way that has worked out for us. And then Starbucks right there. Because it says LGVN on here, let's do that. Yesterday we traded it. Neil wasn't here. But yeah, it was not great. We wound up getting hit. So remember we got this long back and we were long around here, 580 or so, I think. Where is that? No, that's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. No, it must have been 5. Yeah, so it came back in. We started to buy it. Our out was going to be 450, and it was, and we got stopped out there. So I feel like our average was around 530. So I think we took some there. Remember, we got out early, then we took some, then it dropped, then we averaged it and got some out here, 530, 540, but still wasn't a great trade. And then all afternoon, nothing. And then all today, again, gets right back to that $5 level and fades out again. So for me, I think you just keep shorting it. Obviously, we'd like to have good stories when it comes to technology and you know, whatever it is really as far as healthcare is concerned. But yeah, Longeveron today down about 1%. Not on my radar, but you know, a good little name there. And I hope that a lot of you have made some money and especially caught cash out of that yesterday. And if not, I mean, it was $1. So you still got a lot going on right now. But are we ready right now? Okay, let's go. We got a guest. Who is it?
Who might it be?
Who is it? Who might it be?
Who is it? Who is it, guys? I wonder who it is.
It's the Raider Trader. How are you going? We said, Ramin in our ear said, Raider Trader, we have a good transition to bring on Raider Trader. So I thought we were doing something all fancy like right now. Hey, where are you? In a school hallway there or something like that?
I'm currently back at my parents' because I just got back from July 4th with them. We had like a beach vacation with the family.
Nice.
So I'm about to go back to my apartment. But yeah.
Nice, man. Nice, man. It looks like you're outside there. Are you enjoying that weather or what?
I mean, yeah, I've been, you know, I get pretty pasty during the winter, I got to say, but because, you know, traders, they don't leave to go outside. You know, sometimes I forget what grass feels like, but I think this summer I've touched quite a bit of grass. So we're starting to get there.
Good.
Which is important to do, right? You know, it's of course you did.
Yeah.
I know that problem. Sometimes you get a little pasty, you don't get enough sun out there. I know I can definitely
I was only saying that because it looks like he's
bit.
outside. Like it looks like he's on a patio is what I was saying.
Well, to be fair, if I move the camera, there is a ginormous 12-foot tall door right there with all.
There you go.
So I don't know if you can see it, but there you go.
Great natural light.
Which is important.
Yep.
Did you see that move? You've been trading a little bit today because that move in Tesla, pretty big downside, right? I mean, up over 40% over the last month, finally giving some back today. You buying any of these dips in TSLA?
So we'll talk about this in a second, but as far as like names like Tesla and especially Solars, which are now getting a run up at least, a lot of these names are actually being front run for the rate cut. So the markets are expecting, you know, especially Tesla's price action is almost a confirmation with that big run up that there will be a rate cut very, very soon. Whether that's September, I think most people are betting on that. But as far as like Solars, I think those are the next to get somewhat of a bid. So I'll be watching those. But Tesla, I traded that early on in the move, but I didn't feel like chasing it. Again, the options were just pretty crazy. The IV got juiced, but yeah.
That must happen so quickly when the news comes out. It's just like it's a right-hand turn. But if we can come back to the solar name just for a quick second there, because the last couple of weeks there's been a lot of these like channel trades where you have a stock which is not doing a heck of a lot in a distinct channel. And I would argue that First Solar, if you want to like dirty here like that. Like it's been in this very, very slight upward channel that it's attempting to break out. So you mentioned we're getting rate cuts potentially, a couple being priced in for the rest of the year. This has been one of the better ones. You got the 50 period, you have it trending back into the upside. What's your look? Because I stare at this, I'm like, okay, so if it breaks out the top of that channel, just swing long, give it to the bottom end of the channel, because I'm very simplistic like that. But what would be the take? And is First Solar the name that you would even buy?
Personally, I'm going with ENPH. I think that one has a little bit more juice to run. FSLR obviously got the biggest initial run up, but ENPH, I'm looking for a trade in. These solars are really tricky to trade. They like to do a lot of random stuff at random times. But I think with this contraction, like you said, typically you wait towards the news or you front run it into the CPI, of course, this week and into next week. But that's how I'm kind of playing those. Now, I did want to talk about one thing with you guys today because, the trust me, bro moments, they come out once in a while. I was unfortunately not able to miss, or I was unfortunate to not come here on the last one because I was traveling again for that July 4th. I was traveling the week before. But last week, there was a pretty big sign that the markets were going to drop today. And I guess this is a good learning point. If you want to share my screen here, sure. I'll just kind of show this for you viewers at home. But one of the biggest things I look for is what you call a defensive and value rotation. So this concept of relative strength, so let's say Neil is just relatively stronger than I am, okay? If you put him on the bench press, he is going to bench more than I am. So which one are you going to put your money on? The guy who can bench more or the guy who might bench more but probably not? Definitely put your money on Neil. But as far as that goes, the same concept applies with stocks here. When you have, before a market drops, there's certain stocks that perform better and worse than others. And when you see money flowing into value and defensive stocks, like over here, you have healthcare, you have energy, you have materials, all these names, staples, industrials. And then over here, you have all the technology names getting rotated out of. They're selling these off. That's an early sign of a market top or a drop coming soon. So I just want to say that was the kind of point I wanted to make today. So there you go. Trust me, bro. That's all you got to say.
No, you had me at the compliment for the dad strength over here. I'll take it.
Yep.
I haven't seen I work at home, and I haven't even attempted a bench press in a long time, but I appreciate the sentiment there. No, but you are right about that. Like, you got to look for sometimes the overall sentiment. We get caught up as day traders, Qs, big cap tech, and that's where the focus is going to be, because in an individual day, like what's moving in that day. But when you're swinging, when you're looking for the overall pullbacks, I think you got that one dead on. I know we're going to get this question from the chat, so I want to lead out just and get out of the way. Where are you obtaining that information from, like that graphic? Is that something you can share that short source with us? Where are you getting it?
As far as relative performance goes, it's very basic. You just compare performance to a benchmark. So that one I'm using specifically, that's stockcharts.com. Again, I'm not sponsored by these guys. If you have Bloomberg Terminal as well, they are partnered with them, so you can have it on there. And then also, it's actually pretty easy to make an indicator script on TradingView, although not as good. But it's just comparing relative strength to a benchmark. So it's pretty simple calculation. But that one is specifically, I think you can find on Stock Charts, Bloomberg, one of those two.
Good look there, and definitely appreciate that. And again, just I know a lot of people like, hey, that was pretty interesting. I want to make sure you can always hit the rewind as well, but check out that resource if you can. So obviously, we're getting right back into earnings season as well. The banks are going to be starting out here today, so you have that event. I think we've been talking the last cycle. It's been more about the earnings and less about what's going on with inflation. With today, and possibly with the last couple of readings and with where the Fed funds are going, what's your outlook on the earnings season? Are we going to be focused on the goods, or are we going to be focused on what USD, what treasuries are doing, and we're back into that phase where we care a heck of a lot more about the overall data? I feel like a shift might be coming.
I think you're right, because a lot of the focus is actually away from, as much as people want to hype up the CPI and everything like that, I think actually a lot of the focus is away from inflation. I think more of it is more so on the impact of specifically the companies and how they're going to perform in the outlook of this. Now, specifically with sectors that I'm looking at, definitely the banks. I've been bullish on the banks, but also the healthcare. I'm really looking at a lot of these healthcare names. They're really beating down industrial too. I think these names are going to be the favorites over time as people start to sell off the mega caps, sell off the lag 7, as I called them a few times ago. But these names that are starting to sell off, they're going to put that money somewhere else. So, a lot of people forget that firms don't just take profit; they reallocate because it's client money. So they're not going to take profit necessarily, unless if grandpa's close to the grave. But that's, you're most likely going to reallocate, and so that reallocation is what a lot of traders capitalize off of. But specifically with earnings, I have a pretty streamlined strategy. Whenever you see earnings come out, try to pick a strategy. So whenever you see earnings, and the trend is typically that the hyped up names get a continuation, or that they fake out, they go down to the downside and pump back up. That trend honestly does continue throughout the most of earnings seasons. You can see it across multiple ones. Last earnings season, it was a lot of gap up and go, traded open, and go long. So that was kind of that. But yeah, just watch the trend. See if you notice that, hey, it keeps gapping down and they keep getting bought up. Play that theme on the most hype names as well.
All right, Andrew. Time to talk stock here. You ready?
Okay, Sean, what is that hat? That's a cool hat. Where'd you get that?
Appreciate that. It's from a shroom company that we had on the show.
Okay.
You can send them one.
So there we go. I noticed you were talking a little bit about grass there. I was just wondering what was going on. But no, okay. So tomorrow we start bank season. You and I have talked banks on here a couple times before. You mentioned some regionals the last couple times you've been on, looking for that. I always kind of go back to the bigger guys, as we mentioned, and JP Morgan. But tomorrow, if you see my screen here, I'll sort of tell you what's coming through. If you're not aware, I'm just going to read the banks for the first time myself here. We have right here Wells Fargo, Citigroup, JP Morgan, all coming out tomorrow. You could see expected move 3%, 4%, 3%, right? Previous move for JP Morgan was down almost 7%. So let's have a quick look at this chart. I never like to buy stock that's up like this heading into earnings. I feel like, we've just come up from 197 up $10 here. Chart looking good. Obviously, it's at highs, at all-time highs, and looking to break out. I don't know. For me, I think you might have answered this on your question with Neil. I'm going to sit out and not take a position before this earnings play comes through here on the major banks. What is your opinion in that sector right now with XLF or any individual names as we look for the first sort of sector to report here coming tomorrow with banks?
Yeah, so specifically how to play those. From a derivative perspective, I trade options. So how I would approach that is, well, if there's not really going to be a huge move, or I don't think it can beat expectations, there's no point in trading it. But especially if you're an equity trader, you have to ask yourself, when was the time to buy banks? Was it now, before earnings, or was it back in November or October when the markets were expected to bottom regardless? So you probably missed your opportunity, at least for a long-term position if you're just opening it. But as far as an equity trader that goes, well, I want to just capture 3, 6, 7% on this, it's probably not the right time to do it. Yes, earnings goes, but we know how NVIDIA earnings went, right? Everyone piled into the first earnings, second earnings comes around, it barely moves, and even if you bought at the money calls, you're losing money basically. So it's very tough to justify why, hey, should we get into, this is going to be my first banks trade of the quarter or something. It's going to be on earnings. Right. That's kind of a foolish statement in my opinion, but I think you're absolutely right in sitting out and maybe even just taking the first few earnings saying, hey, look, let's see what the banks do. If the banks, crap the bed, then that's probably a bad sign that, these other stocks which could move more and probably a better opportunity would be a better short into earnings. So it's all information gathering. You don't want to sit out too much, obviously, but I think banks are fair to sit out on and see what the general census is. And then if we can short other stocks, that will likely be parallel with that, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And we should have maybe stated that, yeah, you're more of a derivatives kind of guy. And I think that's exactly right. You're going to look for names that potentially have volatility. And right now, the banks, that's why I was saying, like, where they are right now, it's kind of just back and forth. And with a 3% expected move, not much. All right, the Fed Watch tool. Today we get finally the first negative CPI print since May of 2020. And we're getting a little bit of a move up here, although I think we expected, right, for July that we would get a cut. So it looks like we're going to most likely be thinking about right now 91% for July. As we move out to September, though, is when we start to really get interested, as 84% for the cut in July. And then all the way out to December, it's looking more and more like we could get those 3 rate cuts. Any opinions on that? Because now it's 43% that we could be between 450 and 475 on the overnight, which signifies 3 cuts. So opinions on that side of things? Are you seeing anything in the derivatives market that may give us an indication here?
Yeah, so especially with what I was just talking about with like Tesla and solars, oftentimes, again, Tesla's price action ran up into the belief that this CPI would trigger the rate cuts for the future. That's the markets are pricing that in ahead of time. So now my trade, especially on IWM and things like that, you need to continue to play the run up in these small caps ahead of these rate cuts, because this is what these stocks are what benefit most from the relieved pressure on the financial side. However, one thing I'm also looking at is those higher dividend names, the industrials, things like that. Typically how I approach these changing market conditions, and a lot of people need to understand that this is a change in market condition. This is the first, we are coming towards the end of a Fed cycle, and that's very important in that you will see a change in market dynamic. So you need to be self-aware that, well, if the markets are changing, I need to be ultra observant, even if my participation isn't as heavy, to see what is the general dynamics of the market. Is it, small caps that start to do well? Is it, obviously it's not going to be semiconductors or technology, because those are crapping the bed right now. But what is going to start doing well? And you're going to have to narrow down on that. And that's going to be where the opportunity is, because with trading, there's two things you can waste: money and time. And I don't know about you, but I think time is a lot more important. So don't waste your time going around to stocks that aren't going to move. Try to find the ones that are going to be the big winners throughout this cycle.
Speaking about time, enjoy your youth. Yes, because I would agree with that one. I mean, many of us would change and exchange that for sure.
You can say that again.
Yeah, you could definitely say that again. Yeah, talking about two of us over here. Oh, you still got the red glasses on, eh?
So, no, I have a headache, so these actually help with the lights and all that. Usually I just wear it in the middle of the day when we're not on the show. You'll understand at some point, Andrew, what it's all about when you get on. As a young man, you got all the time in the world, but you said it dead on. You do not want to waste it. Time is money. It's an old saying, but it's probably the most valuable one out there. And if you spend your time looking at a bunch of crap that's not going to, it's fine. I like looking at charts too. I like looking at interesting things, but it's so easy to waste an hour looking at a bunch of stuff that you're never going to take a trade in, or you're never going to make any money off of. So it is what it is. And speaking of sentiment, before, some people in the chat were asking about KOSS, which is moving. It's up 10%. I see no reason for it being up. So anyone that's looking, I did scan. There is no volume going on in this name. But it does bring me to something else, because, Andrew, I feel like there's been some kind of an old school squeeze name that's rearing its head the last couple of weeks. And I don't wonder, did you ever look at that for any kind of an indicator? I know sometimes we'll see when they start to go, maybe a signaling of an end. You just had Carvana make a recent high. We've had GameStop, Chewy, Koss, all these things going back and forth. Do they matter to you? Do you ever see any opportunities there? I know for options, sometimes it can be tricky. Again, they're all going to end up being pretty expensive, and it moves pretty fast. But do you care? Do you sit it out? Is it maybe something that you just every once in a while have a chuckle at, or do you care about the trade?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, I've taken trades in Carvana before, back in even June of, 23. I was taking positions on Carvana, some swing trades. So I do actively trade a lot of these squeeze names. And of course, Carvana has been just one of those squeeze names, the classic ones. As we've said since, last year, it's just been up, 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 up. It seems every dip needs to be bought. But that's absolutely something I do look for. A lot of people need to consider which squeeze names do they want to participate in. The ones with zero liquidity that they're going to get halted in, they're going to get trapped in over and over and over again. Personally, I like the names like Carvana, which, they typically don't halt, and they typically do have decent liquidity. And you just got to develop that style. So names like PLTR and Carvana, even GameStop, I've traded within the last few weeks. Although a lot of them, you could say, that's pretty, degenerate behavior in trading with the short squeeze, but there is opportunity there. Put the ego aside. It's time to see where the opportunity is. I'm willing to do that. So GameStop, especially, I've taken stabs at even just 2 weeks ago and things like that. Whether they worked out, I don't put any serious positions on them, but it's zero or hero with those ones.
So I want to ask you quickly, and before we let you go, and I want to thank you again for coming through, man. The chat really appreciates this, and a lot of love.
Wait, Sean, sorry to interrupt, but this is amazing. Neil has red glasses on, and Sean has yellow glasses on. This is like, I need to get blue or something. We need to make this is crazy.
Next time you come on, get yourself a pair, man.
Andrew, we're leveling up. You're leveling up. These let me see the market more clearly. You made a little better trades. Trying to focus up on that. You know what's all about. Any advantage we can get around here.
Okay, there we go. Look, now I need this hat.
You can tell I've never put this on.
This is what I'm trying to say. I mean, look, this is free advertising. And anyone want, marketing space here? If anyone wants that, we show it to the world. Let's be more serious quickly here. Apple, okay?
it's a touche.
Look, Apple's up huge here. What do you think about this AI boon? I mean, there's been so much talk with all of these names, man. Microsoft, Meta. I mean, let's just talk about them all besides NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is like the picks and shovels, right? We haven't seen anybody make any money off of this yet besides Microsoft, right? So, I mean, is Meta a stock that's just way too high? Is Apple, are they ever going to be able to ever make enough money to justify a $1 trillion bump here since April? I mean, where are you with the trade as far as AI is concerned? You think we're a little overextended in some of these names?
So as far as the AI trade, a lot of different things that I've been, I do have discussions with my mentor and some of the guys that I've been trained by, especially with long-term stuff. And one of the orders they said to look for was AI, and then the next wave is going to be in robotics and biosecurity. Now, there's not a lot of robotic stocks and there's not a lot of biosecurity stocks, but there are some. And as these hit the market, these are likely going to be the next winners because, well, logically, I mean, we've kind of talked about this before, but with AI, you need enhanced security. We have people copying voices now. We have people copying, important credentials. Even the irises of your eye can start to be copied and things like that. So biosecurity and especially robotics to make manufacturing way more efficient, et cetera. So those are, I think, going to be the next winners. As far as AI in the near term, I think you're right. A lot of these mega caps, they're just unjustified as far as their pump, especially Meta, Netflix, these guys. But I've always said that Apple is just the darling in the market. You get into this club, and a lot of people are bearish Apple, but you forget that once you get so big, it's almost hard to fall. And I know that's like the bears are going to be crucifying me when I say that, but it's true. Once you get so big, it is almost hard to fall because now you have ETFs supporting you. Now you have all these different funds that are supporting you. And this is when you get to the too big club. Apple, as it said, they make $100 billion a quarter or something like that crazy. They're an exceptional business. And there's a reason why people like Warren Buffett have stayed with them so long. It's too big to short. And that's not for the near term, but you can't sit on a long position on Apple and short it effectively. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, good little look there. Before we let you go now, is there a trade that for the next time in 2 weeks, I'm going to write it down, something that you're looking for right now? It doesn't have to be a monster one, just something you're looking at. Like, I'll tell you mine. I like this Starbucks bottom here in and around $72. I like what they're doing. Sorry, I'm on Palantir now as I'm short it. But Starbucks for the long term, I'll give you this for the next 2 weeks. If you give me one, I like it coming off the bottom here. I'm noticing, especially around our area, Starbucks getting a little more busy. They're doing it with some promotions. I think that will help them. I like what's coming through. I'm going to investigate when the report is, but I like Starbucks. Let's see what Andrew Rader likes today.
So, Sean, writing this down here, okay? Energy. Go look at energy. Late July, late July, I believe there will be a big opportunity in energy. Specifically, you'll have to dig around APA, SLB, these kind of names. Not materials as well, along with the energy trade. But I believe energy, Oxy, XLE, this is the ETF, very balanced as far as exposure to it. I believe energy will get a nice bid. 4-6% days once in a while. I think that's going to be a very, very healthy number. But as also healthcare, I'm looking at a lot of healthcare names. Tricky to trade, but I'm telling you guys, these are where a lot of opportunities lie. So XLE, that's going to be my ticker to watch over these next few weeks.
XLE.
I like it.
That's
XLE.
the energy name that I own, XLE.
I like Oxy as well. I got out of Oxy and was looking for a place to get back. I never got back into that one. You said you don't really like banks. I actually like TD. You can hardly tell, but that's just because it's a technical bottom that it's making on TD Bank there. But thank you, Andrew Rader. Always a fantastic guest. Look, I think you started with something that I think it makes sense to end with. Glad you got to spend some time with your family, 4th of July. That's what it's all about. Nothing better than that. You know someone's solid when they spend time with the family because they know they got the priorities in the right space. I think you're doing well. You can always find him. Tell everybody where they can find you first, Andrew. We forgot to do that.
So, Neil, last time we were talking about the leaked mixtapes. I'm not going to go into all that this time. But as far as, I don't know if anyone in chat knows, but you are an undercover rapper. I mean, you've been in the underground performing in the sewers of Toronto for a while now.
Sewers is right.
We'll move past that. You guys can find me. I'm based in Ohio right now. Wait a minute. I'm not doxing myself. Yeah, man, socials. So as far as social media goes, you guys can find me on Twitter, Instagram, chat with us there. Or hey, every other Thursday, I'll be on here on Trader TV. So just come there and you'll see these two other very handsome men with their multicolored sunglasses. I mean, that's a different level of social class when you guys have different colored glasses. I mean, that's, if you thought clear glasses was enough, wait till you meet the elites of society with different colored glasses. But yep, there you go.
You can't be walking around here
Love you and your
slumming in
Stanley,
normal
my
glasses.
guy. That is absolutely fantastic. It's Andrew Rader. It's
Yes,
Rader
sir.
Trader.
All right.
Thank you so much, Chow. See you around, my guy
ya.
right there. He liked energy. I like energy.
He gone.
We all like energy. He gone.
He gone.
Right now. He fall down there. Is that Joe Biden over there? Who is that guy? There he goes. He fall down.
He wouldn't be
Go
waving from the ground
Right
like
now.
that because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a sense of awareness.
Tripped
by
on
the way.
himself over there.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. Good episode. Thanks, Andrew, for joining us. And yeah, I mean, it's fun.
Always
That's why I
fun.
asked about AI, because, you got to get some different perspectives here. You and I have one, and others have other opinions. So good job there. Thank you, Andrew, for that. We'll watch out for some energy. I don't know. I like it. We thought go upside today. I don't actually.
No,
wasn't
specifically,
following it.
actually,
What is USO? It was up today, right? I mean, it's up 1.5%.
I was going to show Oxy.
Where is it? Basically flat here, USO today. I mean, nice move up to $80, $81. We'll see if we can break through this 84 coming out at some point. So there it is. Yeah. So good move. We'll see if it can hold this bottom. XLE is interesting because we looked at this the other day on the recap, and I was really surprised. Not really surprised, but it's underperforming. So this is a name here that you've seen against what oil's been doing. Oil, we just showed you where USO is almost near the top. XLE, little underperformance, but bouncing off of the 200 period. This is my energy play as well. So, but right now, hey, while he was there, guess what? Young people, old people, all kind of people like to shop at Amazon. And right now, we are $1.12 in the money off that most recent buy. Funny that we were so mad that we left our order in, and all we had to do was just go for a little bit of a longer walk. And when we came back, we would now be in the money and up a heck of a lot. But we're happy. We're happy where we are right now on Amazon. Nice move back up to the upside. Made a little bit there just by getting in at 93s. And if we zoom this back out, we didn't really do this work for you live on the show because we came back while we were trading it. But right there, we were using these bottoms. And good fall in. This just goes back to the beginning of the month. So, good month for Amazon. We do know that there's that sell pressure behind it, as to be expected. And then Starbucks, what a good trade this was off that bottom. But again, messed up with it a little bit here. We broke, and then we bought it back. Now up to the upside, another long. I like this name. I am going to find out when they do report because, I don't want Andrew to come back on the day that they report. And then, then it's going to be like an unfair.
End of the month.
Oh, is it? Okay, that's like a little bit of a volatility there, bump coming for them. Where did you say it was? Oh, the 30th. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. So it'll be right before earnings.
Because he's on 2 weeks. He'll come up 5 days before.
Exactly. We'll see what happens with Starbucks. So I kind of like that. We'll see what that is. What's up, Scratch Life? Get those scratch tickets.
I have not played a scratch and win ticket since I was
same.
a teenager, I don't think.
Oh, no. You know what? We get them in our Christmas. We'll get them, or Santa will bring them. I can't remember who does it.
That's cool.
I don't think Santa has access to
Maybe he'll do that.
government lotteries, but he'll put lottery tickets in.
Well, Santa can do whatever that.
Yeah, Santa can do Santa can do a lot of stuff. But anyways, we do them at Christmas.
You know what? I should tell my daughter that Santa doesn't like cookies anymore and really would like an apple fritter this year.
Yeah.
Although we're kind of getting past that point, so I don't think she'll fall for it. What? It just is what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Why not? Why?
Santa puts out whatever cookies is.
That's what I'm saying.
We got to put them out for Santa though.
Of course. You got to make sure Santa gets a variety.
Fun. Go buy the apple fritter, get a high quality one. Yeah.
He's so giving to everybody.
Of course, man.
He's got an appetite. Santa can eat.
He's got a hell of an appetite.
A couple things. The market's starting to roll back over a little bit here. I want to get to two things. One, the QuantumScape's moving again. Two, while Rada was talking, we got out of BABA because look at what happens at 78.5. I like VWAP in here again. We're getting close to power hour. We'll take a shot if we get back into it. Uber back at the high of the day, and QS is trying to go. And I just said in the chat, QuantumScape needs to get over this level. $7.40, not $7.50, $7.40. That was the high right at the pre-market. It held there for an hour in the pre-market and could not break. It's starting to crest off that level, already pulling back in there. Just gets into the 25-30 range and then nothing. So if it can make a higher low and break it out, I'll like this QuantumScape breakout trade. So that's what we want to see here. With just over an hour to go, we still have a bunch of time for the market to sort itself out here. Just checking out NVIDIA, which is not at 130. It's still trying to get up into VWAP there. Intel, low of the day. Wow, there's no bottom on this stock today. There's no bid on Intel at all. Like NVIDIA is bouncing. Micron, we already talked about. Tesla, what is Tesla doing here? Still at the low of the day. No bounce or pep in the step of TSLA. Just trying to find something strong here. Like, what's going? The market bounced off these lows. Like the ES said, hey, we're not going any lower. The NASDAQ's bouncing. Maybe Apple. Yeah, Apple looks kind of strong. This could be one. Apple looking a little bit of relative strength here. Like to see it break out. Look at this 228 level. Somebody's selling 228. If they can break this dude out, get past the quarters, Apple could be a join.
I'm just really, really nervous about it. There he is. He's Raider Trader. He's in the chat right now. Hey, what's up,
Hey-o.
Raider Trader? He wants Neil to drop the album. I mean, look, we used to do, I like that for sure. Let's give a, you and him have a little bromance here. I really like this. Let's go smiley face on that one for Raider Trader. So there it is right now. Thank you so much for that deposit there, Mr. Raider Trader. And again, go find Andrew Raider. Google him, search him up, find him every second Thursday live on the show. Thank you so much, Raider Trader. But for right now, let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, thank you to our sponsors at Benzinga. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
All right, good job there. Yeah, we have the Benzinga Pro in our ear. Great little platform coming through there with Benzinga. So we're really excited. And again, thank you, Andrew Raider. We're getting a lot of love for that super chat there in the
appreciate
chat.
it.
So appreciate you as well. We're still short Palantir. I mean, it's right at these levels. I don't know if we love this Palantir short or not, but it's down 3%. It's coming underneath VWAP. I like the trade. However, there is support here, man. Like, I'm going to try to get most of this out in the 30s if we're able to do that, even earlier than that if I can. So let's see if there is going to be a trade there or not. But for me, for now, I think we like Palantir short until we break sort of this top. My stop on this is 60s. So if we get break above that, it's not too far away from here. So I think there is an opportunity there, nevertheless, on that one. The other name, so my whole thing is here right now is I'm not sure what we think about this market. It could be a little bit, I mean, maybe we bottomed. That's what I'm getting at here. Where's the ES? Okay, ES only down 0.8. ES holding above. The reason why I look at the ES when I'm looking at a stock like Disney is I'm looking at this and thinking, hey, we're getting pretty close to this 97. VWAP's at 96.90. It's almost worth taking a short rate now against VWAP and this past top. But the thing is, this is outperforming the market today. So what we generally like to do around here is take something that is either as weak as the market, or if not weaker, or at least in the, like I was saying, in the pocket. We had bucket in my mind, and then it's the pocket is the right saying there. Something that's in the pocket of a down 2%, 1.5%, something like that. So let's have a look at Disney after to see if that's right or not.
I like where it is in the daily.
Yeah. Okay, and it's just, before we go over there with Mr. Faluna from Benzinga, we'll get him in a couple seconds. It's the same reason why we went long on Starbucks here. It's up today against obviously a pretty red market. So we thought that there was a level here, and it looks like it was right. So we did go long on Starbucks down here, now in the money over 66 cents. All right, it's Trader Talk this time with Mr. Ryan Faluna. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, he's doing pretty good. Let me see that t-shirt you got on there. What does that say over there? Oh, there it is.
Go.
It's Benzinga Detroit.
This is our super sharp black Benzinga Detroit, super soft as well.
You have any ones that say Benzinga Toronto on it?
We don't yet, but you know what? I'll go ahead and put that request in for you. No problem.
I mean, it's free. Like we were saying, it's advertising, man. I'll just wear it on there.
I'll wear it right now.
Absolutely no problem.
Some of our team lives in Toronto. I think I can get that done for you.
Boom, ready to go. I'm a small, Neil's an extra large, so just in case you're wondering about that one. Right there, as we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
No.
So, okay, quickly, what about, did you see Tesla today? Anything exciting from you on maybe a Benzinga front where you guys had that story? We got a little drop off there with the robo-taxi news coming in and around. It looks like around 11:30 here. Nice move to the downside. Any thoughts about Tesla on a move like this to the downside?
Yeah, so we definitely had that news. Of course, you can check out Benzinga Pro to get that news in real time all the time. For me, Tesla, this whole robo-taxi thing, I am not a fan. I'm someone that likes to drive the car. So all of these headlines to me, not great. Tesla here, this is a stock that our community watches all of the time. Real great short there as we broke down through 260 here today on Tesla. So yeah, absolutely, this is one you can count on this stock getting traded every single day. Sean, I do want to ask you real quick though.
Sure.
When I was with you last week, you asked me about Roblox. How did that trade finish up?
Roblox, ooh, I like. Thank you for asking. I always like when we talk about that one. Yeah, so Roblox was the breakthrough $34. So if we come over here, Ramin, come to the screen and we'll talk about it a little bit right now. So there it is. There's that break. We held 34. We take it in this area to the long side. The problem is it's running into a little bit of resistance up here near $40, $41. So it's a nice little move up. We're probably in the money about $4 or $5 right here. But hey, man, we're kind of getting through the summer. I mean, I know it's still early, but that was my call. I want to try to hold it maybe until the end of August, and we'll see if we get some of those monthly active users up. But yeah, thanks for mentioning it. A pretty good look there on Roblox through that trade. But how much of macro ideas for your personal trading maybe? And I think you told us before, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're more of a swing trader?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So how much do you take in consideration things like that? Macro ideas, like you were just mentioning, or I was mentioning, we just talked about the robo-taxi. Like, is that really a story that we have to worry about right now if we're trying to swing this thing for a month or a couple weeks? Maybe we actually buy it on weakness because we get those stories. How much of that kind of news, and just like Roblox with the summer months here, how much of that kind of news do you actually implement in your own trading?
Well, it depends. It really depends on the time horizon, right? If I'm looking for something short, like short term, yeah, I'll absolutely play headlines because headlines can actually drive some of those moves, right? But in terms of like the robo-taxi example that you just gave, I mean, this to me is a non-factor. This is not ready now. This is not really going to move the needle for the stock now. Maybe you get some headlines like if one of their robo-taxis hits a guy, you're going to have a down move that you can probably play as a short there. I generally speaking, it really depends on the time horizon. If I'm looking for something short, I'll play some of those news headlines, but otherwise I'm going to stick to fundamentals and my own long-term view.
Yeah, I like to hear that, Ryan. I'm glad to be on with you. I missed the opportunity to talk to you being off. And I got a question for you. Look, when you're a trader, we have these like weird no-flies, a lot of us anyways. Like we didn't trade Amazon before split when it was like $2,000, $2,500, all that kind of nonsense. And you've seen what's happened in NVIDIA with the tremendous volume after it had that split. We got Broadcom here, and I'm just wondering because if you're a swing trader, we talk about selling the news and all that kind of stuff. Like you get the push up. Obviously, it's had a pretty good run. It's run into a literal brick wall the last week or so. You can see it's like a very, very defined top. And you're going to get that split effective on Monday. Is this the kind of thing where you would look to make a trade ever running into a split? Walmart was a pretty good one recently, just as an example. Or do you look for sometimes things after this, or not your cup of tea?
Great question. This is absolutely my cup of tea, and I got a great answer for you. One of the first stocks that I ever did this on was Apple. I actually bought Apple going into a split, and I watched it sell off after the split for several days, and I was like, what's going on? What's going on? And it took me a while to realize, well, yeah, people that now have 4 times as much stock are probably taking some profit on there. After all, if a fund's got it and they have money management rules, they might have to trim their position. So as far as your setup here for a potential like stock split, I'm definitely going to wait until after the split. I want to let that stock come in a little bit as the winners or the long-term holders of that stock take some profit, maybe trim their position down. Great example of this right now is Chipotle, right? We had Chipotle run like crazy into its split, and since it's split, it's trying to find a bottom. Maybe we found one right here. This is actually the top end of this gap that we recently did way back in March this year. This is the type of stuff that I want. Better still, if this comes into some type of thing like a moving average, like if Chipotle continues to sell off down to this 200-day moving average, this blue line, boys, I'm backing up the truck. Okay, we are absolutely going to take that as a potential trade here. So yeah, I'm definitely in the camp of waiting for the split to happen. Now with Broadcom though, with your exact example here, if you can go back to the chart real quick, this was actually a trade prior to that split, right? This is one of my favorite formations in all of the market. It's called the floating island. And you have a gap up here, you have a move towards the top, and then you test that range, right? So this came back in. It did not fill the gap. I don't like to see it break down past the bottom of this candle, but came in a little bit more, held. There's your entry trigger. This is a nice little swing trade up into that split. At this point now, though, that wall that you talked about, running into that brick wall, now we're going to wait for that split. We'll wait for this to settle.
Yeah, that's a great setup, and thank you. It's actually a formation I've never seen. And again, what's what I love about bringing guests like yourself on, right? Like you're swing trading, you might have different looks there, but I got to tell you, the second you said Chipotle and backing up the truck,
I'm so hungry.
Okay, it made me hungry because I'm still thinking about that brisket we never had, Sean. But more on that later.
True.
And if you're ever up here, maybe we'll take you out for some good brisket that you can get locally. But I was promised brisket this afternoon, didn't get it. But I'm down with
Randy.
Back up the truck at $52 in the 200 period, so 50 period moving average on the weekly of Chipotle. Because the level it's at now, fine. But if you get back in here, I think the sell the news event is done. And we talked about this on our aftermarket show with Costco. Some things when the trend is really good, if you get a pretty steep pullback on it, that's your opportunity to get in there. So this is my leading question. You said back up the truck. Is that more of it's just bouncing off a key level, that's an A+ short-term trade? Or are we talking about this is a buy the dip in the long term and I'm holding on to that for life? Because I think for myself, if I talk about Chipotle and Costco, it'd be looking for ways to get into this thing and then just hold it long term. But are we talking short or long term with this dip buy here?
Oh, I'm on the same page that you are. This is long term. Listen, as long as those burritos at Chipotle are as delicious as they are, and as long as the quality stays at where they are, this is a long term hold for me. One of the best possible setups is going to be quality companies coming into a very definable support level and then buying that for the long term. So we're actually going to use the action here to get a better price, and then we're going to stick in with that trade as long as the fundamentals don't change. I'm someone that loves Chipotle burritos. I will constantly do channel checks to make sure that the quality and the taste of the burrito is still there.
You got about a half a dozen people on the floor that are reacting, clearly agreeing with that sentiment. Before I throw it back to Sean.
I get the salad over there. You get the bowls. Yes, I do.
Okay, no.
I do.
My bad.
Hey, this is not the first time I've heard this, boys. I've heard that if you get the burrito bowl and then you order the
tortilla,
side, you get more food for the same price. Am I on something there?
I'm all for a cheat code. I'm all about that. Value all day. All day, every day.
We just talked the other day about getting 2 Happy Meals versus the chicken nugget meal. It was a little bit of a better value there. When you want to speak about value, there isn't too much at Starbucks when you go there, but you want to talk about levels, and I'm just going to agree with you here about buying higher quality companies. I believe Starbucks is that. They have demand. Tell me if I'm wrong on this, Ryan, but doesn't this look pretty decent down here at 70? Are you a buyer? Our last guest that we had on, I said this is the name that I'm looking at right now. I mean, it's easy for us to say, and honestly, nothing wrong with saying if Chipotle gets to $51. I mean, ifs and buts, right? This is a play that's happening right now. What do you think about Starbucks right here at $72? What does it look like in your opinion?
Okay, so a lot of stuff going on here with Starbucks. First of all, when I take a look at the chart right where we're at right now, hard to argue with this, right? We are at a near-term double bottom that we are testing and so far holding. This same area actually goes back to the April period of 2022. So it's just kind of retesting that area. I take a look at the RSI here. We're actually in oversold territory. So a short-term bounce here would be prudent, in my opinion. I will say, though, long-term here, again, I just told you about fundamentals, whether or not I use the product, what I think about that. Starbucks is not I don't go to Starbucks for my coffee. I brew it at home. So this, to me, unlike the other one, great spot for a short-term trade here. If you take a look at that chart, you'll notice that all of those moving averages are starting to pitch down. So I want to see, for a longer-term trade, I want to see if those moving averages are getting taken out. If we're holding above those, maybe like to see multiple closes above those, then maybe a build, and then we can start talking about long-term. What I see here on the Starbucks chart, you got a really good case for a potential dead cat bounce here. This would be short-term. I actually have two other names here that I like a little bit more for a potential long, so I'll probably pass on the longer-term Starbucks trade here.
All right, yeah. What? So if you had a pick, if you had one right now, hopefully we didn't lose him. There he is. Okay, good.
No, you didn't lose me.
All right, so give me the call. So right now, I like Starbucks. A couple other traders around here like Energy. Right now, talking about XLE, talking about some Occidental and whatnot. I don't know. Tech names seem to be a little overbought. Is there anything outside of some of these major names that you're looking at right now to add for a swing trade, not a long-term trade?
Yeah, absolutely. So one here that actually triggered today, going to be ticker HD, Home Depot.
Okay.
If you take a look at the chart here on Home Depot, where we did a really good job holding the 200-day moving average. We had a former resistance level that now turns support at 346. If you look intraday, we actually tested that and recaptured it right here in the morning. Now we've bounced up several points off that level, 6 points off that level. We're holding higher. To me, it looks like this stock wants to go higher. So Home Depot, this one actually triggered. Another one that you can take a look at here is going to be Nike. You guys Nike fans, this stock gets absolutely obliterated recently. We've come in now a little bit. I've got this 65 level marked off because for me, that's a little bit bigger of a support. But one thing that I was able to notice here in Nike, we flip over to the insiders. You can see the director here in here buying up shares. So got another nice little insider buy here for Nike. I'd say Nike for a potential swing. If it can hold this area, I just trade this against the recent low here. Pretty simple.
Yep, I like when they're defined.
Yes,
I mean that
Olympics bottom too.
That's what makes. Oh yeah, that's right. We got the Olympics coming out too, so maybe we get a little push and pull from that.
I mean, if you guys see track stars, track athletes standing on the top of the podium and they're wearing Nike shoes, how do you think that's going to translate to the stock price?
It is what it is, man. Like first of all, I'm a huge track and field fan, and there's always like every 4 years you get a bunch of sports that nobody cares about. I shouldn't say nobody, but I love track and field. I watch it all the time, but the average person's not going to give two darns about it till the Olympics come around. And then everybody has their eyeballs and all the best athletes, although there is this unbranded thing going on, which is they're doing a fantastic job themselves. But Nike is going to be plastered with all the top medal winners. But like, what do you think? All the gold medals that are going to get won by the U.S., they're all going to be in those Nike kits, and it's always big press that they get. I actually like the same trades. I'm probably taking the banks, but I would think any Olympics bounce would be a good opportunity to jump out of it. And before, there was one question in the chat, because someone asked me, when we were talking about CMG, someone asked me about whether I would be concerned about GLP causing portion control and making those stocks come under pressure. So I wanted to ask you that because there was a couple people in the chat that were like, are you concerned about, with GLP, that maybe some names like Chipotle, like Kava, and like McDonald's, those types of names, are still under pressure because of this phase? Or you just don't care, technical, good company?
No, that's a really great question. This is exactly some of the things that we emphasize that people do here. Tie in as much data as you can. The GLP-1 phenomenon, kind of an interesting one, right? The makes you have less of an appetite, but the real kicker there is that the junk food, the really bad food, just straight up makes you sick. Now, the one other thing to keep in mind with the GLPs, I know it's all the rage right now. I believe just this weekend, we got another study that said some people get blind from taking these as a possible side effect. Be honest with you, if you guys asked me if I wanted a little bit more weight from Chipotle burritos or being blind, that's an easy choice for me. So I would say let's give this a little bit more of some room to kind of play out here. The other thing is I think Chipotle is probably a little bit better than stocks like McDonald's, or if you wanted to go the Yum route, something like that. I think that's kind of junkier food. I think those are really going to take the brunt of the GLP-1 phase more so than something like Chipotle or Kava, for example. I think those are healthier alternatives that people that are taking these drugs are going to try and seek out anyway.
I like that. That makes a lot of sense.
Chat absolutely loving that talk and the in-depth analysis. Appreciate it, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you so much. One more time, Ryan Faluna from Benzinga. So, yeah, your Benzinga Pro platform, we use it live here on the show. We want to thank you guys for doing a great job with that one. So, you want to leave our audience with anything here, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, stay green and stay safe, right? Like, you only need to get wealthy one time, so don't blow it trying to be a hero. Market's going to be open every day. Try and figure out what those patterns are, what works for you, what doesn't, and then copy and paste the stuff that works, omit the stuff that doesn't work.
Here, this is for you.
Great words.
Awesome. There it is. We like that kind of talk. We consider ourselves risk managers around here, and I think that's the right way to do it so that account is forever existing. Thank you, Ryan. It's been a good one. Have a great one. May your trades be profitable, my friend.
Thanks, Ryan.
Stay green. We'll see you next time.
See you, my guy.
See you.
All right, there it is. Ryan
There we
Faluna from
go.
the Benzinga Network. Thank you so much for that one. What a great bunch of guests that we just had back to back to back to back.
Back-to-back jacks.
Back to back. It just never stops. We had Raheem this morning.
Never.
And then we go with Andrew and then Ryan. So thank you so much for all of that. And by the way, since we've been gone, we've been hitting some nice trades as we go short on the SPY right now. Thank you for putting that question in the midday and asking for this and made me think about it. Why are we only trading NASDAQ? Let's take our talents to South Beach and start trading SPY. So we'll do that right here. Why do I have Palantir up on so many
Never
screens?
compete for a championship.
Right here. So there it goes. S&P right now. Nice downside push, but it is bouncing off that 557. So we've just been taking it out. We need to do a better job of maybe getting a little bit more out. If it does come back in, let's bid some 05s here. And then honestly, I'm thinking lower, man. I don't even have any bids outside of now, much lower than this, into the 80s. So right here, that's 70s. I'm bidding right at these bottoms. See if we can get a flush downside right now in the spot. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're short the SPY. We're still long Amazon. That's $1.20 in the money. And Starbucks, I was going to say we're almost out of it. I didn't even realize this wasn't even doing anything to my net because of this SPY trade. But all the way back in, this could be a good buy opportunity now for Starbucks. We only have 10% left on this trade, but still we've messed up because we should have got out when it broke the 50 period moving average. Nice little pullback into the 200 now for SBUX. So Starbucks, right? So good trade there. We've done well on Starbucks. We're trying to get a bigger winner here on SPY. It's 20 cents in the money now. Let's see if it can dip below this 557. And if we can get back to at least, I mean, this is the NASDAQ, but there it is. There's the 20 cents there. It's not like it's a huge trade or anything, but if you guys are trading options, we're short rate here. I was going to get out like in and around a 50, 60 break or so, looking at some of these tops. So that's kind of my level of risk right now, 25 cents or so. So we'll take 20 cents and there it is. See if it can get down right now as we put that up there. Moving up the ladder here in P&L talk is SPY. Adara.
Not a ton of volume on this move. It came through we had our guest here, but just be aware, Lockheed Martin, LMT, this one getting a pretty significant volume candle here and continuing to trade to the downside. Bloomberg reported that Turkey is set to cut back its $23 billion deal for F-16 jets with the U.S. Lockheed Martin in the aerospace and global security play. So definitely not a great look for this stock right now. LMT, guys.
Yeah, wow, you don't want to see funding cut.
They bought that right back. Isn't the F-16 isn't it a little older? I guess, yeah, well, it's Turkey. They're going to sell something that's an older plane to them. They're not going to give them they're not going to get the best stuff.
Hey, Davis was like, hey, if we have Danielle Shea on today, it'll be like the World Series. Well, guess who's coming in the market recap show
and she got fired
today? It's Danielle Shea. So hit that QR code there and find out more about that show. That's right. The QR code is gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just stick here. You don't have to go anywhere. We just go right over to the desk.
Period.
We walk over there. Well, okay, fine. We crutch over to the desk and then we get back on it. But I want to point out, Lockheed Martin just pulled it all back. Seriously?
What happened?
Oh, no, that's fine. I don't have the slip on everything. No one wants to see my toes, Ram. I'm just saying. No, not at all. No, I just want to say Lockheed Martin, this came all the way back. That's a real candle. It's just right back. They bought it right back up. So, yeah, that's not necessarily good news, but that's kind of it could just be like a one and done type of thing. So I don't look at that and say automatic short like we would on any kind of news. That is one heck of a big rollover. I'm going to get over to Apple very quickly because Apple's at VWAP. So Apple, VWAP, 228.50. opening range, first support, yada, 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 yada. You can see it. It's a bit of a triple top here on Apple. If we break VWAP, I think that's kind of an easy out. But the market is starting to curl, as Sean's been showing you, and Apple can't seem to make that next push yet through VWAP as it just gets there right now. Come on, fill me in these 30s. I'm sitting here at Magic Johnson trying to pick some up. I like 32.
Yeah, I like that number.
Michigan State is what it is. Whatever. I just take some 30s. MSU's okay, but they are not very good recently. I will say that. And by the way, when you mention that take your talents to South Beach, I'm boldly stating LeBron is no longer going to be competing for championship. It's over. Really. He doesn't care. Yeah, it's just he's whatever. He's done very well.
He's made $583 million on the court.
I just think if he wanted to still be trying to win, there's past the Lakers could have taken. They've taken a different one. So.
The guy's never really tried to win. I mean, he just put together these super teams because he could with all of his friends, and then right now he tried to do it again. I mean, look, if you're not winning with Anthony Davis, you're not.
I like what Philly's done.
You're not winning, okay? Right now, and if Joel Embiid can't win this time around,
no, I mean, if he can't,
they're getting rid of Joel Embiid, or they're getting rid of their GM because Joel Embiid has had so many players to go. Now they've just got him Paul George. He's got Maxey. If he cannot put it right now, then I think Joel Embiid, that process may be over.
It's he's obviously a fantastic. He's a great player, but give me a break. With Paul George, you've got to be able to win. It's put up or shut up time for them. Like it's one of those.
And the East sucks. Like Boston. But I'm saying they could go. I mean, Milwaukee, I don't want to ever count out Giannis. Giannis. If he's back and healthy.
The Knicks aren't bad.
No, but I'm just saying compared to the West. Like I'm just saying.
Oh, the West is a beast.
Because Paul George moves from the West over there.
And then Dallas now with Clay.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like I still think the Joker and those guys have been okay. Jamal Murray didn't play that well into those playoffs.
He's saving it for Team Canada.
Hopefully saving for Team. They played the U.S. last night. I didn't see. I was watching a little bit of it.
There was some trolling.
We were winning.
There was some trolling in the chat of our basketball team by the viewers, which I was just ignoring, pretending. Whatever.
What about it?
Don't worry when it counts, son. Brooks is ready.
Yeah, I mean,
SGA.
Right now,
we're ready.
France. They've got France. Got three in the top 10. I think got drafted over there.
It was a weak draft.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest draft. All right, we just got some bids down there on. Of course, we talked about SPY that all started with taking our talents over to the futures, and there it is right now, down to 557. We'll see. Again, not thinking that this is going to be the greatest trade of all time. I don't know. There's not much happening right now. Just a little retracement is possible into the day. These are the ES futures, of course. It's going to look the same. I was just thinking that, hey, maybe we don't take out that top and we do retrace back in. But we just bounced off the 50 period again. So we're actually in half of this position, right? Less than. Actually only in about a third of it. Womp womp. Hopefully we'll get some more up here into the 40s. But for right now, out at 55, 57, 60. So we'll play this top to get out of that and look for more trades as we go.
Take one guess at AMD's price.
I'm back to 180?
Okay, it's the other price, 181.5.
Oh, it's back to
because there was two. Remember, there was two levels this morning. It was 180 and 181.
Yeah, sure. We hit that
and a half, and it's at the 181. Check that. Yeah, no, it is at 181.5. Sorry, I have Tesla up here, but I was going to say something about Tesla, but just we're breaking out VWAP in here. I have Apple at VWAP, and the market breaks it out from here. Taking one shot on Apple is fine, but AMD was such a rocket ship to the downside. Why can't I zoom out? There we go. Most of the day with that double top that you would think there would just be continuation, but the breakout is real. 181.50 was yesterday's. There it is, yesterday's double bottom support. I want to make sure you guys saw that in the afternoon. If we do not bust that, fair, probably with the short, but if this market's breaking out, don't need two things ripping on it. If we get above 182, this might be a good reversal play. There's only 40 minutes left to go. I feel like things have gotten skewed because we finished with a guest. I feel like we usually have like an hour.
Yeah.
And so when we just finished, I'm a little bit out of the sorts because we only have like 30 minutes to go till we get the imbalances. Apple just broke out. Maybe this isn't the one. So Apple tried this consolidation short offer resistance, but it's starting to go. I'm not feeling like I just got into this one. Okay, we consolidated. It looked like a good setup. You're at a resistance spot. I'm not really feeling this short right now. I don't like AMD could break it out here, but I feel like it needs to get through 82. That's why I was looking at Tesla. Is there a long setting up breakout on Tesla? This needs to get through 246. Man, Tesla's weak. It's not going. Maybe even just, I'm going to go back over to AMD. I feel like AMD, once I could have just reversed at 180. It's too late now. You can't go back. The short was at that price. We had it. And at the end of the day, you can't rewind time. So VWAP is here at that 180, 150. If you take it, you probably are already in this one to the south side. But I don't wonder if this market isn't trying to break out. Give it a chance to do so. We'll see.
All right, I'm going to put one more bid down here at 02. Take that out. Get that going right there. Spin it one more time. And a little bit of a face slap here as we hope for the market to come back down. We did not get reloaded back up there. We are waiting at 40s. That went to 30s. Our short is at 42s. Right there, that went to 31. So we're not even really that close. But we'll take a fill as it comes back over to 02 there. And we'll sit on the bid and take that out. Get rebates, get paid to trade. That's what we're trying to do right now on these names as spiders come back in. We are now bidding. We talked about where we were bidding 87s. If that does come, that just missed us last time as it came to 88s or 89s. So we'll just keep it there, whatever. It shouldn't price, honestly, on a $560, $557 name. That's the market. I'm not going to worry about missing it by 1 penny. This is not something to be worried about. It's obviously a derivative. It will just trade through if it goes. So let's wait to see if we do get that level and not worry too much about it. I'm thinking now, if I'm going to look for shorts, I mean, NASDAQ's trying to break. Why don't we just clear this Amazon trade right now? It is 1 at M. So it is like us. And this is, again, another Kendrick thing. This is like us with this dollar. So we will get out right now at 11s or 12s. There it goes. We get that print right now. What was for lunch today was...
It was chicken.
Chicken, that's right. We did not get the email, but we talked about it on the midday show when Sharif or Adara asked. It was
corn and cob.
Yeah, barbecue chicken with, I think, some corn and rice. It looked like there was some chickpeas potentially.
Yeah, it was kind of like a southern
as well, but
rice.
Yeah, there's Amazon. It's too bad. Like I said, man, we should have gone for a little bit of a longer walk because we really screwed this trade up. We went long there looking for a stop through 194 and forgot to put the stop in. But obviously it comes all the way back up off of that little base there at 93, and we sort of pulled that through on why we liked that trade. So I hope that made a little bit of sense for everybody. Now, again, Spider's still here. Only a little bit of time left. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, so I'm not, we're not going to complain about anything. We're just going to hope to get a little bit more fills on the downside here for SPY. And then possibly load up Starbucks again if it comes to VWAP. We'll talk about that at 72.95. But that was a big out for us. We only have 10% left. Let's wait to see if we can get something else.
So I elected not to take AMD because AMD felt like it was relatively strong getting all the way to VWAP and back to that big level. But NVIDIA, I was just putting in the chat there, NVIDIA looks a little bit weak because it did pull back and making lower highs the entire way. They're kind of the same in terms of like overall trend, basically the same thing, but just a little bit less strength I'm seeing over there in NVIDIA. I like stocks making lower highs for an entry. So we grab it off this 129 level. I'm still watching AMD for a potential breakout if it can happen. But, the market just kind of pulled back in there.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, AMD just made that shot. You could have shorted AMD off 181.5, and it would have worked out absolutely fine in the short run. But I feel like it's just looking a little bit stronger than everything else. And Tesla right back to the low of the day. Tesla might break 240 today. Like the way that it's going. The bottom is 241 change. If you lose the low before we get to like 330 or like the imbalances, it really looks in the imbalances, you've got some time to break down to $240. Triple bottom here on Tesla. I know there's some people that would try a long off that. I'm not thinking long at all. I'd rather long something which is trying to break out higher lows and all that stuff like in AMD. So we'll have eyeballs on that. Of course, it's trying. It doesn't mean it is breaking. But it's getting close, man. You can see it coiling up here on AMD. Just make that punch through, hold above 181.5, and I think this one has a chance to go. But again, it's just a chance. Man, Tesla, unbelievable. I'm so used to Tesla in the afternoons on days like today finding a bottom and giving one of those $5, $10 bounces. I'm not sure it has it in it today.
Tesla?
I don't know. It just doesn't feel like one of those days.
Now there's only 30 minutes left. I mean, we still have those imbalances that come out, and they've been affecting the market quite a bit over the last little while. I mean, I'm trying to stare intently at AMD here because I actually think that I'm going to try to short this thing, but it's going to have to come up to 182. Like this is a level right here. I know we wrote down, where's my sticky note? Somewhere anyways. I don't know. Oh, here it is. We wrote down long 180 on AMD. Obviously, that would have worked now. We did not expect this kind of a move down there off CPI. So some of the levels will be a little bit whacked out. But we talked about wanting to get long AMD. Walmart, we didn't even look at that today. The Amazon 201 short sell. I mean, let's go with that one. That's a Brendan-like call right there. And then the QS short 8, we never got to that. Then the Alibaba long, I think you got in, but I never got started with that one. So, yeah, let's see if AMD can get there. Again, like the short, and I like the long and the short.
I just tried the break and give it to view up with a tight stop. It's not going.
Okay.
It's not going. So I'm out of it. But it's weird also because I'm short NVIDIA. It's like if you think the chips are going down, like, yeah, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's like starting to work. You know what? You need to see successive higher lows. Forget about just a breakout trade. You know what I mean? Like I basically just took it when it broke that wick. And then I'm like, okay, well, if it holds 50 when it breaks that wick, that's something you do when it's a bullish market.
Right.
You want breakouts in the bullish market, so, we'll stick that. It doesn't make any sense either. Like, NVIDIA is probably going to flush into 128 and then get the low of the day as well. I'm willing to bet you Intel is... Actually, I shouldn't say that, because the last time I made this comment, I was dead wrong. See?
On SPY.
I was about to say I'm willing to bet you Intel's about to break 33. See? And Intel, for reasons unknown, is getting ready to back up into resistance. I'm going to take this short. Look at this. 33.75 here on Intel. Trying to triple bottom, not getting data all the way back there. But I kind of like this level here on Intel. I thought it might be bouncing off the lows and there wouldn't be a trade. But if the market's going to roll over and one of the weaker chip names is available, then let's take that shot. Let AMD prove itself a little bit more. So we have NVIDIA. It's about 35 pennies in the money. I'm going to try and grab Intel here at 65 and then give it to this high is 33.72. So if it breaks 33.72, assuming I actually get in, then I would be jumping out of that trade. Only 30 minutes to go. For now, we're still in a downward trend, and with that little time left, why try to bucket yet?
Yep, I would agree with that.
Almost done, man. This is like...
I'm still trying to wait for the SPY. It's still dancing around 557.
34.50?
Something like that, yeah. 34.50 or so right here. We'll see if we can get it. Again, hopefully into the 80s. We told you, okay, we're bidding 87s, and there it is. We will
to get
take that. That's a little bit of a face slapper right there. 50 cents in the money as, the talents go to South Beach and South Side, hopefully, for the market here down now. Let's see how far we can go. I'm probably
ATL Georgia, what do we do for you?
Right now, hold on a second. Where was our Amazon out? Pretty good. Okay, right here. Let's double check this Starbucks. I mean, Starbucks is starting to go back up to the upside. Let's take advantage of this. I think the market could fall. I don't have to think that. I'm looking at the market. Looks like market wants to fall in right here. So there it is. We'll take out there. We got out of pretty much all of our Starbucks. Well, you know what? We got part filled. We could offer it out again if we wanted to and just get the rest out. Maybe let's just do that and not get too cute. There it is with what's happening with Starbucks. Props it up right there for all of you drinking that, because that was a good one, man. Drink the Kool-Aid right there. Nice upside move for Starbucks. Take advantage. We were talking about buying this.
They should sell Kool-Aid.
They basically do. They have a lot of summery drinks like that, and you get all that stuff all the time. But right there, 73.25 or so. Nice upside move there. We'll take advantage of that. We could have bought it on the 200 there. We could have bought it on 200. But, Starbucks was a call that we had made recently for that long. We definitely like it. I do anyways. I'll probably be buying some maybe tomorrow, maybe tonight. Who knows? Starbucks, good trade there, it looks like. Other than that, man, let's just try to enjoy the rest of this afternoon, and hopefully this market will continue to go down. We're just 50 cents in the money, and honestly, this is now a pretty top name for me, the SPY, as there it goes, man. Yes, sir. Get into the gates right now. As we talked about this, we just hit the 200 period. I don't even have any bids down here. It was not realizing it could get this quick for us right now. There it is, man. Nice trade on the short for the market. You guys asked for the SPY. Delivered, right? Asked and delivered right there, SPY. This is why, hopefully, we have that midday little segment there. We know what you guys are interested in. I went over there, traded it, and there it is. This is going to be my third name. My top P&L, third most P&L today for me is on SPY, and we just started the trade.
Yeah, Intel's not going to pass Amazon for me. I doubt it, but we jumped over to it. Intel, it sucks that the stock is doing this poorly, because I thought this was going to be a potential breakout, like a big time breakout if it could get through 35.40. As a matter of fact, for 2 days in a row, sorry, not 2 days in a row, because it was 2 days ago. I wasn't here yesterday, so the last 2 trading days, I've had a stop order for a breakout at 35.40 on Intel, and for both those 2 days. I guess yesterday, if you traded it, it's rejected it. But we took this one, we grabbed it, got 64s and 63s. It's already heading back into the low of the day. NVIDIA continuing to crack down, just tagged 128 change. We got 28.75s, looking for the low of the day, double bottom here on NVIDIA. And interestingly enough, AMD, I got out of AMD. AMD is still just hanging out at VWAP. So I don't, again, I still I kind of favor the shorts here, but AMD's kind of strong. I feel like if something's going to go, this does look like a good one to the upside. So 330 just hit. I'm expecting not to see much of anything. Tomorrow's a Friday, so maybe you'll get better on the early looks. But it being a Thursday, overall market, in General Motors, 3 million, usually a name that's going to pair off almost every single time. CNQ, no one cares. Chipotle, an early look, 1 million sell. That could be something. Potentially LUV there for an early look. But I think CMG, maybe that's something. I don't think I've seen Chipotle on the imbalance locator ever. So for there to be a 1 million sell imbalance early look at least, that could be a spicy meatball. Whatever. That's a bad pun. I've never had meatballs there. I have no idea if they do spicy ones. I've never told you the story. I've had Chipotle like one time in my entire life.
They do not do meatballs, but they would be spicy. They did probably.
I like spicy meat.
Yeah, for sure. They have some, Chipotle is great. Okay, let's just keep on watching, keep on paying attention right here. We just got out on the SPY. I have now 10% left. You know, we talked about us hitting some levels, and that's exactly what happened, man. Boom, 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 boom. All the way. Look, it could go a lot lower. I don't know, but this is what I'm doing. I'm going to try to take this trade and now massage it if it comes back up, but we're obviously playing with house money. We talked about this trade. So there it is right now. Thank you to Raider, Trader, Ryan Faluna, and all of our guests that joined us today. We had a great little run there. So very, very pleased, very, very happy. Thanks, guys, again for that. Now Adair is ready. It's 3:32. She's over at the green screen.
Lots of names making some outsized moves today. Of course, we had that whole move down in the market. We had our Tesla drop. There are some other names with some interesting catalysts worth talking about today, making some larger S&P 500 moves, including Uber. UBER, this went up over 5%. We did have that report from Bloomberg suggesting that Tesla is delaying its robo-taxi unveiling. So Uber and Lyft getting a bit of a move up on this one. We also have here Airbnb. This one down almost 4%. CEO Brian Chesky selling about $17 million worth of shares here. So Airbnb insider sell to the downside. Last but not least, this is an interesting one here. We have Costco, COST. Of course, we know this one popped earlier yesterday and also a little bit earlier in the morning today, getting some positive analyst notes after that increase in its memberships yesterday and strong year-over-year sales for June. However, some of these analysts, including D.A. Davidson, saying that it's normal to have this sell the news event, especially because this was something that some analysts were waiting for Costco to announce. So COST, despite the good moves, down about 4%, guys.
Yes, sir. And you know what? This is amazing because there was a good question in the chat. Matt Carnes, I'm just going to show the question because I'm going to actually put a ticket in for this pretty much right away. Can you write code into the list that shows what the volume on the day is for these stocks to make it easy to see the percentage on the imbalance versus the daily volume? I think that's an excellent suggestion. I thought it was so obvious that I went in and I went to check to see what columns I can put in there, and volume on the day isn't there. But I think that's a great idea because then I could just put that right next to the paired volume, next to the market time, and then you'd see, like General Motors, I have to pull it up to see that it's done 7.6 million in volume on the day. So that 3.3 million that's like half the daily volume. I want to know that. Why not? Great suggestion. I won't put the ticket in. I'm going to tell Wayne to put the ticket in.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll get it done.
Yeah, no, that probably won't get done. I remember asking that a long time ago. Because we have all the different columns. It could get. I don't want to say it won't get done, but let's see. Okay, I hope it gets done because I think that'd be great. It just stops us from having to wonder.
Yeah.
You know, it's just okay. Hopefully it does. And again, that's the whole thing about real trading. If there is an addition that you want to get into the software, you can put in those support tickets and get it done. Just like what Michael Knopf was talking about before. So with real trade or with trade ideas. He can input some of those scanners right in there. We do here at Real Trading, by the way, our #1 sponsor, Real Trading. Thank you so much for continuing with that. And that's the program and the platform that both Neil and I are using. And we haven't actually mentioned Real Trading in a minute here.
Yes,
so let's
sir.
just do that again, I hope that some of the trades that I've been putting on for you today give you an opportunity to see, that, yay, you can make a little bit of money both trading the futures here with the SPY. Or, we talked about trading some Bitcoin. We have that on our platform as well. Oil futures, everything. Over 30 different, here's it is right here. Over 50 different markets, over 3,000 plus traders. That's including both live and in simulation. Many more traders than that if you add them all up, including the simulation. Over 400 million shares, 3 billion a day. It's a prop firm, so go find them out. realtrading.com, our #1 sponsor. There's the link or the QR code. Make sure you scan that today and get more information. So that's Real Trading, and I've been here basically with this company or others. If you heard Daniel on the podcast there talk about when I hired the guy all the way back in the day, was different names, but I've been here for 22 something years like that. So it's been a lot of fun doing many different things. What's up, Miguel, right here? Real Trading Rules. There it is. Miguel in the chat. Thank you for that right there. So let us know what office you're with, or if you're trading by yourself or anything like that. Real Trading with Miguel.
Yeah, where you're from.
Good little look. Yeah, thanks. AMD were short.
AMD.
You were taking that long break, no? But then you got stopped.
No,
out.
I took the long break, and then I went over into, like I said, NVIDIA, this is what I got to get to because, whoops.
That's okay. I got this.
The drop down's annoying. No, NVIDIA is right at the reload spot.
We are we just put AMD in our pocket right here, and let's go. This is honestly, guys. You guys are gonna be like, why is this guy getting excited? He's only 20 cents in the money. But honestly, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to stack it up right now. We're trying to put some profits inside and worry about this, because here it goes. Gonna take it at 182. My stop on this is 182.50. So we just took some out there, 182 and change. We actually got out of half right there, because whenever moves like this happen and it's just like boom like that, I definitely want to get some out on the pullback down in. So we are quickly in and out there of AMD, watching out for 182.50. I mean, my order's in there right now. We just got real excited real quick right there because the market did that blast up. So I could average, we could, I don't have any offers, do I? No, I better not overfill. That's the one thing. Let's see if we get some more here in the mid to high 30s, and then we're going to get stopped out if this breaks through 50. So it looks like that was a great long on some of these chip names that they battled back, man. Here it goes. So happy that we took some out, as there's the blast. You got to react there it is. So you got to react to those plays. Like, we just lost a little bit there, but honestly, that was good that we were able to get out. Like, we got out of half, reloaded, and lost again. So basically a net will wind up down, but we did make a little bit there. Initially, nice move higher there. You were just in and out.
NVIDIA just came back through. Right. So NVIDIA just broke right back above the 129 level. So we're out of that one. Intel was the other one. Yeah, the long probably. I just, at the moment, I was favoring shorts. It is what it is. So I got out of it. Look, Intel and NVIDIA both went down and the move worked. No question about it. But you could have been long one chip and short another, as AMD did prove that relative strength. So Intel just came out. Wow, you could have reversed that.
Yeah.
What else is going here? Tesla.
Everything's starting to go ham.
Oh my goodness, Tesla did bounce off while we're looking at the chips. Tesla got 240. It wicked it, and now there's your $3 move that's probably going to turn into 5 on Tesla at 338. Wow, it's already 338.
Wow.
Okay, is Tesla going to rally into the close? Is this the one? All roads may lead back to AMD. Quickly, we'll get to that super chat in a second. I'm just going to stick with the chip names. I can talk myself into Tesla all I want, but Tesla had bad news. Why go for that in a rally? If there's a dip before the imbalances, maybe back into 182 on AMD, that's going to make sense. I almost flipped over and said, let's try Tesla. But Vinu, any thoughts on Delta? It has recovered. Good time to sell or hold. I'm probably just going to say what I said in the aftermarket show was my opinion on Delta, which was I'm not a huge fan of the airlines, and about the only thing that was appealing to me was the fact that if you got an expected move kind of to the downside, it would bounce off the 200-period moving average. It did that. So congratulations if you caught the falling knife. I'm not a fan of the airlines. I think it has to hold out that 42 level. It's a consolidation day and a great rally. After earnings, I don't want it to hold a level once. If I'm looking for a post-trade earnings, I want it holding support for a couple of days in a row and then breaking a channel to the upside. So it's got a higher low to work off of for tomorrow and next week. So either 43.80, this one here, or 42. If one of those two shows me a double or triple bottom, then break out the top. That's generally what I look for after. But I look back at it now, it's like, yeah, we probably should have traded Delta, but I didn't even look at this in the pre-market because it's not normally something that I like to trade for the day trade. Travel names on earning mornings, I like CCL and the Carnival, like the cruise lines. Not so much the airlines myself, but hey, 42 was a great play.
So here we go, man. We're back. Let's go. We're back in 10 cents now in the money on the SPY. Let's see if it wants to print us out here or not. Down even a little bit lower. There it is. Yes, sir. We get the 30s. Let's go. We get the 25s. Let's go. Wow, man. We do like this. Again, thank you so much for the SPY suggestions. We talked about where we were sitting. I mean, we said we were sitting in the 40s there to take this short, and that's, I mean, we're short right now, 47. So there it goes. Nice little trade to get the SPY back into the short on that move higher. So again, we talked about how simple I try to make trading, and I think we're doing that because we're just playing off support and resistance levels here. And I don't, you know, like I said, making trades, I love being here and doing all of this, but I even like it even better when it starts to make sense and levels start to hold. And it's just like, you know, the matrix hits for you again. So, yeah, man, really, really great trading here again. I want to thank everybody for being part of our team one more time. Raider Trader, Ryan Faluna. And then it was Terra. What was the Terra? Terra Engineering. Thank you, Adara, there for the $200 super chat, to which tomorrow, I don't know who's going to be responsible for this, Brendan.
I'm going to miss it.
Yeah, but tomorrow we got to get beer and Wingstop.
Well, I shouldn't be drinking beer anyways.
I'm making a executive decision.
Yeah, Wingstop
is Terra in here. Is Terra Nova Engineering in the chat? Because with that permission, I will change it because my girl over there, Ramin, is huge into Wingstop, and she deserves that. So I'm gonna
100% just do it. Why it's. Last time we got a super chat for pizza and beer, and I had to drink a beer by myself.
Yeah, that's because weak sauce around here.
I felt very lonely. Yeah. I know you would have had one, but
would have had one. I mean, come on, man. I mean, if they're gonna
and it was Coors Light because the story was no. You know, Wayne has that Coors Light cowboy hat.
Yes.
So Obi was wearing the Coors Light bucket hat. So I'm like, you know, Yanni went to go grab the stuff because I didn't want to crush the beer store.
There's Terra Engineering is here.
There we go. So
wings are great. It is done.
Done.
That is done. Tomorrow we will get some Wingstop delivered here. Thank you so much for that super chat. That was a lot of fun. And again, it was the pun game that got paused, I think, for an hour.
No, but you know what's interesting about that? It was an hour long with no puns.
Look at the spot.
But I promise you there were more puns said in the overall show than normal, despite that hiatus for an hour.
Okay.
Throwing it out.
That's
it's true.
Yeah, true.
I'm going to pretend that I counted.
Right now, guys, look what we're doing on the SPY. Nice little movement here to the downside. Oh, yeah. Guys, we're now 80 cents in the money on this short. We just shorted this thing. What, like, forget about it. Someone said scratch life there. We need to get a couple lottery tickets back in right now. This is what we're doing on the SPY again. Okay, we did it right there one more time. So, yeah. I mean, this is trading, man. Today, Apple, AMD, Amazon. I mean, remember I said this morning I can't get that smile off my face. We're almost up double what we were up then now. This Meta we took $13 on. I thought we were doing pretty good when we took that. That just went down to 509. We were short early at 535 on the 200 period move down and on a little bit of a gut feel there on where we were going with this market. So definitely paid off there. And we did have what Adara has coined the Seanfidence with this trade, holding it for $13 all the way down to the downside. It is the number one P&L stock here, infinitely times over. So good trade there for Meta on the day. And we could have made more and held it for a little bit longer. But yeah, it's going to be tough getting the smile off the face here today, especially earlier on too. We had Amazon all the way up here before having it long, which also paid dirt as well. So yeah, we wish Neil best of luck and speedy recovery, and he'll be back in on Monday. But tomorrow will be Obi taking the reins. So we'll see hopefully some big trades there as well. And yeah, it'll be okay.
Safe travels in. What's hilarious, I actually forgot to tell the story of what happened to myself this morning. But first, before we get to that, AMD, I said I kind of preferred it to the long side, so we wait for that. Remember that 181.50 level? The 181.50 is exactly VWAP. It just bounced off. It got some 73s. We'll play back into 182, into 182 half. We have 5 minutes till the imbalances come in, so want to take some profit before we get to the imbalances, and then tighten up the stop as we get to 350.
Oh wow.
But yeah, there's the bounce off VWAP. AMD is just a little bit relatively stronger than something like an NVIDIA. Whoops, I just typed MVDA, which is clearly obviously not a stock. Like NVIDIA is still going down. Like I got out of that one when it got back to break even. We could have just got right back into the short.
Wow.
Like NVIDIA is just definitely different having a weekday, but AMD is certainly the strong one. I'll give it to this local high, 182.70. 75 is a top. If we can get up there, then it'll probably be the last trade for me. But I got rear-ended this morning. And the best part about it, like I'm fine. It wasn't even that big of a deal. But the driver that's been picking me up, great dude, we got hit by a cop. It was a cop that rear-ended us on the road. It's like it was 100% their fault. It was raining and all that stuff. But it's like, come on. We're on an off-ramp, so you're not even going that fast. They were clearly just like asleep at the wheel. But everything is all good. But I would not say, just because we have an update today, I don't want to get rear-ended every single day. I was in my Zen. I was listening to my audiobook. And then I got shook up a little bit, but the driver's been absolutely fantastic. All right, getting a bit of a curl.
Same driver
here.
every day?
Well, each week it's been the same. So last week I had one guy. This week it's been the same driver. I don't know if it's going to be. He said it might be him next week as well, but certainly we'll see how it does go. And I promise you this: if there's any way that I can have, I don't know if it's going to be my parents or my mom or my wife back in time to bring me food and pick me up from surgery.
Yeah.
But I want chicken wings.
Right, exactly.
As well. I'm not going to be here to eat the chicken wings, but I'm eating chicken wings tomorrow, one way or the other.
Yeah.
One way or the other, I'm not missing out on
Remember
that.
last time we got in trouble because we got some boneless there.
Well,
But now get ready for a mean in my ear. Here we go. What? It's Terra Engineering. Whatever Terra Engineering.
it's just they just taste better. They just taste better.
Yeah.
Like
I'm getting that lemon pepper. I am getting that lemon pepper.
Yo, the lemon pepper is that fire. That's good stuff. So just very quickly, I'm out. I just grabbed out of AMD. It was probably better if you got the long the first time, but the last dip buy into VWAP, it just got 181.50 to 182.50. I had 70s to 40s. So really on that dollar move, you get like 70 cents in there. With 3 minutes to go till the imbalances come out here, not expecting anything crazy, but it was it was Chipotle with the early look 1 million sell. So my eyeballs are going to, and it's right down at the low of the day. Chipotle is getting sold. We've talked a lot about Chipotle. Still an early look 1 million to the sell side, and at the low of the day is Chipotle. So let's see if something happens here and there. Samit Patel, it ain't no thing but a chicken wing. I love that line.
Yes, sir. It ain't no thing but
And a chicken wing is a good thing.
Look at this. Look at this reload area here on the SPY. Back to real trading over here for me. Short again. Boom, boom, boom. Goes the dynamite. We really like that trade. We just put that out for you guys as well. And again, we now have that 10% left, as we're not going to be messing around too much with these imbalances again here today. So yeah, good market, good day. We had a crazy move in the CPI. We'll talk a little bit about that. And we have PPI tomorrow. So different things happening in this market. We'll see if we can fade back out a little bit. Was really happy that Apple started to go here today. Oopsies, AAPL started to go here today. Right there, Apple. So 228. We did have a nice move from the morning that gave us that 232 short that I keystroked out of immediately, which is very strange. And we got out of there. We meant to put a stop order in and we put the wrong price. We got stopped out. And then boom, all the way to the downside right there. Good recovery day for Apple, considering, I'm calling it a recovery day. It's still down 2%, but we were down here to 226. Made a move back up. We just touched 228.50. So again, down there $5, make two of it back. Not bad there for Apple. We'll see if it can hold out. And then, of course, Tesla, probably the biggest individual story today because so many names were cruising. And Tesla was one of those names. Why isn't my chart updated to Tesla? There it is, like really breaking, and then it finally gets to a level where people may be considering selling up here around 260, 270, 280, and then you get that bad news there with a possible delay in robo-taxi Was it production? I'm not even sure.
No, it's the presentation. So they were going to do the presentation with the on earnings at the 8th, and they've pushed that back to October because they wanted to have like a working model's the right word? Well, whatever. Working model to be able to show off. So that's why they pushed it back. But I was expecting some kind of a tweet or a comment from Elon, because the last time we got news like this, remember, I feel like it was like 20, 30 minutes later, like an hour later, Elon had something to say about one of those stories. And he said it was he said no, it's not true. But he's kind of quiet here. So keep your ear to the ground. 10 seconds to check that. 3 seconds ago, we'll see these imbalances. Maybe Chipotle comes out bigger than a million. Maybe it doesn't. NVIDIA, 3.5 million sell side.
Ouch.
That's the big one. Yesterday, when I was looking for an NVIDIA to be a sell imbalance, it wasn't, and then today it is. I don't see Chipotle anymore. We have WBDs to the buy side. Snaps a 1 million buy and balance. That could be interesting. Lucid 900,000 sell. Not really interesting. Marvell 800,000 to the sell side. That's not a bad number for Marvell. Doesn't do a ton of volume. Alphabet 700,000 to buy. It's feeling kind of mixed here. It's like one big buy, one big sell. The SPY is 225 million to buy overall. The NQ 350 to buy, and the Mag 7 35 million to buy. So very, very slightly skewed to the buy side. I mean, very slightly skewed to the buy side there. But Marvell might stand out. So it doesn't do a ton of volume. So 800,000 shares to sell. That's a good 15% of the daily volume on Marvell.
Adair just gave us the number there. Was 225 to buy, 350 to buy. So. Pretty low. 350 was on the NASDAQ. And when you write SPY, is that just because SPY, so...
S&P 500 imbalance.
The S&P 500, okay. I was going to say because NASDAQ will have some of those, like NVIDIA will be in that number.
So it's double counting.
Right, so that's what I was going to say. I was going to, you know what, anyway, it doesn't matter. Big number there, 350 million there to buy all across the world. So we'll see here what happens. Obviously, you're going to see that this has not really affected our trading too much here. For the SPY, it did have a nice move up, and we just talked about it was a buy imbalance. So maybe we will be able to trickle down just a little bit in and then fill us up. But we are now at 28 cents in the money, and I don't have any more trades on board right here. So let's think about what's going to happen tomorrow. Look, I think the banks beat. Whether or not that means the market takes them to the upside, we'll see. I talked about that with Andrew today, and I just think that 210, it's all-time highs. You've really performed well over the last little minute. I think that the banks could be primed for a little bit of a disappointing run here. So
I see what you did there.
What's that? Prime? Oh, the prime rate?
Primed.
Yeah, that would have been
Ranks
good.
are primed.
Yeah. It was, as soon as I said prime, I thought about that, and then I thought about Deion Sanders, who unfortunately will never get a job anywhere again, probably. Everyone's transferring out of Colorado. That's going to be...
we care about Travis Hunter and Shador.
Well, yeah, those guys, but they'll get drafted high.
Travis Hunter is going to be a...
I would not draft Shador, that's for sure.
Travis Hunter's the dude.
Yeah.
He's
the dual threat,
Oh,
right?
he's legit. Yeah, but he's going to be a wide receiver.
Is he?
Yeah. I don't think he's a big boy. He can play...
drafted higher.
He could play corner. Don't get me wrong.
What I'm saying.
He's probably... Most people tell you he's like a late first-round pick or maybe an early second-round pick as a corner, but he's a legit top 10 pick as a wide receiver. And when people spend that much money on a guy that can be like your number one wide receiver... They're not going to want him out there tackling running backs, man.
No. You don't play two ways in the NFL.
Yeah, you just can't. You don't play two ways in the NFL.
I just wondering where would he be? What would he be drafted as?
No, he would get drafted as a corner. There's no question. But he's a legit wide receiver, man. He's a bit of a beast. So I like him. Shador is probably going to get drafted really high. But if I had to stake, if I had to put money on one of their careers, I would rather put the money on Travis Hunter. And that's not a knock on Deion's boy.
He's the early favorite for number one overall right now.
I'd probably fade that bet.
Sanders.
Let's go to Adara.
I have Microsoft up here, not doing too much, but MSFT on watch here because OpenAI, which Microsoft has invested heavily in, has reportedly, according to Bloomberg, come up with a set of levels to track progress towards building AI capable of outperforming humans. So OpenAI working on some advanced AI software. Keep an eye on MSFT with that Bloomberg report in mind, guys.
Still a top pick. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're just talking about running quarterbacks. Yeah. I mean, we had Justin Fields. I mean, there's been good examples. Like Lamar got drafted so late. And then he turned out to be what he is as well.
Lamar in college, I have nothing against Sanders.
No.
Lamar in college, he had no business going as low as he did. He was just on a different level. He was like a bigger, stronger Michael Vick, and Deion's boy Shador he's just it's not against him. I'm not trying to trash talk on the guy. It's just Lamar was at a different level. And Jam Losi, I got to address this before I mosey on up to the desk in a couple of minutes here. I had not looked at ACB. I feel like we pulled up the weed names the other day, and for some reason I did not look at this one. But that is a pretty decent run the last few sessions here, from $4.50 to $6 in a week. For ACB, another 7% today, getting into some resistance. Maybe there's a squeeze play. The 50 periods here, the 630's been a big level. Yeah, I'd put this on the radar tomorrow. Like it gave you a consolidation breakout. Maybe it needs another consolidate. 8%. Okay. This is 3 days in a row it's been making rallies. So break, consolidate, break, consolidate, break. Maybe it's got another day before consolidating, but this should be back on the radar. I know the other names are doing aren't doing much of anything. Like Tilray's not doing anything. So yeah, ACB, why not? And Jay Kizzle saying Travis Hunter is projected 9th and Shador is projected second. Fair enough. Like I'm not an NFL analyst, but I'm just saying if I was putting money on it, I would put my money that Travis Hunter has the better career. I don't get to be a decision maker. I don't have a team. I don't get to draft one higher than the other, but I'm taking Hunter's career over Sanders all day, every day. I've seen and again, I love college football. Dude has it. There's that it. And he's got that dog. That Travis Hunter kid. He's got that dog.
Yeah, that's what you want to get at it. And we have, if you're mistaking me for a trader, yeah, maybe we have that dog in us as well today as we bark pretty loud coming through again. And it's been just a good day to trade back through. We just hit those. You know what? Now that's at 200s right there, let's just get it out. We are now in imbalance territory. So, if we're able to get something down low here on the SPY, let's just do that right now. And see, here you go, 56, 91, 93s, 92s. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not super, the market's already down 2%. Like if we can get a bid right here, let's do it. There it is right there. Yeehaw. Nice way to end the day. We'll end the day, as we just mentioned, at our highest spot. And yeah, pretty happy with it. All right. Yeah, we're getting ready for the market recap show where are we in touch for any earnings today? I don't think
nothing.
We are getting ready for tomorrow morning, of course.
Tomorrow morning we got the banks. No names. Aftermarket. It's going to be all about the banks and all about Danielle Shea. So I'm moseying on up to the desk. We've got Danielle Shea from Simple Trading. It has been the murderer's row of guests today. Raheem Alani, Raider Trader. Oh my goodness! We have everybody coming through. And I want to give
you forgot Ryan.
I forgot Ryan. Forgot Ryan. Obviously, thank you very much to Ryan coming through. But I also want to give a big shout out to a special surprise that we're going to have as well on our market recap show. So stick around for that.
All right, stick around for a special surprise on market recap show. I might stick around for that as well myself. But yeah, good luck, Neil. Good luck tomorrow.
I think you know.
I know. Okay. I don't as of right now, but okay. We'll look forward to that anyways. Obviously, we're very excited to bring you more content as we go. So yeah, enjoy, Neil, and yeah, speedy recovery, and definitely a healthy. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of both. Tomorrow we'll get that. And if you could have one flavor, what would you get from Wingstop there?
No, like normally I like
jerk. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna grab the lemon pepper. Okay, we'll go. All right. Yeah, that was hot fire. The mango habanero, I think, was Ramin's. Was that Ramin's last time? Yeah. See. Never forget what important women in your life tell you. Okay, so that was a good one. All right, yeah, look, it's 3:58 right now. We just got out of our SPY trade. It is starting to come to the downside, but that's a decent name. Anything else you guys want to look at? Bitcoin? Not happy with Bitcoin performance here today. I don't think many of us would be looking down at 57 and 31. We almost took out 59. We did take out 59.5 today early on, but then we did not recover late. So unfortunately, that's what's happening right now with crypto. Just needs to settle down a little bit. And I think we can get a little bit back on that. Let's just take a quick look at some of the bigger names. So Apple, I was just saying how happy we were with the recovery, and then that happened. Nice little fall into the close there for this name. That's that. AMD and Amazon, we can always, of course, look at that. Yeah, hey, no problem. You can get water if you want there, Dara. Coming through. So Dara and Neil will be with you in roughly 1 minute. AMD down 1. What's Meta up to? 535, down 4 percentage points for Meta today. We hadn't traded that in a while because the spread is a little bit too much there for me at times. We make back on AMD. We had the triple Qs. Meta Amazon today, right there, nice move. We did buy those 193s. Wow, 195 close. Really strong close there. Let's remember that tomorrow. Amazon, nice recovery back. Google's been at all-time highs. Did that recover back as well? Not really. Well, 186 is not bad, but still near the lows of the day. 185.20, we were higher up there as well. 187. So here we go. We have now only 15 seconds before we get that countdown going or before the bell rings. Okay, then I will go hands off. I do not have to hit it. Ooh, but it's 4 seconds late. That's why you got to change that right now. So the market will officially close in 3, 2, 1. We are now closed. Hello. Right there. A little bit of a big ring there to end the day. Look at this nice print up there for Google. It looks like it might have had a buy imbalance. Nice trade long there on Google at the end of the day. Did everything sort of bump up there? No, not really. Look at the SPY. What did that even do at the end of the day? Collapsing all over itself there, down to 556 and change for the spiders. Look, it's 4 o'clock. Again, want to thank Raheem Alani. I want to thank Ryan Faluna. I want to thank Andrew Rader as well today. I want to thank Ramin, Fabian, Adara, Sharif, Brendo, everybody behind us, Brankles and Wayne. Anybody, Bears versus Bulls. Big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Put those ones up in the chat, by the way, for Mr. Bears and a Bull, because he's got you both covered, no matter what side you're on right there. So, hey, look, I'm excited to see what this big surprise is here on the after show. So that should be a good one here. It is your market recap. I want to ask Danielle, I'm sure Neil will do this, about Broadcom and where we're looking for that one. Tomorrow, coming last day, pre-split. We'll get that on Monday, the 15th. But yeah, good day here so far. I hope everyone has a great rest of your evening, but it's about to get a lot better as we throw over to the market recap show. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow, 8:30.
Yes, sir. Let's get some aftermarket show started, and some chicken wing action is all I can think about. If I make some references in the next 30 minutes to beer and wings, it's because I have it on my brain, and I promise you, when I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to say to my wife and just be like, where are we getting chicken wings from, and when are we going to have them? Adara, this is one of the weirdest days. It's great to the south side, but as Sean just finished saying, you had this big reversal. It went from like everything breaking out and looking good, like Tesla went from good to bad. This is a day where the NASDAQ went from making all-time highs, another press to the top side, to being down 2%. Where Tesla looked like it was going to continue its run breaking out, to basically closing down 8% as we speak. And then you throw in the fact that we started the day with CPI numbers coming out lighter. The market was running because inflation was light. And then we end up with an absolute dump off. That's what is so exciting about trading. You never know what you're going to get. I could drop a Forrest Gump quote, but you guys know, a box of chocolates there. Fabian just said it. The market's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. You start the day thinking it's going to be a rally, but you had to be able to flip the script and look for those shorts late. And then even at the end of the day, there were some breakout opportunities. And there we go. We've got some... shout out to Ramin for bringing these, but a big shout out to Big Patty Ice, who hooked us up with the Lindor chocolates. I will do my best not to eat any when I'm supposed to be talking, but you promise you this, I'm going to have some of those for sure. The market, not a great day overall. The NASDAQ, as I said, down 2%. As we do the sector recap, SMH got hit with NVIDIA having the down day that it did, 3.5% to the downside there. I think it's interesting that we had Raider Trader on, and he was talking specifically about some of the solar names looking for bounces, and TAN leads the way. So TAN was up there. He also mentioned some financials. We were talking about that. KRE up 4%. Gold had another fantastic day as well. But yeah, this TAN ETF, one of the big time runners, one of the stronger moves, yet you're getting a bottom here. Like that's a strong stock on the day, but wow. Because all I see is a downward trend there when I look at TAN, but maybe we've made a little bit of a bottom. Those can be exciting ones to be had. And I just want to also talk about GDX, which is continuous breakout that we've been talking about for a little bit here. GDX with its breakout, but its partner, not maybe the partner, but GLD, the gold trust, has yet to take out this top. So you've made the nice little dip buy. off the 212. You've held the 50-period moving average. Those kind of like scalps have happened on a swing basis, I suppose, but you still have a triple top to work with on GLD. So you always want to understand where are we getting to, what's that overall picture, because it's not always just about what is NVIDIA doing. Although today, Adara, if Tesla was the only thing that you looked at today, you didn't need much else. But there's certainly a heck of a lot that is looking green and strong. Energy is well up 1%, I want to mention. But wow, Tesla, wow. You were obviously involved in Tesla. Did you take any trades yourself in what was one of the biggest moves we've seen in a while?
Yeah, I did have some trades. Ironically, and I think this is, like I said, the not being able to pun weirdly threw me off my game. I had one of the worst mornings I have had, like, in a while for the first hour, and that was because of, I think when you stifle a part of yourself, I don't know, things don't feel natural, you struggle, not the point. The reason I bring this up, though, is because Tesla had that move down, and that's usually my favorite type of thing to trade, is you have these moves down, you find a moment in the book where things settle down, you take it further. I had a long off that. I got about 50 pennies on one of those moves. That was successful, and I tried to get the short, but it was such a FOMO play, just because I wanted to be where the people were. Shout out to the Little Mermaid, apparently. And I just really wanted to be in it, and so I ended up taking a short, lost on like $1 that you get, I lost like $1 on that, so it was just like, I wasn't trusting my instincts enough. I wish I had had that move down on a day where I was like more mentally with it, but still happy with the long I took. Just too bad I kind of erased it with the short.
Yeah, I'll echo that sentiment to a certain extent because I had a bit of FOMO on Tesla myself, but it had to do with, it wasn't this move. It was in here off this like 250 level. It came back in and was retesting while all this lower high stuff was getting put on. And I actually did similar to something we talked about in the morning show, where I misplaced a stop order, got into position, and then got out right away. So what happens is we have the ability at Real Trading sometimes, depending on what stop order you use, where I can throw a stop to cover 100% of my position before I'm in position. So an example would be, if I want to stop out at 251 on this move, I could just put an order. I'm not even in it yet. It's on the way upside. I could put my stop and say 251.25. If it breaks 251.25, cover 100% of my position. I'm not even in position yet.
Yeah.
Then you get into position and your stop's already covering you. Now the problem would be if I, instead of putting 251.25, put 250.25. I do that, and then I get into position as it's breaking and you're getting these half fills. Well, guess what? If you're getting short at 250.5 and you accidentally put the stop at 250.25, it's already above it. So I get into position, stop instantly trigger if you punch in and out right away. So it was pretty unfortunate for myself. But at the end of the day, you're still bleeding and breaking lows of the day. I see Kevy saying Tesla's bleeding, breaking lows as we speak. You're right. Grace, shout out to you. Tesla made your day. I think the shorts were absolutely fantastic for this. And it didn't hurt that you had that false break early on that CPI number and the overall market was coming back in. That was extra fuel for, I think, what we saw in that dump there in Tesla. So we'll see what happens. Maybe there's some continuation tomorrow. I guess I won't see tomorrow, but everyone is going to be locked and loaded and curious to see what happens with Tesla. But I think you were right to try to be trading on the news, get some mental reps in. It's amazing that you're able to make money on a long there because it was a pretty heavy bid. And that's a dangerous thing to trade against the news on something like a Tesla.
Yeah, in retrospect, I know it sounds, but it's like I had a lot of trust in what I was seeing on the book. I think it was like, I want to say 253.50 to 254, and I was seeing we were bouncing off that 253 nicely. I watched how we were holding. I was like, you know what, Adara, like, worst case scenario, risk it into 253, but I didn't even really have to. We held it really well. It was a planned scalp. I was like, I don't want to take it past the whole dollar level because I don't trust that. But I was like, if I'm going to take the downside on the whole dollar breakdowns, I can also long, like, you know what I mean? I'll play it at the flip side of how I normally would have shorted it. Again, don't know why I didn't short it. That would have made more sense. But I felt more confident in the long at that point, and it ended up being the better play for me personally.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, you just have to have a plan of action. That's what it comes down to. Now, I know for myself, I think you don't want to always go against that news, no matter what it might be. But as long as you can find good levels, there were some bounce plays to be had. No questions asked. I know we kind of glossed over the market here just a little bit, but when the Qs are down that 2%, I just want to remind everybody where we're coming from. Like, this is the biggest pullback day that we've had on the Qs. We've had a couple of days like this, but you got to go all the way back in here into April when you had a couple of big down days. And the second one of those did precipitate the dip. I'm talking about the dip that took us to our, ramp bottom. So I'm not, I don't necessarily think this is like, oh, rally's over, all that good stuff. We have pulled back and we're not even at previous resistance on the Qs here. So you do still have some names that are going to hit support levels where you're going to see some buying. And we got the start of earnings season as well, which is certainly going to prove to be very, very important. And let's not forget, when you got those banks reporting, we don't have any earnings aftermarket that matter, but tomorrow morning, ADR, we're leading it off. I promise you when you start this watch list tomorrow, well, I shouldn't say for sure it's going to be the top name on the list. Maybe Tesla will be, but I know JP Morgan's going to be right up there. So high expectations for some of these banks.
Yeah, JP Morgan for sure. We also have Wells Fargo, which could be interesting. Citigroup is a tricky one. I've noticed this is like probably my third or fourth watch list that'll have Citigroup on it. And I've noticed with Citigroup, it usually comes out right at 8 a.m. But I think JP Morgan for sure, we know they moved last time on earnings. They usually tend to have some interesting results or some food for thought there. So definitely going to keep an eye on all of those banks. But yeah, we'll have to see. The name on the top of the watch list will be whatever's doing more volume, whatever has a more interesting move. So JPM, ball's in your court.
Yeah, you've got to respect that. And just keep in mind, too, I would say this every single time when we have these earnings come through in the morning, respect the fact that the call is going to be on. And when you have a call that's there for live trading, you do not want to get caught. That's the idea. If you don't know what's going on, then you got to be able to respect it. Go grab some, man.
I saw Ramin took one.
Well, you have to. Dude, Lindor chocolates. Are there any cookies in there?
Nothing.
So there's... Okay, so I just asked, you guys heard, I just asked about those cookies, the ones from Paris that are delicious, and then Fabian's like, no, we ate those, so they're all gone. But those cookies were delicious. Big shout out to Patty Ice, Big Patty Ice. You got to be able to enjoy life every now and then. But a good look, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, all three of them are going to be important. Let's see what's up. But I do believe, you guys let me know when we're locked and loaded. I do believe we are locked and loaded. We've got one of our favorite guests back through, so let's get right into Trader Talk. Danielle, so glad to see you. We got Danielle Shea, Trader Danielle, one of our good friends, on a crazy, crazy day to bring you in here. First off, welcome. Second, wow, Tesla, but I'm burying the lead because we have a big congratulations to say to you. So I want to say congratulations. I know a lot of other people are saying congratulations to you as well. Why might that be, Danielle?
Well, I'm pregnant and I'm going to be having a baby girl coming up here in November.
There we go. And you know what? Congratulations. Everyone's excited for it. And you said November. I heard you right?
November, she said.
That's right.
That's a great and fantastic month. My mother was born in November. I think it's going to be amazing. Congratulations to you. I can tell you're obviously thrilled, and best of all for your family. Little girls are the best. I only have a daughter myself, so I'm absolutely through the moon for you there. And so I know you're going to be excited to be sure. But I always have one question because I only have one. I know Sean's always sort of said this many times. Like when you have this, or it's other people have said it too. It's like the first you're always like overbearing and all that kind of thing. But then when you have a second child, you're like, oh, we're just going to be easy. We're going to spoil. We'll let them do whatever they want. Do you think that's how you're going to play it, or are you going to be just as usually protective of the first?
Oh, that's exactly how I am. This is the third one for me, and so I've walked this walk before, and definitely looking forward to it, but it's certainly different the third time around.
Everyone always says this, like just eventually you're just like, yeah, they raise themselves. And I can't picture it because I only have one. As for myself, it's like if we have a second, I know that's how I will be, but that's always a big if. So Danielle, Tesla, what the heck? Like, what was that? That was completely insane today. It's all anybody would talk about as the move was happening for most of the day. So obviously we have to lead with the nonsense that happened there on Tesla. It went from one of the biggest breaks and squeezes, gamma squeeze, whatever you want to call it, to a bit of a rug pull when now the robotaxi presentation is getting delayed a couple of months. So walk us through any thoughts you might have on Tesla. It's got to be front of the brain.
Definitely. So when you look at the market in general here, I mean, it's been really extended. The put call was extremely low. So everyone was long. You know, we knew there was going to be a pullback, and it does generally start with these high momentum names. So, you know, just keeping that in mind. Looking at Tesla, I mean, I think that the move overall has been phenomenal, and it actually surpassed my expectations. I mean, we had been talking about the 250 price target, right? And so we got up to 250 and it just continued blasting through that level. So the fact that it made it all the way up to, you know, 270-ish before it rolled, I think was great. I think that the news was really just an excuse to get a lot of those momentum traders out of that move, because if you've been a part of this move, you want to make sure to take your profits, right? So a lot of the move on the way up was definitely short covering combined with excitement. And I mean, I think at this point, you just look for a pullback to get back into Tesla. What we need to do is we need to watch the momentum. We need to see when that momentum wanes. You need to look for some key psychological values. I mean, definitely 250 is one, but we've already broken through that one. So I would say 240 is the next one at the 8 EMA. If that ends up breaking, you know, you don't have another level until down into 220. So fingers crossed, 240 will hold. But overall with Tesla, I am just watching for the momentum to stop at whichever point. And then when it does, I want to see if it will consolidate so that I can potentially trade it back up to the upside. But, you know, we have earnings coming up, so that's a factor as well.
Yeah, that's something that we can't discount even a little bit here for Tesla. Like we're just the 23rd, right? Like it's coming in pretty quick. The only other level I'm looking at is I like trend lines a little bit. And I know it's lost any kind of real support for support and resistance, but that double top that it put in, or technically it was a little bit of a triple top, that channel, it would retest it at 2.25. And every now and then when something like that lines up, it's like 200 or 2.25 or 250. If that just also happens to be back on a trend line, I like to look that for the dip. But I do think you have to let this thing settle down. Like sometimes you catch a bit of a bid. I think the last time we had flash news from Bloomberg on Tesla, it was like Elon responded that day and it caught a bit of a bounce. And today we didn't get anything like that. There was no bounce really that was sustained. You ended up closing and still, we're talking aftermarket here, Daniel, we're still at the low. So I know it's like a wait a couple of days moment for me on Tesla. If not, until we get earnings, I might stay away from this altogether.
Well, you know, I think first of all, I agree with you. But second of all, I mean, I think that this kind of move is very typical when the market gets so extended. And so, you know, if you look at, for example, just starting off with the NASDAQ, and you can see, I mean, we've gone basically, you know, straight higher. And so when we're talking about the fact that we've been doing that for several weeks now, I mean, it needed to pull back. And when you look at a lot of these major names, you know, you look at the semiconductors, you look at NVIDIA, I mean, the first thing that people do when you start getting a pullback like that, when everyone is long, is they're going to take profits, which, you know, makes sense. So, I mean, for me, I am not looking at this as any kind of panic necessarily. I think it was overdue, and I think that it matches with how long the market has been. So, you know, we'll see what happens, but I'm thinking maybe we can get just 1, 2, maybe 3 days of a pullback. Things can settle, and then we can see what happens from there. But it is all going to depend entirely on earnings season. You know, if we have, for example, bad news coming out of the banks, you know, that could mean that the pullback will last a little bit longer than just a normal buy the dip. So we're going to have to see what kind of news comes out tomorrow and into next week. But so far, I'm not too concerned about the depth of the pullback.
Yeah, I feel like, wait and see is the way to go. We're going to get a lot of information, but there's not necessarily information coming. I don't have a good segue to Broadcom. But we've talked about these splits before, and clearly when NVIDIA pulls back, the SMH down 3.5% today. Like, you know, it was probably all of these chip names were probably due for some kind of a pullback. In retrospect, you know, it's easy to look at Broadcom and the higher low that it put in. It's like, oh, maybe people are getting out in front of it. And when you had like 5 days in a row of the exact same level getting sold off, maybe people are selling already into this event because on Monday it's going to be split adjusted. Walk us through maybe for anyone that isn't adverse to the stock. A lot of people probably don't touch it as day traders. They're like, you can only really play options on it. But the benefit of the split is also fantastic for options traders too, as well. So what are your thoughts on this split? Are you interested, as obviously everyone would have been in NVIDIA, or is this kind of a nothing burger?
I'm extremely interested in Broadcom. I love the company. I love the stock. I own it in my long-term stock portfolio. It has been pretty challenging to trade in the options market for someone like myself who trades a lot of spreads and butterflies because it's just such a high-priced name and there's just not very good liquidity in a lot of the strikes. And so, for me personally, I have not traded it very often in the options market I would say probably the last 2 years or so. Which is a shame because I love the stock and I'm so excited for the split because when it splits, you're not going to have as many strikes. There's going to be more than likely more volume in the strikes that you have. So you're going to have tighter spreads, which will make it a lot easier for me to create spreads and butterflies. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to it as a shareholder as well. And, I would love to buy some more shares. It's been pretty extended at this point. So I don't know at what point I would do that. I'd have to go and look at this long-term chart. I mean, if I could get more at 1400, 1450, that would be great. But I don't know that it's going to pull back that far. So you might only be able to get it maybe 1550 if it did pull back that far. But I'm looking forward to trading it, and I'll definitely trade it after the split.
Yeah, I think that's what the sentiment for a lot of people. I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense, and it is a great company. I'll promise you this much: you're never going to be able to get a dip buy on it at 1400. Obviously, no.
I think I'm dreaming on that one. No, you never know. Maybe September, October, we get a deeper pullback.
Maybe
in the market. Maybe before the election. I don't know, but that's in my dreams, I guess, for now.
It could happen. I'm being facetious. It's just that. You look at that name, like it did. I'm only saying that because it went from like 18. It could happen. I don't know the future. What the heck? Like whatever. If I didn't know, if I knew the future, I would just, I would have been long this thing $1,000 ago, which I'm not, candidly. And I would have bought way more NVIDIA than I did and all that kind of good stuff. I'm just simply mentioning that because when it pulled back from 1800, like it didn't even get to 15 clean. It went like 15, 60, and then a ramp job. Like when they start buying on a dip. Like it's just one of those with good companies get to levels that the buyers are interested. I feel like you never get the price. You're not going to get the price that you want. And if you do, you probably don't want it in that moment. It's always like that bounce that's just a little bit ahead of where everyone is interested in buying. I had that happen to me on ARM when I was trying to dip buy it as well. But we've taken up some time here in a couple of what I think are fantastic ideas like Tesla. Obviously, I think people got to wait and see. Earnings season is starting. Is there anything else out there that you are interested in as we head into earnings season, as we get that CPI number? Any specific names that you're interested in that we haven't talked about?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, for me, I just think that everything depends on JP Morgan tomorrow. If you look at last quarter, specifically what happened, JP Morgan, great company, great stock. They typically do well over earnings. But last quarter, we saw this 3.6% gap down, and it continued down for a few days. And that was actually what started the major downdraft in the NASDAQ. And so when that happened, if you go and you look and you say, okay, well, what happened in the NASDAQ right after JP Morgan reported earnings, what you will see is that was the time frame when we got an excellent buy the dip in tech. And so if you go back and you say, okay, that was right around here, that was April 12th. So do you see this move right here that happened, started right with JP Morgan earnings? I don't know if that's going to happen again this quarter, but a lot of the reason why it fell last quarter was because some of the things that they had noted in the earnings report, a little bit of jitters surrounding the high rate situation and just the overall economy. So if we do get a move like this, especially given the fact that we're heading into this earnings season right now, I mean, I just want to focus on buying the dip in tech. So Microsoft, for example, this is one that is pulling back right now. I have a couple different zones that I could potentially buy. 450 is a pretty good area of support. It's right at the 21 EMA. You also have a lower level at 440 and then another one down here at about 432. So I'm definitely eyeing a pullback in Microsoft, but more than anything, I just want to see how the market reacts to JP Morgan earnings, and I want to look at a variety of tech stocks and see which ones I can buy on the dip. Probably Broadcom, probably Microsoft. We'll see if we can get a buy in Amazon. It's just, here's the thing. Everything's been so high that you haven't really been able to buy much with an edge. But now that things are pulling back, this is great news for us as traders. So I'm looking forward to the pullback, and I'm eyeing what I can get into on the way back up.
Yeah, Microsoft specifically, you mentioned those levels, and I'm going to say I am angry with Microsoft because that move that you talked about with the NASDAQ pullback and we got that great dip buy opportunity, I can tell you that personally for myself, I was waiting for in the high 370s to 380 was where I was going to pull the trigger on Microsoft. As you can obviously see, I got some dip buys. Tesla, Apple was good. Alphabet gave you opportunities. I got into those. I got more of those, but I missed the boat on Microsoft, and that was an unbelievable long. There's no chance I'm missing it this time if we get that expected move that you're mentioning there, Danielle. I think it's a great look. It's a super strong stock, and you want to buy, if we do get that pullback, you want to be buying some strong names. That's usually the way to go. So Danielle, tell us where everybody can find you, because I know you're always putting out fantastic content for all of our traders out there, but specifically for those that watch the show in our community that see us trade equity and want to learn about options. We all say the same thing. Make sure you check out Trader Danielle.
Thank you. Well, you can find me on my YouTube channel at Trader Danielle, and then also on Twitter at Trader Danielle.
There you go. And I'm willing to bet that at some point there is going to be a little mini you trading someday. Maybe, I don't know, possibly. But once again, I want to extend my congratulations. There's nothing better than extending your family and bringing life in the world. So we're all super thrilled for you. Bears versus Bulls was exciting. I can't wait to congratulate. And everybody around here just wants to say a big thank you and congratulations. Can't wait to have you on next, Danielle. We're all smiles here, as I know you must be as well.
Thank you. I always enjoyed joining you.
There it is. So all smiles. Best of luck trading the rest of the week. Let's get that dip in Microsoft. Trader Danielle, check out Danielle Shea, check out her YouTube channel. We will see you next week on Thursday, hopefully.
That's right.
as usual. And maybe we'll get that dip buy, as you said, in Microsoft. There it is. Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
We always talk about the market being so good at giving you opportunities and having a smile on your face when it's a good day trading, but nothing makes you smile more than when you've got great news to share with good people. So big shout out to Danielle Shea. We just couldn't be more thrilled for her.
Thanks and congrats to Danielle. Yeah.
Yeah, and the insights always fantastic. And I can tell you right now, when that move happened, the JPM and the banks and that pullback in the Qs, she was all over telling everybody to buy that dip in Microsoft. I can promise you, like I said, I'll tell you candidly, I missed that dip buy, but she did not. And she doesn't have to brag about it because I can brag for her. But buy the good stocks. That's what it's all about here. So we already did a bit of a trade review here, Dara. So I know we already kind of tech talked that one, and specifically about Tesla trading that news. I think tomorrow is obviously going to be a pretty big day for Tesla. It's Friday. It was almost down double digits. You know where you should be locked and loaded, at least looking first on the things that move, and then go from there. We got a little thing that we like to do around this time.
We do.
So I want everybody, make sure that you are a subscriber if you want to be in the chat. Anyone watching right now and you want to be a part of roll call at the end like we always do, or you want to say a thank you to Danielle Shea for being on, or we want to say what's up to Adara, or any of us all day through, you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So get on in there so we can do the roll call. Adara is about to drop it like it's hot with today's roll call. I'm going to get in there myself so I can get my name called.
Let's get in there. Hurry! Bears versus Bulls. Andrew Chow, Smooth 1J, Finch Jane, Andrew Chow, Alex Diaz, Andrew Chow again here. Thank you so much again to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. So lucky to have this awesome community. Thanks to Danielle. Thanks to Neil. Thanks to Fabian and Ramin. We've got For Profit. We have Ricky Peters. We have Neil here. Terra Engineering, thanks again for that super chat and for challenging me with the puns. We've also got here Ricky Peters, Finch Jane Fun Bubble, BW Trades, Darwin, Daryl Finch, Bristol, Jamlo C, John Szymanski, TH, Michael P, Brian Thompson, Jack of all Trades, Pineapple Endies, Neil Roberts, Neil Padell, Finch Jane, Christopher Holcomb, Brave, Scorpy, Charlie Tapp, Brian Wright, Sharon Harris, Investor Valone, Michael, Drew B. Bowles, Jay Spans, William Knight, Jeremy Newman, Maheshi Watkins, Mary L., The Deepster, Trader Buck, Finch Jane, The Piper, The Real Tech Geek, Daniel Shea, James H., NYSE Urbanisa, Miss H. We have Odyssey Vice, we have Bob S., we have Sam Yip, we've got Richard Fenn, we have Michael Lopez, Derek B., Kamari Norwood. We've got a lot of people repeating here. Donkey Trader, For Profit, Bright Awakening, Paradox, Jim Rowe, The Piper, S. Samuel, John Szymanski. I think I've got everybody here. Thank you so much. Cootie Love, Cas Metello, Ricky Peters, Encore. I'm out.
There we go. Another mic drop moment. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, man, Danielle Shea jumping in the chat, answering questions. I mean, come on. What more can you ask for? That's why this is the only trading community you were ever going to need. Shout out to Real Trading for making it all possible. Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody in our Trader TV Live community. You know what you got to do. You got to hit that like and subscribe, and more importantly, you got to tune in tomorrow morning. You know it's going to be hot fire in the market. We don't have a down day like today without good opportunities tomorrow. So tune in bright and early, 8:30. You know what to do. It's going to be my man Obi on the desk in my stead with Sean. So there's going to be some absolute bangers. Guarantee you that much. So from everybody here, thank you and see you tomorrow morning. Good luck trading.
And best of luck in your surgery.
Thanks.
Sorry, I had to get that in there.